welcome to the Chessable Masters.
I'm Grandmaster Simon Williams, and I'm here with some very exciting quarterfinal matches.
Yes, and I'm Kaja, and we're now going to take you through all those quarterfinal matches in a very news, anchorish way. First of all, we have Anish Giri against Tari, and Simon, who's the favorite?
It's got to be Anish in this one. He is the daddy, and in this one, Aryan is his second and coach, Anish all the way.
And then, of course, world champion Magnus Carlsen against David Anton. I guess I don't even have to ask who's the favorite in this one.
Magnus. There we go. Let's move on.
Let's move on to world number 2, Ding Liren. He is going to take on Shakhriyar and Mamedyarov. This must be an entertaining one.
Definitely. I'm going to go for Ding in this one, but anything is possible. Shaq, when he's playing well, can beat anyone in the world, so expect fireworks in that match.
And then I'm excited for this one. 16-year-old Praggnanandhaa against debutant in the tour, Wei Yi. Who is the favorite?
I think this is going to be very, very close. I expect most people will be going for Pragg, but Wei Yi has been playing so well, so a very close matchup, that one.
Oh, it's going to be a fun and interesting day. Welcome, everyone, to Chessable Masters.
He's taken it.
He's done it.
Oh, behind the computer, Magnus Carlsen. Yeah. Rook is under fire. 2 seconds again by Eric. Oh, he made the move.
Wow, look at the evaluation bar. Just shot up in Black's favour. Duda could not stand the tension. He took this pawn.
It's going to be checkmate.
Magnus shaking his head.
Oh, look at the bar.
3 seconds.
1 second. Has to make a move. Wow.
This just looks glorious for white. This is my ultimate fancy, getting a position like this one from an opening. Crazy tactics. Pragg is just showing off now. It's just a masterpiece.
The winner is young Christoph Duda. Hey. 16 players have become 8, and today the knockout stage in Chessable Masters starts. Players will face each other in matches with 4 rapid games, and if they are tied after those 4 rapid games, then we head straight to tiebreaks with Blitz and potentially Armageddon to decide which 4 players go through to the semi-finals tomorrow, and eventually a 2-day final to decide who takes home the first prize of $25,000 plus whatever they made in the preliminaries. And Tari in the preliminaries, he finished off in a fantastic way to eventually find himself in contention for one of those spots in the knockout stage.
Pretty much, there we go. It's on the board. Pretty much wins the game. Yeah. As we showed, pawn takes knight, and this will end in checkmate. He's shaking his head. But it was so basic, and it wasn't disguised, that threat. Yeah. Maybe he just missed that this check is not deadly. Black's king now can just move. We're about to see a result, because after white pushed his pawn forward, black has just brought his knight to the center, attacking the queen, trading off white's remaining lone attacker. Okay, we see a result, because here Aryan has double attacked. He's attacked the white king and the white rook, and this ends the game. Well, white's king feels really, really weak.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you can play that move anyway, the bishop, and move the queen in now.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
you're right, Simon.
The first thought there.
I think, Simon, you've spotted the win immediately, and he's going to do it. This is a pin. White's queen pinned to the white king, and the only way to save your queen is to block with a pawn. We're going to see this, and now the black queen enters the center of the board.
And this threatens checkmate.
Here we go. This is a pin. White's rook near the king is about to fall, and we have a result. Pragg takes it. Jordan, though, needs to win, so he pushes a pawn forward. Jordan has completely blown it. He missed one of the most incredible, surprising tactics you will ever see in this position. Black has sacrificed a rook, and look, Jordan's smiling. He knows he's about to get eliminated.
Oh, why didn't he go forward?
He had to go forward.
Jordan, I don't understand. Look at the evaluation bar. It just shot up. He could have won in almost one move. He was checkmating black, right?
Yeah, why did he go back? I don't understand it.
Looks like David Anton is about to confirm his qualification. There it is. It's a draw.
Lights off for Jordan van Voorhees. He is knocked out of Chessable Masters. David Anton makes it through to quarterfinals. After a dramatic final round yesterday, David Anton did make it through in 7th place. And David, who is the biggest surprise to you making it through to the knockouts?
Oh, I don't want to be harsh here, but it's got to be Tari, just because in the past he has struggled in the tour events, and he's one of the lower-rated players from the remaining 8 now. But it's a nice surprise to see him there, and now a big matchup for Aryan against his boss, Anish Giri.
Aha! And then I'm noticing in 4th place we now have Praggnanandhaa Jovanka. It almost feels like a few tournaments ago, you know, he was fighting to qualify for knockouts, everyone was cheering for him. Now it kind of feels like a given that he's making it through.
Yeah, it kind of felt like that after the Oslo esports.
Yeah.
You know, he did so well, you know, seemed to be in his element. And this time he qualified with ease. And, you know, he's just shown consistently how he's able to bounce back, how he's able to play well, and a well-deserved spot. And now he faces Wei Yi, which is a little bit of an unknown.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. And Simon, who has impressed you the most in the first 4 days?
It has to be Anish, definitely. I mean, Anish hasn't lost a game yet. He's played fantastic chess, and after his last time he was here as well, he actually had a bit of a terrible tournament. So he's really turned that around, and just the stand of his chess has been really good. So yeah, Anish at the moment is doing fantastically well.
Yeah. And Anish, in the quarterfinals, he's gonna face his second, Arjan Tari. These are the quarterfinal matchups that will start today. Wei Yi against Praggnanandhaa, Mamedyarov against Ding Liren, Magnus Carlsen against David Anton. And then we're gonna follow the first game between Anish and Arjan. And Anish, he won the preliminaries, and before the tournament, he stopped by the Chessable offices to sign some stuff that you guys can win today.
Hi guys, I'm here at the Chessable office, ready to sign some stuff. Nice position. Good luck. Good merch. Excellent. Oh! The able.
There's actually only one rook endgame in this entire course because we had to tie the rook postulate.
You're
back
welcome.
To, you know, the endgame.
What are we reading here? Enjoy. What the hell are you doing? This is chessable, not checkerable.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. It's good stuff. I'm done here.
And imagine having Anish Giri's face in your sofa with a signed edition of New in Chess, reading about Anish Giri. Well, you can win this prize today. All you have to do is tweet us your selfie using the hashtag ChessChamps. So please tweet us your selfies. And of course, we also have a question of today.
Yeah, of course we do. And, well, we are asking the question, what is your goal in chess? And for today's prize, it is an awesome lifetime repertoire course on the Taiman Sicilian by Pentala Hari Krishna. And you can also tweet us your answer using the hashtag ChessChamps. Look forward to hearing what you guys are planning for the future.
Absolutely. And Anish Giri, he is an opening expert, also very much known for his tweets. He is currently ranked as world number 10, and he is facing Arjan Tari today, and Arjan has tweeted.
Yeah, he did, playing his boss today. I don't know whether that's a good sign or a bad sign, you know, to kind of say boss.
Well, kind of like everything to lose for Anish, nothing to lose for Arjan.
In a way,
Yeah.
but Arjan shouldn't show too much respect to Anish. Arjan has showed that he can beat these guys. He's one of the kind of on-form players right now, putting together a 4-game winning streak just in the last couple of days. So I think it's going to be closer than some people think.
Ah, interesting. Well, Anish Giri currently ranked as world number 10, and it all started in Russia 27 years ago.
Born in Russia, St. Petersburg, to father from Nepal and mother from Russia. My parents met in Russia because there was a program where they would invite a lot of foreign students from different countries, and Nepal was one of them. So it's not entirely accidental that my father from Nepal studied in Russia.
Living in Russia and with 2 grandparents who loved chess, Anish Giri was bound to start playing chess. But it was a book that got him hooked on the game.
My mother taught me when I was little. I didn't really learn it not immediately at least. Also, I don't know how patient she was at teaching me. But eventually I received the book as a gift when I was 6, I believe. And the book was called How to Become a Gentleman. And there were many chapters. Of course, those who know me well know I skipped all the chapters and went straight for the chess. So I didn't become a gentleman, but I do know how to play chess.
When he became better than his mother, she did something clever. And maybe that is the reason Anish is known for his confidence today.
My mother tricked my chess club. So I learned from the book, and then I played a lot with my mom. And only when she thought it was too much and she no longer could spend so much time playing me, then she gave me to the club. And by that point I was already, well, perhaps stronger than her. But what she told to my club teacher was that I'm a complete beginner, I only know the rules. And they put me in the lowest section and I won everything. And it continued like this for a very long time. So I kind of had like a head start. And I just was winning everything from the start. Yeah, it's great. So I know exactly what Magnus feels like. Nothing special.
But it's not all fun and games for Anish. He is one of the most hard-working players in chess.
If I had to do something which I wouldn't love, I don't think I would be as hardworking and as disciplined as I am with chess. So probably my passion for the game is my main strength. Of course, I would love to become a world champion, but you have to definitely be fortunate. Well, you have to do everything you can and be fortunate. So I'm doing my part and hope the fortune will smile.
Anish Giri, he has lived all over the world. He speaks several languages, but he is now living in the Netherlands and will be playing the quarterfinals from his home in The Hague at 6 o'clock in the evening to face Tari also at 6 o'clock, playing from Norway. And David, you're only a few years older than Anish. What do you remember from him growing up? Do you remember playing him?
I do, several times actually when we were quite young, and it did happen in the Netherlands in his home country. I played him in Wei Yi twice, and I think the second time we played, he was around 14 years old, and I went down some really theoretical mainline. I'd memorized everything, looked at it with the computer, but I stopped one move too soon. Of course, he had studied deeper, and by the time we left the opening, we both had all our time remaining on the clock. He was completely winning, and he crushed me. Wow. So even at 14, he's known it all. He's been an opening expert, and he's only got better since then, of course. So real talent.
And a great performance in Chessable Masters, obviously winning the preliminaries. Let's take a look at the head-to-head scores between himself and Arjan. They have both had a great tournament in terms of the tour rating.
Yeah, both gaining a bunch of points, and Anish gaining 47 points in this tournament alone, closing in on 2,800. If he does well today, maybe that 2,800 mark, but Arjan crossing 2,700 with a huge gain. Impressive form from both players.
And it does look like on the Fighting Chess Index that it is Arjan who will be pushing for those fighting games. Do you think that is correct, Jovanka? Will it be Arjan sort of bringing the fire in those games?
I think so. You know, he'll be quite motivated and enthusiastic to play his teacher, so to speak, Anish Giri. But also, you know, he'll feel like he's had a wind in his sails because, okay, yes, he started off not that great, but then he just kept on winning and everything seemed to align to him. And here he is getting ready, maybe sending a text message to his second trainer. And there we see Wei Yi.
All players getting ready for the knockout action. Quarterfinal starting today. Praggnanandhaa is playing Wei Yi, and is this Magnus Carlsen getting ready, playing from Denmark in this tournament. Magnus is going to face David Anton, and he will be a big favorite in that matchup. Is that his dad in the background?
It does look like his dad.
Yeah, family vacation. And here they are, the 8 players. Well, a few of them left in Chessable Masters. I have to say Anish is looking very focused and ready, and so is Arjan. Tari, what do you expect from, well, they know each other very well, but in terms of styles, David?
Yeah, actually I would say they have quite similar styles in a way. Anish has become a bit more dynamic as he's got older. In general, he's a very strategic player, likes to control games, not take too much risk. And Arjan, when he first burst onto the scene, he was a tactician. He was very aggressive, but he's kind of gone the other way. So now they're both quite universal in styles. I do fear maybe for Arjan in the opening. Of course, he's great in the opening too, but Anish knows everything that Anish knows. Anish knows everything that Arjan knows and more. So Yeah, it's all about the opening battle, I feel, and I think it's a big advantage that Anish starts with white. He will try and assert his authority if he can.
Already in the first game.
I think he'll try. If he can put pressure on, that'll be a big success for him.
So what will be the opening move, Simon?
Well, he was tweeting that it might be another Caro-Kann, but I say that and he's swapped it straight away with the Queen's Pawn opening against, because he got in a bit of trouble, Anish, with the white pieces yesterday when he played the King's Pawn move. So this is why he's going for something different. And we already see a bit of an unorthodox move there with the white knight coming in front of the queen, because that blocks the bishop in, it blocks the queen in. So it's a little bit strange, that move.
It definitely is a little bit strange, but it does have a purpose, and the purpose is simply, if white is allowed to, they are going to put another pawn in the centre, the e-pawn. It's going to march 2 squares forward. And maybe the game will develop into something a bit more similar to another opening that we kind of call the modern or the Perk.
Well, actually, I was watching a video, a Howl's How-To video yesterday called Opening Traps. Yes. And I think actually I remember it was something about putting the knight in that place, David.
Okay.
That somehow was an opening trap?
Possibly, I think in a slightly different opening, but sometimes putting your knights on squares that do block in your pieces, it can end very badly. So here, I don't think that's the case, but
it's a bit of a surprise for me, actually, this next move.
Yeah, but have you not played this yourself, Jovanka?
I have, and I had lost absolutely every single game I played. I did not like it. It was too passive for me, and I had to make some changes. So I'm very curious to see what Anish has, brought to this particular variation, because I felt very uncomfortable here with the white pieces.
I remember one game, Norwegian League 2020.
Yeah, you don't need to go into that.
Bad memories.
It is bad memories, because I lost every single game that weekend, so...
Simon, what do you think of this last move? I know you're a big supporter of pushing Harry the H-pawn when your opponents kind of created this formation. Ariane's done basically a mirror image, push the A-pawn.
Yeah, it's always, nearly always a good idea when your opponent goes to fianchetto to try and attack that structure. But I think kind of what's more interesting is the approach that Anish has taken to this game. He's clearly going for a non-theoretical opening, which I think is a little bit of a surprise, because we would assume that his openings are probably better than his second, because, so why go for an opening which is really not that theoretical? And what I mean by that, an opening where you don't really have to memorise the moves so much. It's more about just play. This is more your style, David, I'd say. This is more like you don't have to memorise the moves. It's not that important. You just got to know where the pieces go, and planning is so much more important, because it's not strictly like the tempo of the game is not critical as such. So that's quite interesting, I think. I didn't expect that from Anish to go for that style of play.
Yeah, I'm very surprised as well, because one of his biggest weapons, especially with white, they are his openings, Anish. And he's basically saying, no, I don't really worry. I'm not really kind of fussed about trying to get an advantage. I'm just getting a position. And he's trying to keep all the pawns, all the pieces on the board. No exchanges yet, and we might well see Tari just think a bit longer. He's the first one to try and pause now and come up with a plan, as Simon mentioned. It's just about choosing where the pieces go. It's not completely clear. There's just so much choice for black. Black's light square bishop, black's knight, both asleep. They can come out now, but where do you put them? What's the long-term goal in the middle game? It's those types of questions. It's not about surviving the opening anymore. So interesting strategic choice. Maybe Anish just trying to get in Tari's head. Bit of a surprise, and he's the first one to launch that surprise, which is normally a good thing.
Yeah, definitely, but I don't approve of this choice by Anish, just because I've got such bad memories with it. But it's not entirely clear for black, but it's also, in my experience, not entirely clear for white either, because there are no natural pawn breaks. Yes, you could perhaps push the C pawn forward, but then you concede some squares. And as we know in chess, squares are currency. The more squares you give, the more options you give to your opponent.
So, for example, I just put this bishop here just as an example, but it was actually played in the game. Very natural move. Black's bishop now improved, and just to show your point, Jovanka, on the board, if white ever pushes this pawn forward, which is actually quite a common idea from the Queen's Gambit, from a lot of other Queen's pawn openings, just to challenge black's stronghold, then the square you give away is this one. It's an eternal outpost for black, and black can very easily occupy that square in white's half of the board with his knight later on. And likewise for black, in the current position. If black, for example, ever does the same and pushes this pawn forward, then he gives away the square next door, and white controls this square for eternity. So, yeah, it's a bit of a weird standoff. I'm expecting to see this bishop move. Yeah, there we go, just to get the white king castled. And a lot of maneuvering ahead.
But is that a goal in chess, to control all the squares on the board, all 64 squares?
Then you get... Well, you can't quite control all 64 squares, can you?
Maybe. It is, I think, technically legal to kind of have make 8 queens on the board. You could control all the lions, all the files, all the ranks.
I wonder if it's been a game between 2 grandmasters where every single square has been controlled. That's quite a weird question. Has there ever been a grandmaster game where one grandmaster has controlled every single square? You know, I mean, in a serious game, unlikely. It's unlikely, isn't it?
Yeah. Maybe when there's a big imbalance between strengths, a very strong player against a very.
But can you guys, if you played me, can you imagine a way to control all the squares on the board? Is there?
I think you'd have to queen a lot of pawns. So if you can queen your pawns, get more queens, then you could do it that way probably. But
then the opponent would also control some squares too.
Just take all their pieces off the board. Just eliminate them. Just don't bother. Just take them off, and then you'll get there eventually, won't you? There's been some. Yeah, I mean, I've seen some of these challenges before where, you know, you have to checkmate with a certain pawn that you write down before the game and things like this, which is like...
Seen you do that successfully, Simon.
Yeah, I've done that once or twice on the stream, but it's quite fun, you know, to sort of, you know, give little challenges.
It's like a game of pool or billiards, what do you call it? When you have to name where you're gonna...
Yeah, put the black ball or a bit similar to that. I mean...
That's a little bit easier maybe than naming which pawns you want to checkmate with.
But, you know, it wasn't quite squares, but I know that former world champion Bobby Fischer used to do this to people. You know, he'd be playing in tournaments and he'd be like, I'm the youngest here, but you're the oldest. You're going to lose to me.
I mean, I remember playing in a team which was called the Drunken Knights Chess Club. Pretty good name, I think. It was quite a famous team in London, but we had one in my home village, and as well. And it's probably
strong in chess or in drinking?
Both.
Well,
equally strong in both.
The drinking game was very strong. The chess was okay, but we'd give ourselves challenges before the match. So we'd actually play in a pub, and we'd give ourselves little challenges like, you know, you can't move the queen, and the person who doesn't move the queen the longest, you still have to win the game. You know, we'd all put a little bit of money in the pot and do that. So it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun doing this, and playing in a pub was just weird, though. I remember we were playing there, and we were playing a very strong team. And this guy just opened the door and, chess? What are you lot doing playing chess? Stupid game. And he walked out. So it was like, yeah.
I remember the motto, it was, wasn't it, a drinking club with a chess problem?
That was it, yeah.
I love
Drinking society.
Yeah, it was great. But it was so friendly, and you know, that's shows the other side to chess, that you don't, you know, it's not all about professionals playing. You can enjoy it with your friends in a nice environment.
And it can be a very social game.
Very social games there, yeah.
I mean, there's no reason why it has to be so quiet, you know. Yeah. I mean, in Norway, I think they might still have it, but they used to have this kind of national NM, national championship in coffee chess, they called it. And the whole point was that you should be as social as you liked. You could talk to your opponent, you could troll your opponent, you could drink, and it was really different. I mean, I played in it once and I had a great time, but it was so strange to suddenly hear my opponent go, "Yeah, you're losing, aren't you?" I was like, what? Silence, please.
All right, well, we do have a few moves
and
on the board.
The first pieces have left the board. So we did just see a knight trade, and I hesitate to call it the first critical moment of the game, but a bit of a timid decision from Tari, just to go back and, OK, white's king is now castled, but just to rewind a couple of moves. Here, white played knight takes knight, and I think if Tari was really, really feeling aggressive, he might have played pawn takes knight. This is maybe my first instinct, at least, because when the white knight now kicked away from its ideal post, when it retreats, black can start chipping away at the white centre. Look at these bishops. It's all about the tension here. Maybe white is OK, but the black bishop definitely putting pressure on. Instead of taking that risk, it is a bit of a risk since white now has targets. These doubled pawns aren't great. Instead of this, Arian decided, OK, not going to imbalance the pawn structure. He takes with his bishop, and after white castles, he goes for the same plan, but maybe less effective. And remember, now this is eternally a outpost for white's pieces. Watch out for a white bishop or maybe even a white knight later on in the game landing on this square. And there's tension on this diagonal, as mentioned. Right now, white can't play pawn takes pawn because his bishop would be hanging along the diagonal. So it's a bit of a lock and key situation. Black can choose when to unlock this diagonal and trade off a set of pawns. In the meantime, it's not 100% clear what white does first.
I mean, this reminds me, I think it was yesterday, was saying Anish wrote about this game in New in Chess magazine, and he was saying that the bishop that's defended, fianchettoed, so we can highlight that one in front of the king, is always a little bit better than the bishop on the other side of the board, which is not defended, and I think that's the case here. White can't move the pawn in the centre, but somehow Black's got a little bit of better protection there. So that's, I guess, one advantage Black has in this position, this diagonal. But I agree that there's a lot of weakened squares as well that White has maybe control of.
Yeah, maybe this one. It's interesting that that's kind of Anish's rule, right? But then he's the one with the worst bishop in this scenario. So maybe he's feeling uncomfortable. He wants to have Black's bishop, and with that kind of discomfort that he's feeling, he pushes a pawn forward. Oh, that's an ugly move, blocking in his own bishop, but it was just the tension along this diagonal I think he was a bit too worried about. So, yeah, it's ugly putting a pawn on this square, but it's also very solid. You've kind of locked down everything. You're protecting your pawn in the centre twice. So, pros and cons there.
And maybe it's also saying to Black, hey, you can't put your knight where you want to put it, on the c6 square, because maybe after that move, you can just simply go pawn takes pawn. Yep. Get greedy.
Yeah, white can grab a pawn because now this diagonal is blocked. The white bishop, at least, is protected. So maybe a small kind of hint of a threat on the board, pawn takes pawn. I'm expecting Arian just to defend that maybe with his queen. I'm not sure which square, this one, just to keep an eye on his pawn here. Yeah, early days, but whose position do we prefer?
Seems very equal to me at the moment. Yep. I mean, I would say it's too early to decide. Anish has just, gone into this position with this kind of middle game in mind. I would have thought, very boring. Am I allowed to say that? Manoeuvring, I'd say. I mean, it's not fireworks yet, but it will become more interesting.
Simon, you're 3 a.m. in the morning, and I've shaken you awake, and I say you have to choose white or black. Which one would you choose?
Black.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go black. Only because I like playing with more space. But 3 o'clock in the morning and you're shaking me awake. Now, let me just think about that.
No.
Is your husband watching?
OK. The game is just, I wanted to put you on the spot.
I'm just putting you back on the spot there. Let's move.
I get outmaneuvered by you, Simon, at every turn.
Let's move on quickly. I mean, I was going to say black because it feels like black has a little bit more space. Just a little bit, but I mean, there's not much in it, is there?
Here's another kind of angle for the same question in a way, but whose style do you think it suits more, Giri or Tari, this type of position?
I'd imagine Giri, right? Yeah. I mean, because Anish likes quite safe positions. I mean, generally. I mean, he can play... Well, people forget that Anish can play extremely aggressive as well. I mean, he had this reputation of being a draw master, but that was a bit unfair in a lot of respects. But
especially recent years.
Yeah, he's so exciting now. But I think Arian prefers the dynamic game, so it's more... This is maybe not what Black would really want, but you're equal, so you can't complain too much either.
I have to say, I still, despite playing this type of opening with the white pieces, I'm still traumatised by those results. I actually like...
Sure, you're only traumatised by that?
Simon.
OK, back to the chess.
Yeah, so I was going to say that I really like Black's position just because it's easier to play. I mean, I really don't see what White's plan is.
Also, you mentioned, Simon mentioned earlier the Caro-Kann, and this pawn structure could easily arise from the Caro-Kann defence. It started as a queen's pawn opening, but this type of position, has massive similarities, especially in terms of pawn structure, to those positions that I think you've got some experience in, Jovanka, and I know that Arian Tari played the Caro-Kann yesterday against Anish. He's got experience in this type of pawn structure as well. Meanwhile, White's bishop, we mentioned he blocked in his own bishop, a bit of an ugly move. Now it's found a better diagonal.
And bishops on the rim.
Yeah.
Are those
okay? No, they're not. They're okay because the bishop is a long-range piece. They can even be on their starting squares and be incredible. So it's just the knights that need to be really in the centre. or they need to have a specific purpose in mind if they're going to be placed in some unusual square.
The one thing you don't want with your bishops, though, you don't want to stare at your own pawns. So you want an open diagonal to look at, or you want to target one of your opponent's pawns or pieces, or you want to pin your opponent's knights, maybe. That's another kind of dream.
So very sensible move then by Anish here.
Very good. Yeah. I mean, with bishops, you're always looking to, and this is borrowing a Soviet phrase, you know, lengthen the diagonal. And you even do this when your opponent has put a pawn in your own bishop's way. You try to break that line, that diagonal apart. And, Ariane playing very sensibly, developing the queen.
I mean, these kind of games, they are much more, I did say the word boring, but you can learn a lot more, I think, from games like this than from big tactical battles. Because when you're watching, a big tactical battle, it's literally, you have to just find a tactic. But seeing how top players manoeuvre their pieces is, I think, a much more interesting way to improve your positional chess, because they move differently to most other players. So why are they playing those moves? What are their ideas? And Anish's idea of moving the pawn and the bishop, I wouldn't have seen that. I wouldn't have played that. So I think they're much better to learn from these types of games for manoeuvring battles. So they do have that benefit. I think.
It's like you can test your wits and just see how they kind of piece their pieces together. Piece their pieces. I didn't mean to say that, but that's what came out. But anyway, it's how they harmonise together and how he will try to find a point that he can put Ariane Tari or Ariane Tari to Anish. They will try to put their opponents under pressure. And this is a very tense battle so far. And whilst the players are deep in thought, well, we do have two competitions. I'm super excited about this. We have a quiz of the day, where we're asking what is your goal in chess. And we also have a selfie competition to win the good stuff, as Anish called it, a signed cushion and New in Chess magazine. And Honeybees, she's been very smart here, she's actually combined her answer to show a selfie and her goal. And she says that her goal is to promote her chess opening called the Bees opening, and a female and American invented opening, the Bee Defense.
Bee Defense.
Yes.
Oh, that's a cool name.
Yep, that is a cool goal as well, to have your own opening. Look forward to seeing what the Bee Defense is. And Ryan Baker, I think, is a Doctor Who fan, but says River Song and Daddy love our commentators and the great chess. And River Song, of course, is she the...
One of the...
I have no idea.
The people who accompany the time. No, Amy Pond was the one.
I have no idea what's going on at the moment.
River Song was the daughter of Amy Pond. That's no spoilers, but
yes, yeah.
She was a love interest for one of the doctors on the show.
Yes.
Oh, Doctor Who. Okay.
Yeah,
right,
that's a great name, Ryan. And thank you for watching the show.
Wait, who?
Did you say Doctor Who?
And meanwhile, Anish tries to get rid of Black's strong bishop in the centre of the board.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Black's bishop has a choice. Simon, are you a bishop or knight man? Which piece is Black's bishop going to capture? Has a choice of two.
It obviously depends on the situation, and I think generally you'd take the bishop. I'm looking at ideas of taking the knight and then lunging with the pawn in the centre of the board, but I can't do that at the moment, and I have to be very careful making any committal decisions. So I'd probably take the bishop, or maybe I don't even need to take the bishop. Maybe I can play something else. Again, these are the kind of position I have to admit I sometimes struggle with, because it's just finding a plan. And if you're not used to these positions, it's like, okay, it's much harder to automatically move your pieces to good squares. I mean, maybe I'd put a rook in the middle of the board if I wasn't sure what to do. Maybe I'd put that rook even behind the e-pawn, the other one in the middle. This is the kind of things I'd be thinking of, just waiting for something to happen. But it's not easy to know, for me, the right plans here for either side.
Yeah, so the reason you want to put your rook here is, as you mentioned, actually, is to explode open the centre, pushing this pawn 2 squares forward. There's 2 ways to play this. Either, for example, you trade off a bishop for a knight, and then you say, OK, I'm the only one with a knight now, so I'm just going to block up the centre. For example, you move your rook across. Next move, you just push your pawn. You just sit and lock things down.
He's done it.
OK, he's done exactly this, actually. Next move, as well as pushing this pawn 1 square, he could push it 2 squares. For example, I'm not even sure what white does here, to be honest. I'm assuming he moves one of his rooks. But then the pawn pushes, and this bishop is actually going to become the key piece. After a trade of pawns here, black is doing fantastically well, hitting the bishop, hitting the queen, and actually targets as well in the white camp. So big, I think, strategic threat suddenly to push this pawn 2 squares, but Arian has the choice. If he feels he's not ready, for example, if white makes a move, if he feels he's not ready to push the pawn 2 squares and commit, open things up for the white bishops, then he can just sit. And even this structure, from my experience with the Caro-Kann and similar openings, this is pretty decent for black as well, because actually, other than a potential kingside attack for white, which I know Simon would definitely go for, other than this, white lacks a plan. So here it would become very one-dimensional, and it would become all about whether white can attack, which takes a long, long time, actually. But that's, I think, the question in the current position. Is Arian going to open things up, kind of make things spicy, put Giri under pressure by pushing a pawn 2 squares forward next move, or is he just going to take a slow strategic approach? It feels like Tari is the one with the kind of next card up his sleeve. And Anish knows that something's coming. He just has to be ready for it.
And how interesting that one pawn, moving it 2 squares or 1 square, is the big difference in the game.
Yeah, massive difference.
Wow.
And I have a feeling he's going to try and push it 2 squares just because he's slightly more dynamic, at least in instinct, Arian Tari. But we'll see. Giri's slightly low on the clock as well. I don't think his opening experiment has been a success. I think, I wasn't sure earlier, but Jovanka might be right. This choice of opening...
Not the best.
Objectively not the most ambitious, but also stylistically just not suiting Giri. He definitely doesn't look comfortable at the moment.
All right. Well, all the quarterfinal matches, they are in game 1, and this is a day with shotgun starts. So as soon as they finish the game, they will have 15 minutes until game 2 starts. So it's going to be chess going on at all times today. It's a very fun day in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. And the bar in all of the games, I mean, roughly to the center, but in the game 1 between Magnus Carlsen and David Anton, definitely looks like the world champion has an advantage with the white pieces. Yeah, and Anish playing a preparatory move, I would say. It actually appealed to me, and it came to me when David was showing out his lines, you know, that after, should Arian play the pawn break in the center, you know, there is something, if a knight appears on the e5 square, it would be on the same diagonal as the queen. So this kind of gives some possibility for the queen just to dodge the attack and step 1 move to the right.
Yeah, let's just show this.
We might see it.
It's gone for it.
Yep, so when the pawn steps forward after a trade, Anish's idea is to pin this black knight. sorry. Yeah, so it looks like this is about to happen. So the black knight doesn't have time to go and remove this white bishop, because if it does, then the black queen is actually loose and hanging. So it would drop off the board. So this is indeed the current position. Jovanka called it, and now I'm expecting this queen to either move or be defended. You can defend it with the black rook by bringing it across, defending the queen, or you can maybe move her and maybe eye up this pawn. This, however, can be blocked. Remember this key square that we talked about a while ago. It is eternally white's to occupy, and white can use his bishop, and because it's protected by a pawn, it's an outpost, and it does actually block out this black queen from the game.
It's quite risky, Arian playing like this, positionally wise, because he's changed the pawn structure, Arian, and he's changed it to the detriment of his position. His position structurally has become worse because of the pawn here highlighted in the middle. That cannot be defended by another pawn. I think we mentioned this, it's like, you know, pawny no mates, isn't it? This one. It hasn't got any of its mates next to it to defend it. So it's always going to be a target of pawny no mates in the middle.
It's the deep pawn, Simon. David no mates.
Oh, David always has mates, wherever David is. So it's, but it's quite risky, because if black doesn't keep the activity up, he's just made his structure worse, and he's opened up the bishops for white as well. So I don't know, Jovanka, I'm not sure I like it.
I agree with you totally there, Simon. I mean, it's like bad experiences all over again. So my terrible experiences, all from this white side of this particular opening, all came about when black simply waited. They waited in those type of positions with all the minor pieces on, and they just said, what you going to do? What you going to do when I come for you? And I was like, I don't know.
Do you have a music challenge, Jovanka, now?
No, it just came to my mind. You know, there's one thing about me, Kaja, I'll let you in all in a secret. There's always some song, some theme tune happening in my mind. It's just
lyrics.
Yeah, I wake up in the morning and I have a tune in my head. And someone once said to me, I think it was your friend Oddbjörn, who said, maybe you should have been a musician in another life. And I'm like, well, maybe.
Yeah. Well, chess and music, there are comparisons to those. And the knight has moved.
Yeah, back where it came from, though. Arian's queen now. I don't like the positioning of the black queen. We mentioned that the white bishop just kind of locks it out of the game. And the black knight, it sat on this square a few moves ago. I understand it's gone and done a job. It's went to capture a pawn. It's come back now, but it feels like it's time for white's rook, white's remaining rook next to his king, to just centralise, occupy an open line. I'm not really sure black's next move, unless black wants to push his pawn in the centre of the board, but that also comes with risk. Black's isolated pawn, maybe it will push forward. Maybe that's Arian's big plan, but yeah, the white bishop's looking pretty good now.
Yeah, I mean, playing this break that black's played, you should really have a plan in mind, and if the plan is just to remove pawns from the board and make your opponent's bishop stronger, it seems rather strange. And this could be like, you know, Arian is the younger player. He's very good actively, but again, it could just be a sign of a weakness in his game, maybe. I'd have been very tempted to do the same. I probably would have done the same because I like active play, but it can often backfire. And I think maybe a bit of maturity there has just been shown that holding the position, I think would have been a safer option at least here. I fear for black a little bit here in the long run.
And why is that? What is the main weakness in that black position?
Yeah, well, it's the pawn in the middle, so it's old Davy No Mates or whatever he is, and in the middle, and there we go. So white is now lining up against that pawn. So that pawn is going to be under some pressure. You just can't defend it with another pawn the way the structure is. And if you ever push that pawn forwards, which maybe we can show, you know, just if we simply take that pawn off, and let's say the knight comes in, the bishop moves to c4. You look at this position and suddenly, well, who's got the two bishops? White's got the two bishops, and bishops work in positions where there's no pawns because there's no pawns to block them in. I know the black knight is very strong at the moment, but in general rule is bishops are just very good in open positions, and that's the way this game is going, giving white some advantage, I feel, in the position. So this is where I just fear a little bit. We have another move, though, on
that does
on
not
board.
look good to me.
Yeah, this last move, knights on the rim are very dim normally. And I guess there's a specific idea. Yes, you're attacking this bishop. Oh, your instincts are right there, Kaja. The computer hates this move as well. The evaluation bar hates this move. So the idea is you're attacking this white bishop, and, for example, if it runs away, because you want to keep your bishops intact, if it runs away somewhere, for example, then the black queen is open to go and capture a pawn.
Sorry, I've cheated.
Okay,
I just cheated. I don't normally cheat, but occasionally I do when I'm feeling lazy. So I'm having a little cheaty moment, and I've just looked at the computer, and there is a move here which is extremely strong for white, but maybe only one move, which will give white a very nice position. My
first instinct was maybe push this pawn forward, guard this bishop, but now you've said there's something bigger. It must be to do with, okay, bring this bishop in, maybe?
You know, it doesn't take you long, David.
No, but I don't think I would have seen this, actually, if you hadn't given me that hint.
I saw it, but I just thought the rook moves to the left. And
yeah, but I think guessing he's played it. I think you can just take the pawn in the middle, maybe. Oh, then another pawn drops.
Yes, I forgot about that.
Maybe you can see this pawn in the middle. Yeah. It's complicated. For example, here, the black queen can also swing across. White has two undefended pieces. You have to be a bit careful. But what is the idea? Can white's bishops continue chasing the black rooks, maybe?
Maybe this is it. Maybe the other bishop comes in.
Look at this. Look at these bishops now. We talked about long-range pieces, how they're fine on their starting squares. These bishops are anything but on their starting squares, controlling nearly every escape square for this black rook. This black rook only has one safe square, right?
Yeah, I mean, those bishops are actually fantastic, aren't they, with the rook? And this is kind of the danger we were mentioning, that you open up the bishops, they come to play.
And next move, maybe now you capture this weak pawn in the centre of the board and you defend your bishop in the process. What can black even move here?
It's good, Jovanka, doesn't it?
So, he can take the pawn, is what I wanted to say.
Oh, OK. It gets complicated. Queen takes pawn.
Hello.
Your rook is hanging. White's rook is hanging.
There's rooks everywhere going on here. So.
I mean, look at this. Queen takes rook. Queen takes rook, and It's been a trade, it's level material, but surely White's doing well with these 3 dominant pieces.
Should be good.
Actually, how many pieces are on the 7th row?
There's a fair few there, aren't there? So, OK, but he didn't play it. He didn't play it. So he's played the more sort of obvious move, I'd say. But
he took this pawn.
But that bishop move was looking really strong.
Yeah.
You found there, David, actually. Really good move.
So what's the answer? You know, should black swing the queen to the e6 square and attack the rook and the bishop?
Double attack, I guess, is his idea to bring his queen in and offer a trade here, maybe. It feels a bit loose. I don't like having this white king on a back rank with no escape squares. It feels like you've got to be really careful. For example, rook takes rook, and it looks like you're about to get checkmated. This would indeed be checkmate, but the white bishop can ride to the rescue. This bishop can slide back and block the check. So maybe it's just about OK for Anish Giri, and he still has these great pieces, like bones in the throat for black, deep in the black camp. So it's probably still good, but I prefer keeping the bishops, and in the current position, there's actually options for Tari. He can also remove this bishop with his knight.
Your move looks a lot stronger, David, and just keeping the bishops. And they actually control so many squares on those strange placements. So and you'd leave that black knight on that stupid square as well. Why allow black to exchange off that really weird knight there?
I think if Anish had more than 2.5 minutes, he probably would have played this move and kind of established these 2 monster bishops.
Are you a little bit worried for Anish's time?
Slightly, although the position is maybe turning in his favour. It's definitely black on the defensive here. I think Arian, the onus is on him to try and equalise this game and try and hold.
And do you think now the key for Arian is then to find a move that prevents Anish from moving that bishop to that fantastic square?
He has a few options. You know, he has to first of all calculate the attacks and of course the captures, and I do quite like the knight takes bishop that you mentioned, and I don't know, it's such a fiery position.
It's got this is the thing, isn't it, Jovanka? You get these kind of, I said it, boring opening, but nearly every boring opening they just come to life. So it doesn't really matter how you play the opening sometimes. I mean, exchange Frenches, you know, they're supposed to be the most boring opening ever, but they often become so tactical. And it's going the way that you mentioned here, David.
Yeah. That's the thing. If you've got 2 exciting players, give them a boring position, they'll liven it up. They'll find a way.
Definitely.
Exactly. And humanity rules.
And why did Anish take with his rook and not pawn here?
Good question. I think he wanted to firstly gain time. The white rook was attacking the black queen, so you kind of force your opponent's move. I think it's every chess player's instinct to make sure your opponent only has 1 logical option, or you don't want to give them 4 or 5 good options. Also, I guess if the white pawn had recaptured and stood where the white rook currently stands, then white would have double pawns on the b file. So it's strategic stuff.
And rook takes pawn for black is still in the air, right?
Big threat, actually.
It is big threat, right?
Can you, I mean, sorry, Jovanka, yeah. I was thinking of queen e3. I just want to simplify, like, that's, maybe there's other moves here as well.
Try and get the queens off the board, because if you don't, I mean, for example, if you get greedy, your bishop's under fire. For example, if you take this black pawn, white is 2 pawns up temporarily, but we talked about the king a few moves ago, and as Jovanka mentioned, rook takes pawn is potentially on the board. It's very complicated, actually. White does have some counter checks against the black king, whose king is weaker. But the idea, for example, just to show, would be after rook takes rook, suddenly the white king is indeed trapped. Back rank checkmate, as we call it. So it's so complicated. Can white get away with taking this pawn? For example, rook takes pawn and meeting this move with a check, protected by its queen. Or is he going to take the safer option, as Simon mentioned? And I know which one I would choose if I didn't have much time on the clock. Giri now under 1 minute. I would definitely choose to try and trade queens, probably in this manner as well. Just get the queens off the board. White is temporarily 1 pawn up and another pawn about to fall. So getting the queens off the board, I think, is definitely the safest option. I'm still trying to calculate this one myself. Rook takes pawn, but I don't think Giri should waste too much more time thinking about a pawn grab. Don't be greedy when you have 30 seconds on your clock. Keep things safe. Get the queens off the board.
Yeah.
And that's his style as well. Oh, he drops his bishop back.
That should be good, right? It prevents any rook takes pawn or bishop takes pawn ideas.
Yep, it blocks this line for the black rook. Let's go back to the players because it's really heating up. Giri on 38 seconds. 3 minutes down on the clock, but he has 1 extra pawn on the board. So Arian's still on the board, at least. He's the one fighting for the draw.
And you also mentioned the white king. It doesn't have any luft, I guess.
Luft, no
Is that
breathing
still
space.
a problem? Does he need to move one of those pawns?
Yes.
Very good.
But you,
This is good stuff.
Kaja's-
On fire today.
We need
So
to enter Kaja into a tournament, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
No. It would be like under 6.
I've had so many comments from people watching the show, and they say they're super impressed by your standard. Like to begin with, they were like, "We don't think Kaja knows too much."
Yeah.
And then suddenly, every single show, she gets better. You get better and better and better.
Yeah.
And now you're like, "Oh, back rank mate."
I think you could beat Magnus H6 or Magnus H7.
I have in the app. Yeah. I'm at like 8 years old.
Okay,
but I'm
8, yeah.
struggling on 8 years old.
Well, he was already good at 8 years old, Magnus. So.
It's a hard app, that one. So,
Meanwhile, yeah, I think you're completely right, Kaja. If Anish gets one move, if Tari does nothing here, wastes a move, then White's H-pawn will just step forward 1 square, maybe 2 squares. Give the White King an escape route. So that's why Tari has to do something quickly. He has to try and seize the moment, utilise the fact that the White King is a tactical weakness. And I don't see it, though, at the moment, I must confess. The White Rook and White Bishop on the 5th rank, they're pretty stable for now. It's hard to kick them away. And if you can't kick them away, how are Black's rooks getting into the game? Yeah, maybe the evaluation bar saying +1 for White. That means White does have a 1 safe extra pawn. And, OK, this rook lift is met by an offer of a queen trade. Very logical. Your idea, Simon, in play now.
yeah, it looks pretty good for White, doesn't it? I mean, a safe pawn probably here.
All of White's pieces are well placed, and OK, Ariane says no, thank you. I'm not trading off queens. But now Kaja's idea comes into force. Look at that, the king has got some lift.
Yeah.
Feels nice.
Yes.
And as soon as that move is played, the evaluation bar shoots up for White. OK, it shoots back down slightly, but yeah, it's looking very one-sided right now. And when in doubt, push the H-pawn.
Push Harry.
Push Harry.
Yeah.
Oh, we had this awesome entry into our quiz of the day. I have
About
to read
Harry?
it. It is about Harry.
Oh.
But I'll read it at a less
Critical
time.
Yeah, it is a critical moment, and we did see Black push a pawn 2 squares forward, and rather than the kind of allow the advance of Harry, White has done the same. White has just locked down the whole king side now. No real pawn breaks on this right half of the board. Play will switch back to the other flank. Oh, I'm trying to stifle a sneeze.
Yep.
Oh dear.
Tongue.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
I never
that was nearly a
forget
very
that.
embarrassing moment.
We had that tweet like a year ago. Someone saying, if you want to stifle a sneeze, then you put your tongue all the way up in your...
Really? In your mouth? Oh, right.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
think I'm just so full of nervous tension watching the game.
Yeah. And the bar now, it definitely goes up for Anish after this move by Ariane.
Yeah, I understand what Ariane's trying to do. He's trying to put pressure on White's bishop. He's trying to kick away the White bishop because then the Black rooks will be great. But I don't really see the immediate threat. Maybe he wants to push a pawn to kick away this White bishop even.
Under 20 seconds, though. I mean, this is the one hope that Ariane's got, that Anish is very short time, and the queens are still on the board, making it more
How
complex.
did he make that move? His hands are on his head.
Oh!
Oh, wow.
Levitation.
Yeah.
What?
Wait, he did this yesterday as well. He
It
is
wasn't a pre-move. It took a while.
the Jedi Master. Actually, I want to see that again. what other parts of his body could he be using?
Maybe his young son came in and just kind of went rogue on the mouse.
Don't look at me like that. Sorry. No, don't. Oh dear. Get that image out. So back to the game.
What?
Pushing a
It
pawn.
must have been a pre-move, but maybe technical stuff was a little late.
Maybe there was a lag, or maybe his webcam froze just for a few seconds.
think
Maybe.
so.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's the only explanation I can come up with. Will it happen again? OK, his hands are on his head. He's got under 20 seconds. Let's all watch Anish Giri. And he did it again.
What?
That wasn't a pre-move.
That's twice in a row, isn't it? I don't.
That's not a pre-move.
That's not a pre-move
No, 'cause
because Black could have played anything, and this was not a safe pre-move.
How's he doing this?
How is this
the magician?
He's a Jedi.
He is clearly the Jedi. Yeah. He's like,
Maybe
you know,
use the Force,
Maybe it's
Anish.
voice activated. He could be just like rook F1.
telekinetic kind of
He's-
magic.
Wouldn't that be kind
yeah.
of like cheat? I mean, the mouse skill, that's very important, right?
Yeah,
You need
exactly.
to actually use the mouse.
Yeah, and it probably wouldn't be a good idea.
Must be the webcam freezing.
No. The hand is down.
Maybe there's just a delay with the camera. I mean, I think that's the
That is
most logical.
very strange, though.
Yeah.
And Ariane down to 40 seconds on the clock. But I have to say, Anish's move was slightly mysterious to me.
Yeah, I think
safety first. I think it's good kind of speed chess tactics, kind of good strategy. When you're low on the clock, just protect everything. White's rook now on a safe square. And Anish, Arian there, he was just kind of gesturing. Is that a mouse slip? That must be a mouse slip. He was shaking his head.
Oh, really? Was there...
I don't know what Black's rook move was doing, simply. Black's rook on a terrible square now, and
might be
queen trade would end the game almost.
Yeah, I'm sure he was going to move that rook and attack the queen. Yeah. But now Anish has offered a queen trade, and it's quite a powerful move, actually, because you're going to have to... You're forced
Tari
to
down to 2 seconds. Oh, he made that move with a few seconds left, and queen's coming off the board. That is going to signal the end now.
And another pawn is going to drop, actually, after queen takes queen. Oh, no, you don't have to...
Well, maybe you can take the pawn.
You can take the pawn.
You can just grab it, yeah.
There we go. 2 pawns up now for Anish Giri.
Yeah.
It's just a mopping up job now. He just needs to keep everything nice and safe and protected. He has no weaknesses, though, Giri. Nothing for Tari to attack. Yeah, the white bishop drops back. Look how everything's protected in White's camp. Literally every single pawn, every single piece protected.
Maybe his strategy just worked perfectly in this game. I mean, he wasn't going for an open advantage. He was basically thinking... I'm going to wait until Arian does something. And as soon as he did something, the position just got worse and worse, didn't it? So it kind of worked perfectly.
Obviously, they've worked together. They know each other well. So Anish is, like you say, psychologically outwitting Arian and saying, hey, I know that you have a tendency to be impatient and to want to do things. And, OK, Arian simply retreating the bishop. It's difficult to suggest a move, actually, for him. He just has to wait and see what Anish comes up with.
Black's pieces aren't even active. So when you're 2 pawns down in an endgame, sometimes you get compensation by throwing your pieces forward, attacking weaknesses, forcing your opponent on the defensive, but that's not even the case here. Tari is 2 clear pawns down, and if all the rooks come off the board, game over. If White's pawns push forward, game over. Tari, out of ideas, and it's just all about Anish's experience. He used it really well in those critical moments, when to trade queens off, when to defend everything, and I think this is a model game, actually, how to handle complicated positions when you're low on time. He did it perfectly.
There's no tricks here either. I mean, this is the only thing that Black tried to do, something on the king side, but I love what White's doing here, swapping pieces off. When you're 2 pawns up, try to swap things off, and this is why Black's kept the rook on the board, going for a potential pawn push to create some openings in the position, but it's not really going to work out.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Even maybe rook
takes bishop here.
Yeah, swap some more pieces off.
Winning style, Simon.
Yeah,
that was a nice tactic.
Yeah,
and we say, it has happened. White has given up a rook for a bishop, but White's bishop is going to enter the centre of the board. If the black rook moves away, White's rook actually goes to the corner and checkmates the black king. And there we go. I think Arian Tari, he has resigned, about to lose even more material.
It's over. And just seconds after Ding Liren wins the first game of the quarterfinals, going up in the lead against Mamedyarov, Anish Giri does the same against Arian Tari. He is a big favorite in the match, and with the white pieces, Anish gets that win. And it was a very interesting game. Can you take us through it, David?
It was a very interesting game, and the resignation at the end happened actually very quickly. So I just want to explain again why Black resigned. And here we mentioned that White has 2 extra pawns. White has this 3 versus 1 advantage on the left flank. Any endgame is winning for him. But when in doubt, in an endgame, when you're ahead of material, just trade things off, keep things simple. And the killer blow was actually quite a nice tactic as well. Rook takes bishop, giving up the white rook temporarily, but after this bishop move, White is going to regain the material with interest. Here, the black rook is under fire, under attack from the white bishop, and if it does move, then suddenly this is checkmate. A very sudden attack, the white rook protected by its bishop in the centre of the board. So in this final position, there's nothing to do. You have to just protect your rook with your other rook, but after a trade here, the white rook does the job, picks off with a check, picks off this final pawn. Really nice, smooth technique there from Giri. As soon as he won 1 pawn, the rest was never in doubt.
The quarterfinals have started with some decided results. Ding Liren won game 1 with the black pieces, actually, against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, and coming up in about 10 minutes. Game 2 will start, and we're going to follow the action between Ding and Mamedyarov. It's going to be interesting. I'm looking forward to that one. That should be explosive, I suppose.
I think so.
Yeah, Mamedyarov has to make a comeback.
Yeah, he has to, and he has such an aggressive style. You know, you have to bring your tactical A game. No, it's going to be a lot of fun.
It's going to be a lot of fun, and we're going to have a lot of fun right now as well, because we're going to talk about chess openings, and we're joined by an expert in the field, Kamil Plichta. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, thank you for inviting me.
How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm great. Today my countrymen won this big tournament in Poland, this super bet Rapid and Blitz. So Duda beat Shevchenko in the final game. It was a crazy game. He won, so we in Poland were very happy about that.
Oh, that's interesting, actually. I mean, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he also won the Oslo Esports Cup a few weeks ago. The candidates is coming up. What is the chess vibe in Poland right now?
Oh, it's crazy. I mean, everybody's playing chess. He's a superstar. Basically, he's a superstar. First player in history who is such a superstar.
Fantastic. And I announced you as an expert in chess openings. You really are. You have a bunch of Chessable courses, Kamil, almost as many as Simon. Not as many, but you have a bunch of them. And what is it about chess openings and chess in general that fascinates you so much?
Yeah, that's also the question that I'll try to answer, because people usually hate openings, hate preparation, hate studying openings, and if they have to like sit with some program and work on openings, they're like, okay, I hate chess, I don't want to do it. And I don't know why, but with me it was completely the opposite. I always hated doing some puzzles. I didn't like studying classics. I just liked to play blitz and work on openings. So for me it was natural.
Fantastic. I like the openings as well. And we've been doing some stats for Chessable Masters on the most played openings in the whole 2022 season of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. And I want to show you those stats, Kamil, because I'm interested in hearing if you're surprised to see that the Sicilian is the most played and the English opening in second place.
I mean, Sicilian definitely doesn't surprise me. I mean, we have those 5 big openings here that are very, very popular. Sicilian, Queen's Gambit declined, Ruy Lopez Italian. What surprises me is that English is so high. It's like, you know, 15, 20 years ago, people were mostly playing E4, playing D4, and now maybe the fact that this is the Rapid tournament is influencing the fact that English is played a lot.
Yeah. And is that a sign? So for beginners or maybe players not as highly rated as these top players, is that a sign that maybe the English opening is a good idea to study?
I mean, my philosophy is that you should study and play what you like. You find the positions, the openings that you enjoy in chess, and then try to base your openings on that. So I would say that maybe I will give you 3 examples.
Yes.
So we have some crazy type of player, tactician, like let's say Mamedyarov, Rapport, Jobava. Those players, I mean, you will not see very often they play some Exchange Slav or some London. They will probably play something crazy like Mamedyarov did in this tournament, where he pushed G4 on move number 3 versus the Nimzo. And this is like the first type of player. So they have this crazy style, they play crazy openings. The second type of player is solid player, like Wesley So, Sam Shankland, Radosław Wojtaszek. You will not see that they will play some crazy gambit against you. Like, it's pretty unlikely. And let's say the third style is something in between. People who will just try to prepare maybe some interesting sideline against you. Sometimes they will play crazy, sometimes they will not, like Nepomniachtchi, Fedoseev, Dubov, I would say. And maybe, in my opinion, it's a good idea to try to base the opening that you would like to study, that you would like to play, on the style that you have. So first, I would recommend discover your style. Find what you like, because if you have some positional style, if I tell you that you should play the Benoni or the Dutch, you will not like it. So in my opinion, even if you learn those openings, it will make no sense. For me, I tried to learn French, I tried to learn the Grunfeld. No matter how much time I spent on that, I didn't understand a thing. So it's like every time I played those openings, I didn't know what's going on. And then I found the openings that I like, that I understand. And this is my second tip. Usually, if you get the position in some opening, and I show you this position for the first time and you know what to play, like you have already in your head like 1 or 2 plans that will work in this position, then it's already a good sign that you will understand this opening. Because sometimes I show you this some position, you will be like, okay, I have no idea what's going on. Then maybe this is a good indication that this is not a good opening for you. It also should be, I think, split into things like let's say you don't have too much time to study chess. You have like 2 hours a week, 3 hours a week. Then maybe learning the mainline openings is not a good idea. But if you are a progressing junior player and you want to be a very strong player, strong grandmaster, then you should play like e4 with white, e4, e5, or e4, c5 with black, and probably queen's gambit declined. Because those are the positions which will show you how to fight for the initiative, how to attack, and how to push your opponent. So yeah, always try to also base your study and your opening choice on how much time do you have, what you like, what you prefer, which type of position you like to play. And maybe if you have some favorite player, try to play like him.
Aha. Okay, so first of all, discover your style before you choose the openings. And of course, you can also take a look at how the top players are doing in openings. We do have stats for actually the most successful openings for white so far in the whole of the 2022 tour. Obviously, Slav, an opening for black, but is this a surprising list to you at all, Camille?
Slav, Semislav, very popular like 15 years ago, played by Kramnik Anand in those World Championship matches, Topalov. Nowadays, not so popular. And maybe this is an indication why. Because white has multiple ways of putting pressure.
Exactly.
And it definitely doesn't surprise me. Like, when I play d4 and somebody plays Slav, I'm happy. Myself. I don't know about other players, but I like playing against Slav.
So basically, as a black player, avoid the Slav and the semi-Slav. Not a good score for them.
I mean, it depends also. If you like playing those positions, then sure, but not my taste, definitely.
All right. And then let's also take a look at the most successful openings for black. And let's see if you're surprised by what we see here. The Caro-Kann has the best score for black.
I mean, the Caro-Kann is a misclick, right? People normally want to play the Sicilian, but they just can't make the move. But yeah, to be more serious, yeah, this surprises me a lot. But I think that what is even more surprising is that we had over 60 games with the Sicilian. I think it was 65 games. And out of those 65 games with the Sicilian, black score is almost 60%.
Yeah.
And if we see the statistics, it's like Magnus played so far, I think it was 11 Sicilians. Let me check. Yes, 11 Sicilians, and his score is like 73%, which is normal. Like for Magnus, you expect something like this. But what is more surprising is that Praggnanandhaa's score with the Sicilian is almost 80%.
What?
He lost one game, but he won 6 games with the Sicilian, on the black side.
All right, so the Sicilian, a good idea, David.
Yeah, and first of all, hi, Camille. And which players do you follow most of all on the tour in terms of openings? Which players do you kind of focus on when studying their games, trying to learn from in the opening phase?
I mean, Jordan Van Forest is the guy who you want to follow. He's always full of his ideas, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
And okay, he didn't play very well in this tournament, but maybe if we try to find out which player was the most fighting, I think Jordan made only 2 draws. Of course, he lost a bunch of games, but he lost only 2 games, so he was very, very entertaining to watch.
Absolutely, yeah.
Hi, Camille. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. And we have an amazing prize here, which is a pillow, basically, with Anish Giri's face on it. Now, would you sleep on that comfortably?
Oh, yes. I have some sleep problems lately, so definitely I would... Hey, come on, I can then tell people that I slept with Anish, right?
Well, he is together with you, the opening expert, correct?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. And Camille, you have, I mentioned it, you have a bunch of Chessable courses on many different openings. If you are to recommend one course to our viewers, which one would you recommend?
I mean, my course or in general?
Of your courses, yes.
Oh, yeah. That's a different question. That's a tough question.
Yeah.
Maybe the Accelerated Dragon, I would say. I'm very proud of that course. It's like Accelerated Dragon was considered to be pretty refuted, and I think I managed to find some improvements there. And yeah, I really like this course.
And
also,
so
very good opening to play for a win with black, unless you are like 2700 player.
And well, of course then, because you taught us, first we have to find our style. So what kind of style suits the Accelerated Dragon?
I would say definitely that it's positionally dynamic. So it's not like tactically dynamic. There are not going to be too many sharp variations with some attacks on both sides. It's going to be a little bit King's Indian style. So it's going to be dynamic, very dynamic, but positionally, not tactically. So your king is not going to be under attack. You're also it's pretty unlikely you're going to attack your opponent's king, but yeah, they're very dynamic positions.
Very cool. Accelerated Dragon. Camille, it's been a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much for coming on and sharing all your knowledge on chess openings.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining. What a cool guy. And all his Chessable courses. You have to check them out. Next round in Chessable Masters is coming up in a few minutes. We're going to follow Game 2 between Ding and Mamedyarov. These are the results from the first set of games. Anish Giri winning against Tari. Ding winning against Mamedyarov, and eventually Magnus also won that first game against David Anton, and is actually Wei Yi and Praggnanandhaa still playing?
They're still playing.
Wow, that is a long game.
Yeah, it's the queen and pawn ending, which we know is notoriously tricky, and Praggnanandhaa has an extra pawn, and he's trying to just coordinate his pieces so that that pawn can push on very safely.
That game might go on for a long, long time still.
Really?
Yeah, Praggnanandhaa, the only one who can win, though, Wei Yi fighting for the draw.
Aha, you must be enjoying that one then, David. I see 74 moves now in that one. We will definitely keep an eye on it, but we will follow from move 1, game 2, between Mamedyarov and Ding. Mamedyarov, he has to make a comeback, losing the first game, and it's going to be interesting to see what Ding comes up with, because it will be Ding with the white pieces.
It will be Ding, and it just depends on his mentality here. Does he secure that 1-point advantage? Does he play it solid, play it safe against a fearsome attacker like Mamedyarov? Or does he fight fire with fire? It's going to be exciting either way.
And I actually have some interesting opening stats for you guys about these two. So coming directly from Tari, doing all our stats, Ding and Mamedyarov have played 2 games this year, each having white ones and black ones, and both games were Queen's Gambit declined. And in terms of playing the Queen's Gambit decline most frequently with white, Ding is tied for first on the tour, and Shak is third. So Tai saying there is a good chance that the knockout match could be a theoretical battle with both players taking turns on either side of the Queen's Gambit. Did they do that in the first game?
They did.
They did.
Wow. So do we expect the Queen's Gambit again then?
I'm not entirely sure, and the only reason I'm saying this is because of Ding, of course, will be playing in the candidates at the end of June, and so therefore he has to keep some of his opening work secret. So we have seen him actually switch things up and play the English, play Loretti, but you know, if they played a Queen's Gambit before, who knows?
And if it is Queen's Gambit, what are the opening moves we're looking for?
So we will look for white pushing his queen's pawn forward, and maybe black doing the same. Okay, this knight move is still flexible. We could transpose into the Queen's Gambit. Okay, we haven't though. It's the Grunfeld defense, so no more Queen's Gambit. Black has pushed a pawn on the wing, the G pawn, and that means he's going to put the black dart square bishop now on the long diagonal. So not a Queen's Gambit anymore, but one of my favorite openings, and it's actually a bunch of quick moves, a set of knights and pawns leaving the board. It's actually the exchange variation of the Grunfeld defense. So Chessable, there is a great course by Peter Svidler, maybe the kind of leading Grunfeld expert in chess history. And yeah, I've studied that course in a lot of detail, because this is one of the critical lines. White has a great pawn centre, but black trying to chip away at that centre from afar. The black queen on a nice diagonal, the black dart square bishop on a nice diagonal as well. And Simon, you've had some experience here too.
Yeah, I've never played the black side of this opening. Again, I think I've mentioned before how I like having the centre traditionally. So I like playing white normally in these positions, having those 2 strong pawns. I think there was a lot of Kramnik games. Kramnik used to play this as white, this particular system.
He's the expert there.
Expert with white, yeah. And I remember Kramnik was just often would swap the queens off and win a beautiful ending. But they're certainly following theory at the moment with this annoying bishop move, asking the question.
It's funny, Simon, actually, until this last rook move, that I've had that exact position against Kramnik himself.
Oh, wow.
He destroyed me. So,
oh, wow, OK.
Yeah. If you're looking to learn this position on the white side, Vladimir Kramnik's games. That's, that's the key.
I was going to ask you the question, because when I saw this particular opening for black, I was a bit shocked, because I haven't really seen Mamedyarov play the Grunfeld. I've seen him play a lot of Queen's Gambit declines, the sharpest variations there. But this doesn't kind of suit his philosophy, right? He kind of is a bit of a renegade. He goes, you know, he marches to his own drum and creates fiery ideas from nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, he has played the Grunfeld, at least in the past, maybe when he was a lot younger, quite a lot. But these days, he doesn't want to go down the main lines. He doesn't really want to go enter all these forcing variations where it's just a memory test. He wants to be creative. So you're right there, Jovanka. Maybe Mamedyarov was trying to play mind games with Ding. Maybe he assumed Ding wouldn't go into one of the main lines because he's got the candidates on the horizon. But this is one of the most critical variations. So
maybe he's doing Radjabov a favour, but I don't think Radjabov plays the Grunfeld.
Radjabov used to play the Grunfeld a lot.
Okay.
And with white, Radjabov often plays 1d4, so...
Maybe he's helping his countrymen out, you know, he's kind of saying, hey...
Ahead of the candidates next month, where Radjabov will be playing.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, OK, I'm going to be looking out next month in June. Radjabov against Ding. Is it going to be a Grunfeld? Is he going to learn something from this game? And meanwhile, look at that white pawn on the d6 square. So far advanced now. That pawn is either very, very strong or it's a weakness, and it might drop off the board later. So the evaluation bar, let's keep an eye off that for now. Let's ignore it, because when I analyse these positions with a computer, they always say white's got a bit of an advantage, but actually it can change completely in one move. And Simon, I know what you would love to do in this position.
Yes, again, I mean, it's always me pushing this pawn, isn't it? But it's... do you want to push it?
Do you want to suggest it?
Do you want to have a go?
No, you suggest it.
I'm very happy to pass over Harry to you today. I mean, in general, it's just a very normal move in the Grunfeld. When it works a lot better when you've controlled the centre of the board. So here, I'd say white does have good control of the centre, especially with this fawn of a D-pawn right in the middle of black's position. And if you control the centre, you can do more outrageous or aggressive ideas on the wing. So the move played is also very standard, trying to get rid of the defender of black's king. Let's say that bishop retreats into the corner, trying to keep the bishop to defend the black king. Now we can certainly consider launching the h-pawn, and this just has the one idea of opening up the h-file for the rook, bringing the queen in later on, checkmating. And, well, this would seem like a very normal way to play, wouldn't it? I assume, yeah.
Just to show some moves after a trade here, all you need to do is somehow evacuate this square, bring the white queen in later, and, wow, we could be heading in this direction. There's always flashy ideas, such as moving this bishop and then getting the queen in. Look at this open line as well towards the black king. It's almost checkmate in a lot of these variations. I've been checkmated myself dozens of times.
Oh, here it comes.
And here it comes.
Here it comes.
Yeah,
Harry
this white
attack.
pawn push.
This is called the Harry attack, right? The reason I asked this is because we have a nice tweet from Turkey who says that their goal in chess is to destroy the Harry attack. So everyone knows me as the Harry attack destroyer. I like those kind of colourful
Was that the
words.
country of Turkey? Everyone in Turkey?
No.
His name Turkey?
No, it was with an I.
Okay.
At the end.
Turkey. Okay.
Turkey.
Yeah, Turkey.
Just remember, everyone at home, this is most effective. I mean, it's always effective pushing the h-pawn, but it's most effective when your opponent has this structure, this triangle, because then with your pawn push, you can chip away and erode that structure.
Very, sorry, Dave. I was going to say it's very brave of Mamedyarov to play this way. I don't think it's so brave for Ding to play as white this, because this is quite a common idea. But for Mamedyarov to play this, he wants to. Well, it's not typical Mamedyarov in a lot of ways. He's trying to unbalance the position with the black pieces. So by now getting some counterplay, but
yeah, it looks like he's playing on the wrong side of the board. He wants to push this pawn black. Maybe he wants to develop his bishop to this square, hit white centre. But surely the action's taking place around the black king. It's just going to be a race here in a way. White's attack against black's kind of threats on the other flank, on the other side of the board. But as I mentioned, I've lost too many painful games myself on the black side of this type of position. I would be terrified, especially with an attacker like Ding coming at my king. So
maybe it's worth showing just one nice pattern, how you can try to checkmate with a rook, bishop, queen and pawn. I mean, I'm not going to play very good moves for black, but I've seen some great games, especially of John Nunn doing this tactic. And let's say knight b6 is h5, knight b6, and I think h5 has been played. You take on g6, and now black takes with the h-pawn, otherwise the structure's bad. And there's a lovely move here, bishop f8, which I don't know if it works here, but this kind of idea is one of the beautiful ways you can try to attack. And it's useful knowing these attacking strategies when you're playing this way, so you automatically know the right ideas. And if that bishop is taken, the queen will dive in. So it's these little ideas. And we could even, for example, it doesn't work as well in the actual game because black's knight defends the bishop from coming in. And I expect black has to take the other pawn here. It looks far too scary, surely, to take the h-pawn. I mean, you can't take the h-pawn here, can you?
No. Just to show this idea, this would end in checkmate. The white queen coming in, trapping the black king. So to go back to the current position, yeah, Simon, as you mentioned, taking with this h-pawn completely opens up this line.
Yeah.
But the rule in the Grundfeld is if you can take with this pawn, you should. You always want to capture towards the centre. But the other option, capturing away from the centre, is safer here because at least this pawn acts as a guardian. However, now this black king later on this diagonal is going to be very, very weak. For example, if, let's say, we make a move, suddenly the white bishop might land on this diagonal, and he has...
I can't believe he's done that. What a brave foolhardy. I mean...
Tinderbox, right? You know, he's just waiting for Ding to strike a match.
It's all about this line now, the open H line.
OK.
So we definitely have fire in this game.
Yeah. From both sides, from both players, we should mention. Ding trying to light the fire, but Mamedyarov allowing him to. And, yeah, if you could somehow swap the queen and bishop round, if you could swap their places, it's just going to end in checkmate.
Maybe we could show why that bishop idea doesn't work as well here. So white would like to play this outrageous bishop move, but now that the knight is there, the knight can take that bishop. And if we move the queen in, well, you can move the bishop to any square pretty much, but here, and the knight does a great job of defending the checkmate. I mean, saying that, ideas like this are always there, and they're very dangerous with the queen and rook lined up on the open file. So it's something you have to watch out for.
Yeah, I just got to mention this rhyme, Simon. Knight on f8, there is no mate. So great defensive square. So that's why I think Mamedyarov is pretty confident. I'm not sure he should be, but he's pretty confident in his defensive chances because his knight is within range of its key defensive square. Still, Ding has to be very creative to break through and deliver a checkmate. It feels like it's close, but not yet.
We definitely have fire in this game. We definitely have fire in the quarterfinals. All of the matches ended with decided games in the first round. Eventually, as you can see, Praggnanandhaa was able to win game 1 against Wei Yi. So we do have 4 players in the lead in their quarterfinal matches. Could be a short day if they all decided in 3 games, because that is possible. Best out of 4 rapid games, and potentially, though, also tiebreaks with Blitz and Armageddon. But 4 players will have to make comebacks to make that happen. What a start to the knockout stage.
I know. It's unbelievable, actually. I have to say one thing about Praggnanandhaa. You know, at the Oslo Esports, he kind of made it a habit to either win a match in 3 games or lose it.
Wasn't that strange? All of his matches after 3 games.
8 days and, oh, what was it? No, sorry, 7 days. And every single one of them decided in the minimum time possible. I mean, that shows he's either attacking very well or he's not defending very well. So,
well, most of those matches he did win as well. And that must be a sign he is a very fighting player.
Yes.
Yeah, you always are when you're young, but him, especially Praggnanandhaa, he doesn't necessarily show it in attacking all out. But as we saw in his last win, I mean, it took him more than an hour to win. He's happy to grind things out and squeeze every point out of an endgame. So, yeah, Praggnanandhaa starting well.
Wow.
Yeah. And whilst Ding is thinking about how to continue his attack, well, we have 2 competitions today. We have a selfie competition for some really awesome prizes of some signed goodies from Anish Giri. And we also have a quiz of the day where we're asking, what is your goal in chess? Chessable, of course, is the prize there. And for the selfie competition, I have to share with you, there's a really nice selfie from Floey, who says, we're supposed to be studying for our upcoming maths exam, which is tomorrow, by the way, but we couldn't just resist. Chess is in the air today. They're like balancing on a playground equipment. I think it's a swing. Thanks for keeping us company during this stressful exam period. Such a cool picture. You know, they're balancing on things and they're playing chess above the swing.
I'm very impressed.
I'm very impressed with their dexterity. I mean, it's such a cool photo as well. So thanks for watching, Floey. And yeah, and
good luck on the exams.
Yes, of course. Good luck. And Abhishek says that they are doing the dishes tonight to make up to their upset wife for watching the Chessable Masters alongside. Shh. Don't tell her about it. We won't. We definitely won't. And a big hello to you and your wife, and hope you enjoy. Hope you can finish doing the dishes quickly.
Yes.
And, well, we have a solution from Ding, who's decided that all he needs to do is develop his light square bishop, potentially inviting more pieces into the attack.
Yep, so White's bishop defends the key central pawn as well. Black's light square bishop was hitting the white pawn on e4. White defends it. I don't think White's intention is to castle the white king. If you castle the white king, then you lose your rook's kind of open line.
So he's just not going to castle him.
I don't think Ding wants to castle. No, I think he just wants to create a safe square for the white king to slide across to. The white rook is perfect where it is. Yes, the white king is not entirely safe, but it's better having the white rook on the open line if possible. And meanwhile, Mamedyarov continues with his counterplay on this queen side, but it is the wrong half of the board, and the computer hates it. Yeah. I'm not sure why it hates it, to be honest. It looks like one of the most natural moves in the position. Mamedyarov playing instantly, trying to put pressure on the clock.
I mean, could you step up with your king?
I was also thinking the queen could just now start manoeuvring around, as in you couldn't do that last move because the white king doesn't have a square, but now maybe the queen can start its journey towards the king side. But yeah, stepping up with the king's very interesting as well, yeah.
Interesting. Maybe we can show this to the viewers, because right now Black is kind of threatening this pawn with his own pawn and with the bishop. Whoops, there we go, the bishop in the corner. But yeah, you can ignore it. Why?
And he's played it. Yeah, has he played it? Yeah. This. I think this is the idea of White's last move, because if the black bishop now comes in with check. Well, first of all, you can think about taking it, certainly, but you can also just put your king where the bishop was, which is a pretty safe square, I think. And if that white queen gets to the open Harry file, it's surely going to be an absolute. I mean, just looks like checkmate, basically. Yeah. I mean, this just looks like a very nice demonstration of how to use the H pawn to attack at the moment.
Also, the white knight coming in to attack this pawn. Yep, it looks almost disastrous for Black. And in the current position, after the white queen did indeed leap forward, Mamedyarov, he's just trying to create chaos. Just look at the clock time for Mamedyarov. It's one of the craziest, wildest positions you will ever see. He's barely spent any time. And he's thrown this pawn forward to attack the white bishop. Firstly, the question is what happens if this pawn is captured? I don't think Ding will even bother with that. It would be so tempting to throw the knight into the position, maybe. Simon, you mentioned the white queen sliding across. So many tempting moves. And it's all about whether the black king is going to survive. I don't think it will, but still some calculation needs to be done. And yeah, I was going to say earlier, why bother defending bishops, pawns when you're on the attack? He does keep his bishop safe, take this pawn. And now, I guess Mamedyarov's idea, giving up that pawn for Black, is that he can swing his rook across and at least create an open line, some targets here for the black rook. How is Ding going to meet this if the rook does slide across? That is the key question. Is he just going to drop his bishop back, maybe? And again, Simon's idea, if the bishop takes his pawn, just run away with his king to safety. This is one option.
Can he try to throw some fuel onto the fire and just move his knight to attack?
Yeah, maybe the bishop goes there as well. I'm just thinking.
Yeah.
Maybe.
The white bishop could also slide back with the idea that, yes, you're giving up a piece, but I know Simon wants to get rid of the black bishop, potentially.
Yeah, or queen h4
or bring the queen across.
Is also very close to just being checkmate with the bishop coming into e7.
Yeah.
One of these moves.
With a check, and this king, at some point you can check it with your bishop. Still some work to be done here.
Maybe bishop h6 is just game over there, simply.
Actually, you're right, Simon. The king has no escape squares, so you break down the only defender, you distract it away, and then this is checkmate.
I love your idea, Simon.
Escape.
I mean,
I just think the white pawn in the middle of the board is such a good pawn as well. I mean, it's you got the king side attack, but you got this D pawn, which stops Black's king coming to the middle. It's just another attacking unit. So it just looks very natural to get the queen over, get on the dark squares, just play brutal. Don't waste any time. Don't move the attack piece unless you have to. Why bother moving it? I mean, go for checkmate. If you can.
I mean, with that logic, Simon, if you want to bring your queen across anyway, then maybe you don't even need to... OK, he does jump forward with the knight.
Also looks very tempting, of course, but...
So checkmate in one threatened. If the white queen can take this pawn, it's defended by this knight, and the black king is trapped. So how do you stop this? If the black knight jumps into the centre, OK, this bishop blocks. If the black knight jumps in, you can distract the black knight by pushing your pawn forward, attacking these two rooks, and if the black knight takes this pawn, checkmate. But the evaluation bar really doesn't like what Ding has done. And in the current position, this pawn attacked, Mamedyarov simply blocked it. he brought his bishop forward, and maybe the reason is because now it's harder to move your bishop out the way to get your queen across. This bishop is in the way of the open file. Maybe the white knight as well, in the way of the bishop in the way of the queen. Maybe it was a bit clumsy.
Yeah, no, it was a nice... I think he only saw the line that you kind of indicated with the decoy of the knight, but this move somehow keeps it all together for black.
These two pieces, key defensive pieces, can ding, distract them, get them away.
Yeah. And I also have to share with you a kind of very curious goal that our guest on day 2 has, Carl Portman. Hello, Carl. He says that my dream in a chess game is to castle giving instant checkmate. Have any of us on the panel done that?
No. I've seen some streamers do it online, but I don't think I've ever achieved it. My proudest castling moment was castling queenside on move 37. And my opponent resigned a few moves later, but that's the latest checkmate. But it wasn't latest castling, but it wasn't checkmate.
Simon.
I'd love to. Same as Carl. I would love to castle and give checkmate. I mean, like, it was quite fun. I remember there was a very famous game. I think it was Lasker or someone who gave checkmate by moving his king. But he could have castled and given checkmate, and I'm just like, why didn't you castle and give checkmate? Why did you move the king? I mean,
this famous game with
some taken on H7, I think it was Lasker.
The black king walked to G2.
Yeah, and he didn't castle and give checkmate, and it's like, And have you done it, or like?
No, I hadn't even thought about it. Actually, it hadn't been a thing in my mind. So, something to do. Actually,
would that be like a checkmate? A little bit hard to actually discover because it's just so strange.
It'd be very hard to achieve, I think. Yeah, I mean, like there are a couple of cases of it, but it's extremely rare. Extremely rare.
Probably 1 in a million, right?
Yeah, literally 1 in a million. Yeah, that occurs. Wow. Maybe even more. Yeah. So so
normally you castle your king early, so you kind of lose that option. Normally you've already moved your king or your rook earlier in the game.
Yeah, so like move 37 before you castled in that game.
Yeah, that was against Jon Ludwig Hammer. Shout out to Hammer on TV2.
Yeah.
And I managed to win that game.
Nice.
He kind of jumped back in his chair when I castled. He probably forgot it was still legal at that point. Yeah. Move 37 is quite late. And it was an endgame. It was just kings and rooks on the board, and I just castled and smiled at him.
Wow.
But, OK, meanwhile, the white bishop that was under attack, it has taken a step back. That feels like a step in the wrong direction, maybe.
Bar has gone over to Shakhrian Mamedyarov's side, I have to say. And the clock is definitely in his favour.
There's a very famous case, actually, of Magnus Carlsen castling against, I think, Sergei Karyakin. And just, it was the winning move. It was a really weird thing where Sergei had a piece on the edge of, but anyway, if we can find that example at some point, it's really worth showing.
Maybe one of our viewers can tweet in on that game.
Yeah, it's really nice. And back to the game, Black's created loads of counterplay here, loads of counterplay. And what's White actually doing now? Can White get that queen over now?
That white knight, though, will need to take a step back at some point. The white knight is just in the way. And Ding making a bit of a face on the camera. Look at the clock times. 4 minutes now for Ding, 13 minutes for Mamedyarov. So Mamedyarov clearly taking risks here. He doesn't really care about the position. He's just trying to put pressure on the clock. So,
I mean, one idea here, if I was White, I mean, there's no time to back down now. As soon as you start playing defensive moves here as White, you're basically going the wrong way. So can I go queen over to h4? And my idea is to go bishop in front of the black king. This is like the first kind of idea you think of, the most brutal way you can. But does that even work? Maybe it doesn't even work. So,
for example...
Or it doesn't even... If that doesn't work, I'm not sure...
I'm not sure what Black can play here. I mean, there's so many moves. One move I want to play for Black is to kind of cut off the White King's escape. And, for example, if you jump in with your bishop, I'm the first to checkmate you.
Look at that. I mean, that's...
You checkmate with a pawn.
We know what that's called, don't we?
You can tell us, Simon.
Pawn power.
Pawn power. It has a name.
I know, I've forgotten it now. So what was it?
It's to do with David.
Oh, was it?
Who does David slay?
Goliath, OK.
Yeah, David and Goliath. Whenever a pawn checkmates a king,
but actually
David and Goliath mate.
Thinking about it, this is actually a big threat, or it was in the position, because this pawn push, discovered check, traps the white king in the centre of the board. That's why Ding, maybe he wanted to go for Simon's idea or something similar, but he knew this white king is actually in mortal danger in the centre. And remember, he doesn't want to castle because then the white rook is no longer on this beautiful h-file. Instead, he wants to run away.
You can't let Charlie be the pawn star, can you, though? So that'd be really bad. So
Charlie the c-pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The c-pawn coming down. But
so now the pawn pushing is no longer a discovered check on this square. The white king is just one move away from complete safety. And,
so is White in trouble? Maybe. I mean, if White's attack is Black's got the attack now, maybe. So it could be be really difficult.
The question is, what next for Black? For example, you could offer a trade of queens in the centre of the board. That's the first thing that comes to my mind, just because I'm a scaredy cat and I'm worried about the defence of the Black king. If the queens disappear, Black is just safe. Black is probably winning. But again, it just depends on the kind of ferocity and the strength of White's attack. The white queen will slide across. Maybe Black can grab this pawn, but it depends whether you can kind of get this bishop out of the way and deliver a checkmate somehow. I don't see it, to be honest, at the moment. I don't see how you break through, but it's still double-edged, and we'll see the evaluation bar swing, swing, swing. It's that kind of position. No human can navigate these complications perfectly. It's kind of an imperfect type of beauty that we're looking for here, and hopefully we'll see a checkmate on the board. It's quite likely at this point.
He's gone for it. Makes sense to try to exchange the queens off because that c-pawn could just win the game, as we've seen in some variations as well. So it just looks like White, the energy in White's attack has kind of gone with the counterplay. And
that knight move, that one knight move, just lost all control for Ding.
It looks so logical as well, just to throw the knight in and threaten checkmate. But I'm a little bit surprised he did it still, saying that, because Black only had one defence, really, and that was moving the bishop to block the knight, and then Ding slowed down. So why didn't he slow down before playing the knight into that square? It's a bit strange.
I think it just happens when you see one attractive line. You kind of get swayed into that, and then you forget about the normal developing move. And, okay, the queens are off the board.
No more checkmates.
No. Yeah. But, okay, Ding still has a very powerful pass pawn.
Yeah, I've got to disagree as well, Jovanka, earlier. I think Ding is too good to just look for one-move threats. I think he was just flustered psychologically by the clock times, by the practical. I mean, Mamedyarov playing instantly every move. Bang, bang, bang. Maybe Ding assumed Mamedyarov was still in preparation or something. And then he just, he lost his attack, and now he is the one fighting for the draw.
Wow. What a game.
Yeah, it's actually level material after all of those fireworks. But the reason we think Black is in charge here is Black's far advanced pawn is pretty strong. The white king may be slightly open on some diagonals. White's far advanced pawn is likely to drop at some point soon.
And also the clock times.
And it's all about the clock.
Almost 10 minutes up for Mamedyarov. He is thinking right now he has to make a comeback because Ding did win the first game. And in the other matches, Praggnanandhaa is in the lead against Wei Yi. They are now playing game 2, bar in the middle. Anish Giri is in the lead, winning game 1 against Arjan. So Arjan with the white pieces here in game 2, fighting for a win. And David Anton, the bar is slightly over to his side in game 2 against Magnus. Magnus did win game 1 in that one. And remember, best out of 4 rapid games to decide each of those quarterfinal matches. And if Magnus does win that match, he will meet the winner of this match in the semi-finals.
Oh,
yeah.
Carlsen against Ding, world number 1 versus number 2, maybe. But Mamedyarov and David Anton will have something to say about that.
Absolutely.
And, okay, Mamedyarov thinking for a while. Black's pawn is under threat from the 2 white rooks. Both the white's rooks now eyeing up this c3 pawn. Okay, he doesn't try and defend it. He just moves his own rook across, trying to deal with white's pawn.
So is that pawn now dropping?
Yeah, we could see a trade of both of those very far advanced pawns. Black's c3 pawn, white's d pawn.
But you know, David, White has to be slightly careful, because I'm just looking at that piece on the bishop on the h6, and doesn't have too many squares. And my spider senses are telling me, well, you know, maybe the knight can come and attack the bishop. And
for example, if we do see white get greedy and gobble up this piece, then the black knight can move, hitting this bishop and also hitting this rook. It's still very complicated. I mean, for example, the white rook can swing back this way, put some pressure against the black bishop, but it does feel... Oh, actually here there's a knight fork. Oof. Yeah, looking for checks in every position. We all fall foul and we all forget about that. So yeah, you're right, Jovanka. Maybe a bit of a trap in the position. if White can't go safely and grab this pawn, then his own pawn is just dropping on the next move. And it's definitely Ding with his backs to the wall here.
I wasn't sure why Ding didn't play f4 last move. There might be a reason, but I'd love to get my pawns guarded in the centre of the board. So can I just play f4 here?
Yep, throw this pawn forward.
Let's say your knight does move. I mean, there's other options. And now, if I can play my other pawn, this is like the ideal setup. If I can get this as white, I'd be like, I must be winning now. Yeah. You know, this defends everything and attacks. So maybe this is the way to play.
Maybe this is...
Keep going forwards.
Yeah, I mean, it's very risky, but it's very tempting, and it could well be very strong, as you mentioned, Simon. He needs to play something, though. Ding down at 1 minute, and we're expecting this pawn push, because simply what else? Kick away the knight. You do have to worry about maybe Black's bishop coming to the side of the board with a check. You have to worry about a few other things here. For example, the knight going and capturing this bishop immediately. Lots to calculate, but Ding has to move 1 minute now against 10.
Yeah.
He's in big trouble in practical terms. He needs to find the right moves, though, to stay on the board.
Yeah, I think, and when you go into this kind of thing as well, it's like you know, the energy, it's like so critical. In some positions, you can maneuver around a lot slower, but when you get to something like this, every half a tempo makes the world of difference. So creating threats becomes so much more important than when you have a lock structure. So f4 seems very logical. It creates a threat. It keeps the tempo going. So I'd be amazed. What's his time?
Under 30 seconds.
Okay.
Okay, it just dropped to 0. I think that's not quite correct. I think he still has a few seconds here, Ding. What is happening? Has he frozen? He needs to make a move. He needs to push a pawn. He needs to do something. But he's just flustered.
He's not comfortable, is he, at all?
What is his time? I mean,
Has he lost on time?
Just before this happened, he had around 30 seconds left, so I think he still has a few seconds, but he needs to move in the next few moments.
He needs to make a move. What? And he's looking very flustered.
Yeah, he was looking up to the clock a few moments ago, his eyes darting to one side.
Could it be technical issues?
Has he still not moved?
It must be some technical issues, because...
If he gets disconnected under 30 seconds, I think he loses the game.
He does.
Yeah.
But you can see from the camera... Or maybe he has
because it looks like he's thinking about the game.
Yeah.
Right.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
So it looks like he has more than 30 seconds.
But we did see something on Mamedyarov's face there. Yeah, look at that.
It looks like he's still playing, yeah.
Yeah, he definitely brought up another screen there. We saw the light change on Mamedyarov's face. So maybe he's asking the arbiter, you know, what's happened? My opponent's disconnected, or the move hasn't come through.
We can still see him on the camera, though. He's still
but
moving.
sometimes this happens, you know, that the webcam... somehow stays on, but the internet connection goes down.
But you probably wouldn't be looking this calm, would you, if you just disconnected, surely? I mean, he's still looking like he's concentrating on the game there.
I've had that sometimes online. I've made the move, and assuming my opponent's thinking, and next thing it's like, oh, you lost on time.
Yeah. So maybe he's made the move, waiting for Mamedyarov to move, but he's lost. Possibly.
Wow, this is dramatic. What is happening with Ding Liren? Is he thinking about a move, or is he looking over a game that he has lost on time or on technical issues?
It would be such a shame for the game to end in this way. There's still many, many twists and turns ahead, on the board at least, and it's just all about the clock, all about the internet connection.
I mean, it would be a pity, because this is such an interesting position, and it's been such a great game for it to end this way. I really hope that doesn't happen here.
There is history here. On the Magnus Carlsen chess tour 2 years ago, Ding did lose one game in the balance by disconnection. And we saw Magnus win a Fair Play award by giving back the next game, just resigning after a few moves because he didn't want to win in that way.
I mean, I think here it would be, let's say, hypothetically, that Ding has lost on time. I don't think, if you're in Mamedyarov's position, you'd want to give the next game back, because it's probably the best position Mamedyarov's got all game. So it's like, hang on a minute, I wanted to win this position anyway. Exactly. It depends, but we're just waiting to see what's going on at the moment, because Mamedyarov now is not looking at the screen anymore, but Ding is. So it's really peculiar, the situation here.
Maybe Ding has been in contact with the arbiter. He knows that they'll try and reset the game, reset the times, reset everything, and he's trying to use these few moments to study the board, but Mamedyarov just looking away and very confident.
I don't know, I'm just looking at the body language and I'm thinking Ding is oblivious.
Yeah, I think he's waiting for Mamedyarov to move, maybe.
I think he's just made his move and he's waiting for, like you say, and Mamedyarov is like, hey, what's happening?
He's typing now. He just typed something, Ding, to the arbiter.
Right.
Oh.
We are waiting for updates on what is going on. Is this game still being played? Has Ding lost on time due to technical issues? Are they still playing? What's happening? What is happening?
It's going to be so hard to refocus on the game. Okay, he has made a move. So it looks like there was a disconnection, but he's been given his time back. He's at 36 seconds, Ding. Still not a lot of time, but it's your move, Simon.
I think it had to be played, right, this move. And what's the rule then? So if you disconnect under 30 seconds, then you lose?
Have 30. No, you have 30 seconds to reconnect. And if you don't manage to reconnect...
Right, so you could have done it with a couple of seconds there, or spare. Or,
but it's kind of like if you don't manage to reconnect in 30 seconds, the problem is if it takes you 2 minutes, you only lose 30 seconds when you rejoin the game. And if you have less, that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, don't have
it looks like it's game on anyway, which is good.
Yeah, but this must have been... Oh, you've been looking at Ding's body language. He's not comfortable at all.
I mean, the position as well is super complicated. It's just about whether he can brush that off. We did see him focusing, though, maybe having that extra minute or two during that kind of disconnection. Maybe it's going to help him.
I can remember some really dirty tricks being played in one tournament I was playing. It's a rapid play tournament, and I had to change the rules because of this. So it used to be if you made an illegal move, then your opponent gets time added to their clock. And I saw this one guy, and he was like in a very tense game at the top of the tournament, and he was trying to calculate, but he only had about 30 seconds left. So he made an illegal move, and then you have to wait until the arbiter comes over. The arbiter then has to add time to the opponent's clock, and then you take the move back and you start the clock again. So while the arbiter was coming over and doing this, he was just like, he was using that time to get an extra 30 seconds for. And, that actually helped him just calculate the position. So it's quite
smart.
Seen that a few times as well.
Yeah, it's quite a dirty rule. I mean,
right, to have that kind of mindset. I'm not thinking about that when I'm playing chess. I'm not thinking about how I can bend the rules.
No.
Are you?
No, not at all. I'm just thinking about how I can survive normally. But I also remember in the same tournament, the round before, I was playing someone, and this is the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me. I was like a queen and a piece down, but he had about 30 seconds left. But he was so nervous, he couldn't move his piece. So he was trying to move. I put him in check with like my remaining piece, and he's getting the king, and it was like this, and he literally couldn't put the king down because he was shaking so much. You kind of do feel sorry for him, but not really, because you want to win. And then he put the king down, he put it into check, so he did an illegal move. So the arbiters came over, they gave me the extra time, they put the position back, and you know what he did? So he had to replay it. So he picked the king up again, and he did the same move again. He put it into check again 2 times in a row, and it's like he just completely mentally collapsed. Wow. He just couldn't handle the pressure because he was winning. It would have been quite a good victory for him. There's quite a lot of people watching, and he just couldn't move the pieces. His hands were all over the place, and it was
stressful.
Stressful. I took the win anyway, So it's a brutal game, So, it's a very peculiar scenario. But yeah, you do feel sorry for him. But I
think nowadays the second illegal move is a defeat, right?
Yes.
So if you make 2 illegal, the first one your opponent gets a bit more time, and you get kind of a informal warning. The second one, game over.
All the little children know this rule, actually.
I can imagine.
And they probably know when it was introduced, because I don't know. But, they're there. Oh, illegal move. Arbiter, come over. Yeah. Have it on record.
Maybe for Rapid and Blitz, is it just 1 illegal move?
I think it's 1, actually.
One, yeah, for long play, I think it's 2. For Rapid and Blitz, I think
maybe
it's
to
1.
Stop those instance where you can actually play an illegal move on purpose to gain more time, which people do. I don't think anyone here would do that, but I know there's some less unscrupulous characters out there.
I remember there were some dirty tricks, like one that I heard that used to be done by a certain nation, they will be nameless, was that when your opponent was in time troubles, they would do this with their pen. They would have this.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it was just it would just be there to stress you out even more.
Right, yeah.
I didn't even...
Really? That's really dirty, isn't it?
It is.
Grab that pen and...
It's come on.
Yeah.
Well, make a move.
I really want to know the nation now. So they were told to do this by their trainer?
They were taught these dirty tricks.
Wow, OK. You have to tell me afterwards. Yeah, OK.
Yeah, lots of dirty tricks out there. Lots of gamesmanship, as we call it. But, OK, nothing dirty going on in this game. Ding is back in... he's back, he's connected, and, OK, critical moment. The bishop slides over, giving the white king a check, and, whoa, Ding goes in this direction, walking into some checks. walking into the line of fire. The black knight can jump in now with a check. Simon, you're shocked.
Well, I expected the king to go the other way, where it looks a lot safer, because this invites. We can maybe just show this. It invites the black knight to come in with a fork, with a big check here. And I guess the idea is really nice. You want to take this knight off, and after the bishop comes in, we now get this pawn structure, which looks actually still beautiful for white. Absolutely beautiful. These pawns controlling things. And Ding loves the initiative. He loves exchange sacrifices. So this is what he's trying to do. He's at all costs trying to get the initiative, I guess. This is the idea. But why didn't he go the other way with the king? I'm not entirely sure.
Good question.
I love this idea. I mean, it looks absolutely, from a visual point of view, it looks beautiful. Yeah. Get those pawns going. And, I mean, what use is the extra rook if it's lumbered behind white's passed pawn? OK,
to just go back and show the white king, it did indeed centralise, and I think we're heading in this direction. And the position you mean there, Jovanka, is, what use is this black rook? Just staring at a well-fortified pawn. And, for example, the variation, we could continue it. The black bishop under threat doesn't really want to trade itself off for just a knight. But here, I think there are direct tactics. There might even be ideas, for example, giving up white's bishop for a pawn and really breaking things open. And this is the type of thing Ding is calculating with only his 40 seconds left after a check, another fork. We're going to see a weird scenario where white has 3 big, very strong pawns against black's bishop. And who knows which is better? Who knows who has the advantage here? And Mamedyarov.
Probably a draw.
Probably a draw. Well, yeah, but we'd all probably rather be white, though, in this position, surely.
I mean, going back to that one, this position.
I mean, or even with the move played, but, if black does go for the exchange, I'm sure it's much more fun having the initiative, having that pawn structure. I mean, no one here would want to be black, and you could after the
connect 4 next move, just push your pawn forward, connect 4.
Did someone tell me you were good at Connect 4? Is that,
I don't think it's me. I'm terrible.
Right, OK.
I'm OK at Connect 4.
Are you?
Yeah, but I mean, you work it out, That's the problem.
Yeah.
And soon it becomes like...
I remember working out noughts and crosses. That was about as far as I got, with those ones. So.
Good work.
Cheers.
Well, Chakriyan Mamedyarov, he is finally spending a lot of time ticking down to 3 minutes now. The drama is definitely going on in the quarterfinals. Bar all the way over to Prague's side in game 2. He could be about to go up by 2 points against Wei Yi. And the bar also all the way over to Anish Giri's side in game 2. He could be about to take a lead by 2 points. And here, we do have some moves.
We do have some moves, and OK, that variation has happened, and black has just given up a piece. What is this for Mamedyarov? Giving away his bishop, the black dart square bishop. I'm trying to understand. White's pawn now. I understand this white pawn chain are really strong, but you can go and grab a piece.
I mean, if anyone's up for the craziness challenge, it's Mamedyarov, and he's kind of proven that here. And white doesn't want to take that bishop because it will ruin those lovely pawns. Yeah. He prefers those pawns. It reminds me of famous this game Pogolevsky did with some crazy pawn rook sacrifice in the Botvinnik, going a bit deep there. But it's the same idea. Those pawns are actually worth more than a piece. And what's this? Another weird move.
These guys are maniacs, and they are really surprising each other, I think, on every single turn. White's just given a pawn away to deflect this black bishop, and now this very strong black pawn on the c2 square is too far advanced. You have to get rid of it. No, he doesn't even go for this again. They've surprised us on every move, and surely now, OK, the white knight leapt back, attacking black's bishop. Surely now you have to get rid of this black pawn before it's too late. It's
an incredible position, isn't it? Incredible
weird position.
Both players are just playing otherworldly chess. I mean, that's the only way you can describe it. I mean, it's really just strange moves. I don't even know what to say about it.
But I'm going to ask bringing it back to the position. I mean, white has to get rid of that pawn. With the rook or the bishop?
I think you've got to keep the rook.
That's what my vibe is as well. But then on the other hand, I'm a little bit worried that black's rook is also going to get active. And
I mean, I'm still looking for checkmate here if I'm white. I still want to get my rook to the open H file and checkmate. I mean, this is one thing
Under 10 seconds, though, for Ding. Oh. Does he keep the rook on the board? How does he keep the rook on the board? That is the problem.
I mean, bishop, if he goes bishop
2
takes
seconds.
pawn.
1 second.
Has he moved?
Okay.
Oh, he's going.
He's not taking that pawn.
No, he's trying to trade off the dark square bishops. He wants to get the white knight into the f6 square. OK, we'll see a trade. White's going to recapture, I think, with his pawn. There we go. So he has broken his pawn structure, but the white knight is threatening to leap into the f6 square with a deadly check. Black's king has to move at some point.
I mean, one thing that's very handy for black here is that the rook goes into the corner. Black can push the pawn, queen, and divert that rook. So, I think Mamedyarov over the worst. I mean,
I think he's winning.
This.
I think he's winning.
Just to show Simon's really important point there, the rook coming across, this actually threatens to come up and at least force a draw with a series of checks against the black king. But black can trade a set of rooks here by pushing his pawn. He doesn't even need to be honest. He can maybe even bring his rook across, challenge for the open file, and I think Ding's in big trouble. He's trying now, instead of bringing his rook across, instead of bringing the white rook, he's trying to push his pawn forward. He's hoping that the black rook lands on a bad square and that there might be a knight fork, a check, and hitting this rook at the same time. But I think if you choose any other square for black, this isn't actually a threat even because this white pawn is pinned. But yeah, for example, if you move your rook to a good square, is that just game over? Is that winning?
Yeah. And it's because of that trick that you highlighted. As soon as the white rook moves, well, the pawn promotes itself.
Yeah. And for example, here you could see, white gets a rook, but suddenly black makes a new queen and checkmate.
So it is that the C pawn's been the absolute. I don't know if it was the B pawn. I think it started as the B pawn. Has been the star of the show. But I have to say, like, this is such brave play throughout by Mamedyarov here, because he played this opening. It was probably a bit dodgy, but fortune has certainly favoured the brave in this game.
Okay, he does play this move, but just as I was talking there, I did notice maybe a small trick that I had missed. So after the white rook comes across, now if black does bring his rook across, there is a nasty check. Actually, this doesn't work either. You just take with the black rook. Maybe a knight check as well. It's still a bit complicated, hitting the black king. Ooh. In the current position. Maybe we can see the Stockfish suggestions here for moves, because what does black do? This is actually a bit of a threat now. And, OK, there are two winning moves. And both of them...
sorry. I like how many times you get to get a bishop, and why is that stronger than getting a queen? I know.
Okay. We do see that move, Simon. We do see a promotion to a queen in the end. And after a set of trades here, the black king coming back, this pawn is about to get rounded up. And in the current position, black is winning because his rook can get active. This pawn is dealt with by the black king, and now his rook is going to enter the game and should be winning now for black. Still some work to do, though.
Wow, what a game. What a game by Mamedyarov.
Yeah, I mean, let's not write Ding off yet, because there have been so many kind of, it's been a roller coaster. There have been so many twists and turns.
But the clocks, though. Ding is under the minute. Mamedyarov still has more than 2 minutes on the clock, and the bar is loving it for him to make a comeback in the match.
And he will be making a comeback as long as he can either get the black rook active or get rid of white's very far advanced pawn. So I think the black bishop as well could maybe go on a journey at some point to go and remove white's d7 pawn from the board. Maybe some chances. I'm imagining the white king going after black's a pawn, that lonely pawn on the side of the board. If white's king can run and kind of sprint over, grab that pawn, then white does have a potential pass pawn of his own. Some calculation to be done for the Azari.
And Anish Giri, he has now also won game 2 with the black pieces against Tari. So that means Anish in game 3, then starting in 15 minutes, he will only need a draw. That's going to be a must-win situation for Arjan with the black pieces. It's looking really good for Anish, still unbeaten in the tournament.
Yeah,
didn't lose a single game in the preliminaries. He eventually also won the preliminaries.
Kaja, he must be closing in on 2,800 in the tour ratings.
Point.
Because he was 27.77 going into today, and now he's won 2 games in a row.
And Arjan was 27.10.
Yeah, that's impressive from Anish Giri.
I will check with Ty.
Man of the moment.
Yes.
And, OK, what is Mamedyarov thinking about? He's about to drop under 1 minute. I don't see where the black bishop moves. The black king is on its ideal square. You have to move the black rook, I was going to say, but that's a really deep one. Sophisticated move. Black's pawn pushing to a light square. Slightly surprised. I guess black's idea is to bring his bishop down to the f1 square and protect black's pawn far, far away. But now the white knight reroutes.
This is not over, I don't think, because that pawn that white's got is incredibly strong, and I think Ding's manoeuvre of bringing the knight out of there, it gives it many more potential places to go to. This is to my eyes is still game on, actually. I don't think it's over at all.
I really don't like this bishop manoeuvre. It just
I think
feels
you're
like
just
it's too clever.
getting the rook out, David, like you said, would just seem so much more natural, right?
Yeah.
So
you would have gone behind, attacked all of the white pawns, but okay, now Mamedyarov. Okay, this is really not clear anymore.
No, who's winning here?
Yeah, look at this. The white A pawn is going to start racing up the board.
Yeah, I mean, I maybe prefer to be white here even. I mean,
much easier to play for white at least.
You've got to get the rook out now, haven't you? Is there anything else? You can't take the pawn, can you? I mean, that's just losing,
I was thinking that the black king probably has to re-maneuver itself over to the c7 square, so the king kind of controls some of its the white king's entry points. And
it takes so long though. Black needs to move the rook, move the black king around 2-3 moves.
You have to move the rook now. But surely you have to get the rook out now, as you say.
Yeah, you have to get the rook out.
But this is a perfect scenario for Ding because he only has one plan: push the white A pawn up the board.
Queen.
Make a queen, and the white A pawn promotes on a light square, same colour as your bishop.
I mean, I definitely prefer to be white now. I mean, I
have to do some calculation
especially
first.
Especially if neither side have time to calculate, it's easier to be white. Okay, finally. I think belatedly the black rook enters the game, and here we go. The pawn pushes. Mamedyarov lower on the clock now, and he checks the black king forward.
Why does he do that?
Helping the white king, forward.
I don't know why he's pushing the king up the board there. Very strange decision. And as you say, it's just white's plan with little time. So easy. Push the A pawn, use the king, use the bishop, queen. Simple. Black has to think, have I got time to take a pawn? Do I move the king around like Jovanka said? I like that plan. I think that's a good try. But there's many more options that Black has to think of here. So he's under half a minute. Yeah. This has gone horribly wrong at the end of this game for Mamedyarov so far.
From my experience with time trouble as well, it's always the one who hasn't been in time trouble during the game. As soon as they drop low on the clock, they panic. Mamedyarov has had 10 minutes for most of this game. Ding has been down, playing at 30 seconds the whole game, pretty much. So he's used to it. Ding is in the zone. He's in the rhythm. Mamedyarov clearly isn't under 5 seconds now. What is his move?
Okay, and he's gone for my plan, but now I think he's wasted time, by giving checks here and there.
Very slow, isn't it?
And now I do think my plan is unfortunately too slow.
How do you stop those pawns?
And he's given another check.
He's helping the white king forward.
The king's...
I mean...
the white king now can move forward. It can choose 2 different directions. Do you go to the C file? Do you go to the A file?
You go to the C file.
Well, then there might be a rook E4, maybe. You might be able to grab... I know that doesn't work either, does it? So you're right.
Entering.
No, you're right, Jovanka. Just go here. I don't think you can stop the pawns.
Well, the only way that I can see is that the rook goes to the A line.
He should have come here 3-4 moves ago. The black rook. It could have started checking ages ago.
Maybe queen now, and that's just maybe queening is just winning.
There we go. He gives up one pawn to deflect the black king away. Yeah. Now the black king cannot stop the entry of the white king. It's just game over.
It's game over. You can't stop the pawn. The bishop's going to block. The bishop can come in, support the pawn. Black's pawns can't move because of that en passant.
Look at Ding. He smiles, he sits back, sips some water.
Yeah. Incredible game.
Pure panic from Shakria. I think...
I love those games, though, Jovanka. I mean, just because they're so exciting, right? I mean, like...
they're human, right? To err is to be human, but...
We should explain why white is winning. Now black has to give up his rook for the white pawn, and the white bishop... All of black's pawns stand on the light squares as well. White's bishop will eventually win them, and there we go. We have a result.
Wow, what a crazy game. Mamedyarov, he was almost about to make a comeback in the match, but it is another win for Ding, and that means in Game 3, starting in 15 minutes, Ding needs a draw to be ready for semifinals. That's going to be a must-win for the firework player, Mamedyarov. Should be interesting. David, what a game. Can you just take us through the highlights?
What a game, and just to show the end. And I don't think any of us really understand what Mamedyarov was doing. He took too long to activate this black rook. He actually wasted several moves with it. By this time, he should already be behind. He should already be checking, hitting the white king, driving the white king away. But I think maybe he missed this one move. The black rook dropped down to the bottom of the board, trying to check this white king. If he gets one more move, he might be able to hold the draw. But this was the killer from Ding. giving up one very strong pawn. We talked about the d pawn the whole game, giving up this pawn, deflecting the black king away. And now after the white pawn pushes, only one way to stop it, with the rook behind. And this is the final touch, moving the white king in, using a square that the black king can no longer control. And you have to simply give up your rook now and go into a hopeless endgame, because if you wait, no matter what you do, white's bishop just blocks off the rook's return, and this pawn is destined to become a queen. Really nice finish there from Ding, but so many missed opportunities for Mamedyarov. Heartbreak for the Azeri player.
And now he has to win the next game. We are jumping into another game 2. Praggnanandhaa is in the lead. He won game 1 against Wei Yi, and the bar is over to his side. And also time trouble for Wei Yi. What do you think, David?
It's still complicated, despite what the evaluation bar says. If we do a quick count, white has an extra rook and 2 pawns, but black has a bishop and knight in return. So it's not so clear, but I think it's all about the 2 white rooks just so strong, and black's king is actually a bit of a target. Some checkmating ideas against the black king if the white rooks can break through to the 8th rank.
You can see that teenage energy from Pragg shaking.
The adrenaline.
It's the same in Mishra. I mean, exactly the same. They had that it is a young thing, isn't it? Right? So
it must be.
Yeah.
What do you think, guys? Oh, that looks like a step in the wrong direction. Retreating the white rook.
A bit passive, but
yeah. Struggling to understand that one. White's rook was on a great line. It could have gone to even take a pawn on the side of the board on the a5 square.
Maybe there's just no way to stop bishop takes knight. Maybe that's the idea, because white would have loved to have played that last move, just winning a piece. But the rook then would have been on a very exposed square. So by moving the rook away, you're now just threatening to go bishop takes knight, rook takes bishop, winning a piece here.
Yeah.
And how does black stop this?
For example, if black just gets greedy, grabs a pawn, your idea, Simon, you get rid of the black knight, which defends this black bishop. And, OK, he has moved it.
Okay.
This looked almost impossible, moving this bishop, because it does allow the white rook to come in with a check. But can he block? Can he drop back his knight and block? It looks like it's almost checkmate, but...
I mean, f6, look at black's pieces. They are revolting, you know.
Look at this bishop, forced now back into the corner, the only safe square.
You can't.
You can win this one slowly, maybe, as white. I mean, this knight is pinned eternally, the bishop tied down to its defense, and this bishop just a dead piece. You might as well put it back in the box.
Yeah.
Just a dead block of wood.
Could you also maybe... I really like that f6 move, but could you also perhaps keep that one in your pocket for a little while? I was thinking maybe playing...
Throw in a check?
Yeah. Maybe even better, Jovanka, because, I like this, because the bishop's a bit more active this way, right? So, yeah.
And then either now pushing the pawn or maybe moving the bishop out the way and trying to break through and win this black knight at some point. Yeah, 2 good options. And either way, I think in both lines, you have to start with a rook check.
I have to say, I mean... I'm just so impressed with Pragg. I mean, he always impresses me. I thought, OK, maybe the last tournament where he did so well, dare I say it, was like not a fluke, but was it like a one-off? You know, can he stabilise that really good play? Definitely. He comes here and he's just crushing it again with great chess. And I thought Wei Yi was going to win this match, but it's going to be 2-0, I think. And so Pragg is, he's really impressing me throughout the tour so far.
Yeah, definitely not a fluke.
No,
and I think that's the thing with young players, right? Normally they're capable of beating the best, but they are very inconsistent, but not Pragg. Super consistent.
Yeah, his consistency's back, isn't it? And that, you know, from the lockdown, he didn't have a chance to play much chess, but whatever he has done has worked really well. Yeah. So yeah.
And he is a product of hard work. You know, he told me in the Chess Talks interview that basically all he does is chess. You know, he wakes up in the morning, chess, and school is like almost like a nuisance to him. He's actually doing exams right now.
Remember, guys, I think his first exam is on the 25th of this month. So if he qualifies for the final in 2 days, he's going to have to somehow manage exams and also some matches potentially against the likes of Magnus Carlsen.
Imagine that, you're playing Magnus and you have to do an exam as well. I mean, it's tough.
I remember my father always had a theory that whenever you did exams, this was amazing for your chess because it meant that your brain was actually working and engaged in something. So when you came to the chessboard, you were fine, even if you had done no chess preparation. And sometimes I hate to admit he's right, but in my case, he was right. What about you when you do exams and play chess?
I find it very exhausting. I mean, also the preparation for exams is really tiring. And if you're doing that, you're preparing the chess. It's too much for my small mind. I need to have a break now and again. So, but it's certainly good to engage the mind before a game of chess. Like if you're playing in a tournament, maybe do a couple of puzzles. Yeah, warming up.
Basically,
yeah, warm up the mind, just get it thinking. So, well, we see this other approach where he's just dominating everything, and even the black rook can't move. This is nearly Zugzwang. Zugzwang meaning that whatever move black plays, black's position gets substantially worse, and he can't really move anything here, can he?
The viewers at home should screenshot this position, or at least this chessboard, and just kind of copy-paste it into the dictionary, the word domination. I mean, black's pieces, can't move.
I was wondering, how many squares does white control?
A lot.
Not quite all of the squares yet.
Not yet. A few more queens and then we're there. Yeah. Well, and I have to say, Wei Yi, he doesn't look very happy. He looks a little miserable. And game 2 between Magnus and David Anton just ended with a draw. Magnus in the lead by 1 point. And with a win in game 3, Magnus will be ready for the semi-finals. But David Anton, he managed to get a draw in game 2.
It's possible it could all be over in the next round. Which
actually,
I don't think it will be. So don't jinx
this.
I mean, we want to see some chess, so so I should jinx it surely, but it could be over. We could have playoffs still, but
I mean, there's even a trick in the position. I was going to say, if the rook actually steps up onto the 8th row to try to challenge, that would be actually a big blunder.
Well, the only guarantee we definitely have is that round 3 of games will be crazy. Because there's going to be so many must-win situations.
Yeah, if Wei Yi loses this one, 3 players in must-win situations, and David Anton in a must-not-lose situation. Wow, so much drama. And I mean, I thought some of these matches would be super close, but so far they've been a bit one-sided. Some really informed players, Giri, Ding, Praggnanandhaa.
Well, actually, all the 4 players on top of the table in the preliminaries.
They're continuing that form over, which has been something been mentioned before, the continuation of form into the next day. I mean, it's still got to be won, this position. I mean, I think there's a couple of ways.
There's one move here, Simon, that I really want to play, and just for kind of instructive purposes. Here, OK, he drops his bishop back. He's going for the direct win, but I was going to say you can push your white pawn forward. No matter which pawn black pushes, you just block it up, and black is completely stuck. You are winning. But, OK, he's taken a bit of a hasty approach. Instead of this, he's dropped his bishop back, and after the black bishop now out of its cage, breaking out, he's given a check. So he wants to win after the black king moves. Oh, look at this, the evaluation bar hates it. He wants to win after the black king moves by just taking this knight, and he will emerge with 2 extra pawns. Oh, wait, only 1 extra pawn even. But the problem is black can block this check.
Yeah, I was going to say that, yeah.
Yeah, so in the current position, black's king is under threat. Can you block with your own bishop? This is the key question.
2 seconds.
OK, can we keep an eye on the players? Wei Yi, no time on the clock. Has he disconnected? That would be heartbreak if Wei Yi's disconnected. We're waiting for the move. He's in check.
I think it's the same situation.
He's blocked. He's found the only move, I think.
Yeah, every other move, and he would have lost. As we showed, black's knight would have fallen, white would have emerged with 1 clear extra pawn. And I think he's found the only way. But right now, white can still maybe continue the domination by using the white rook and taking this black bishop off the board.
I mean, can black move anything there? He's got to go f6 and king up, OK. He's just thinking how he can get out of the bind. OK, it's not as clear, I feel here.
I really hate what Pragg is doing. Maybe a sign maybe of some slight inexperience. He could have just maintained the tension forever. He had complete domination. He went for the win, but at the wrong moment. Now, maybe Wei Yi's clinging on. Maybe. White is still in charge, but white's far less winning now, and the margin for error is tiny. Suddenly, black has these 2 pieces surviving, defending each other. White's central pawn, if it marches forward, just gets taken.
Can the white rook that's on the e2 square move to the c line and then try to harass black that way?
Looks like a good move to me. Yeah,
possibly.
Very nice move.
Possibly.
Yeah,
and maybe we can show this idea, Jovanka. The white rook can swing across, hitting this black bishop that's undefended, and if the black... OK, he's found it. If the black bishop retreats, now you can use the fact that the black knight is pinned. You can swing into the position. The black knight cannot go and capture. And if we see a trade of rooks, this white pawn will cost black his bishop. So in the current position, Wei Yi trying to survive with tactics. We saw this against Magnus Carlsen earlier in the tournament. Wei Yi is so tricky. In the current position, though, Praggnanandhaa is equally tricky. He gives up his rook for a knight, and he wins the black bishop. Now, a quick count shows that white has an extra pawn, but it's not just any pawn. It's a great protected passed pawn. And now the white king is going to come into the game. These black pawns might drop.
And another thing that's very impressive about Prag's play is his endings. His endings are so strong for someone so young. This must be winning with the white king coming in, surely.
I was wondering as well, do you trade? Because Praggnanandhaa now has a choice of actually pushing this d pawn 1 square forward and actually winning the h6 pawn. Do we make that one the pawn, pass pawn, or maybe not?
I think the d pawn's
Just
so
keep that
nice,
one.
isn't it? Yeah.
Okay.
You probably keep the d pawn and just get the king into the action here.
I mean, the first question is, can black bring his king forward and hit the white rook, or can white trade the set of rooks, and then it becomes a pawn race? And is white's king quick enough to go after this pawn and win the game? OK, big question now for Praggnanandhaa. Is he able to just push his rook up 1 square and win and trade everything off? If he doesn't want this, if he wants a safer option, he can always bring his rook to the side, attacking black's pawns and defending his pawn. OK, he didn't have time to calculate a king and pawn endgame, the trickiest type of endgame in chess. So it looks good, though, for white still, defending his pawns and an easy route for the white king forward.
Yeah, I mean, the white king can come either way. I mean, it could also come towards the queen side, but both of these ideas look very strong. But what does black do? I mean, the most important thing when you're trying to defend a rook and pawn ending, or even when you're trying to attack in a rook and pawn ending, is the activity of your rook. And if you look at black's rook, it's on pretty much the worst square it could be on. If the black rook could be transported somewhere into white's position, he can get a lot of play. And here, white just needs to keep the position closed. Don't allow that rook in. So
don't trade pawns, exactly, and allow the black rook some fun.
So I think it is just that black rook is just so bad. And he's trying now to find a bit of love for it by giving it a space where that pawn was. He can bring the black rook to. I think this is the idea.
He has to just abandon this defence of the, as you guys have pointed out.
Both sides playing really well, I must say. I still think Praggnanandhaa had smoother ways to win, more controlled ways to win. He's lost a lot of control, but still in charge. He should win this one.
Even putting the white pawn where the black pawn is on the queen side looked a lot safer to stop that rook coming around.
100% agree.
Because I'm not sure now. I feel like black has some drawing chances because now the black rook is going to swing over and start targeting some things. There's chances here at least.
Yeah.
Maybe now white should trade off his far advanced pawns for some of black's pawns, because white's rook was the passive one temporarily. Black's rook was about to get active, and now there is a big threat. White's rook wants to slide down 1 square to the 6th rank and check the black king, harry the h-pawn.
But capturing this pawn, I mean, I was a bit surprised. I was still hung up on my other one.
Yeah, I
then you get a pass pawn.
But h-pawns are the worst in rook endgames. I don't know. This one makes so much more sense. Black is left with a weakness now.
It's the Chessable Masters, and you're learning. Yeah. So we all don't know our endgame, so it's a good thing to know, actually.
I think there's one. I was just thinking there's one point here that if the rook had gone to g5, you can go g3 and rook f4. I think was like something which maybe he missed. But
to show this idea, if the rook comes across attacking this pawn, any check to the white king can simply be blocked by white's rook. And in the current position, if we fast forward, look at this black rook, it's actually running out of squares. There will be some circumstances where you can just drop your rook back and trade off this rook. You have an extra pawn. Any king and pawn endgames are winning. So black's trying to stop that idea by bringing his king to the centre. But this rook, it just feels like it's misplaced. And a check, at some point, white will maybe try and just slide his rook across, come and challenge it. And if white can somehow teleport his... OK, he's moving his king across. Where is this black rook going? No safe squares. If you go back this way, then white can sometimes trade you off. OK, the black king, however, is coming in. It's getting complicated. Suddenly the black king has a path towards this pawn.
Just not so clear as it was. I mean,
rook endgames is so tricky.
So tricky. I mean, that analogy which is all rook and pawn endings are drawn is just the worst bit of advice ever, because they're so hard, rook and pawn endings, and they're so important to get to grasp with as well, because so many games are won and lost by knowing your rook and pawns.
But how is white going to coordinate the king and the 2 pawns in order to push that
the black rook? Maybe the white king wants to slide across to hit the black rook.
And then
the black rook steps back, and then, it takes a long time still. Evaluation bar hating this. That means that maybe there is a way. At some point, I think, talking of Wei Yi needs to just move the black king, bring the black rook across, abandon your pawn, go for white's b pawn. Okay, first he kind of inters his own rook. Makes sense. The black pawn on a safer square.
Yeah, but there's maybe a check in king g3 now. Is that right? Oh no, because the rook still has a square, right? It looks so close to being trapped.
You check and then you push your pawn forward.
Oh, that's beautiful.
The black rook is trapped.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, there is only one move that wins immediately.
Wow.
First, give a check. He doesn't find it. We have to show this because it was quite beautiful.
Really nice way to trap that rook.
Yeah, this rook, we talked about it being trapped. First, you give a check. It looks like you're actually helping the black king go towards the pawns. But suddenly, after you step forward with your own pawn, this rook is trapped.
He can still do it, David. He can still do it in a position if he finds it.
Yeah, he can still, but...
No, but the rook can...
Some counterplay. Just to finish my point, sorry, the rook can take this white pawn. The white king does slide back, though. And the only other way to survive would be to offer a rook trade. But this pawn endgame is winning for white. White's pawn will win. So in the current position, if we go back to it, it's all about a race now. White's going to take this pawn, but once that happens, his own pawn drops. And in a position like this one, suddenly this black pawn is the most far advanced pawn. I think he's going to hold this game.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a
huge missed opportunity for Pragg there. He didn't find a way to trap this black rook. Now this black rook is super active.
Well, these two, they're definitely grinders. The first game was over an hour. I think this one is now also going over 1 hour. Still in game 2, these two. But Anish Giri and Tari, they have started game 3, and that is a must-win situation for Tari. So Anish, with a draw, will win that match. And now also game 3 started with Mamedyarov and Ding, and that is a must-win situation for Shahriar Mamedyarov. David Anton and Magnus Carlsen, they will also start game 3 shortly. We will jump over to the action in those games when this one finishes.
Yeah, the question is, how do you win now? Okay, the evaluation bar not so keen on that black move. The problem is, as soon as you go away with the white rook, this race does begin. Black's rook now is going to go and check. Or maybe the king will come across and he's going to win this white pawn. Black's rook actually does a good job of cutting off the white king. It's just a race. It's all about calculation.
It's so hard to... I mean, when you're playing this kind of position, you'd never think, is it a draw or is it a win? You just play the best moves, because I don't think many humans will know if this position is winning or drawing.
Unless they had 30 minutes on the clock to sit there and work things out.
Work everything out.
And just kind of visually looking at it, I mean, I'm worried about Black's king. Is it a bit too far away from the action?
And the white pawns.
From the white pawns, because, you know...
I agree. I mean, I think...
There is the plan of actually just pushing your pawns as far up the board. You give up the white rook for the pawn, and... the rook just can't stop those pawns.
That seems like a very good plan, Jovanka. Just literally push the pawns because they're already on the fourth rank. Give up the white rook for the pawn, as you said. And yeah, I agree. I think this is more likely to be winning now than drawing again.
At least in practical terms.
You know, I mean...
Or Wei Yi under 5 seconds as well.
5 seconds, 3 seconds.
That's not helping his drawing chances.
Steps his king back.
Okay, hitting the white rook, but the white rook's happy to run away.
Yeah.
And
there's still some tricks, though, because, yeah, it doesn't work. I was thinking how, you know, we saw in the game before where you played Magnus that sometimes there are tricks involved in creating shelter for the king and blocking.
This is quite crafty because he can check, try to get behind the pawn with a rook.
Yeah, that's what.
Sneaky. So if the white king steps forward to the 5th rank, then the black rook will give a check again and then slide across to try and challenge the white rook, and then it becomes a pawn race. We might even be here for another 100 moves because we could see a queen endgame. Imagine...
Don't get excited, David.
I was getting so excited. If the rooks... We're going to see it. If the rooks disappear and get traded off, both sides, I think, queen at the same time. They both can promote to a queen. And we might well see it. Is black now going to offer a trade of rooks? He can push his pawn first, maybe. The black pawn can step down 1 square.
He didn't go for it.
Oh, he's looking for the white pawns.
This also seems good, yeah? This is a very clever idea from Wei Yi.
So tricky he is.
You never really use your rook like this in a rook and pawn ending, do you, when you're defending? So it's a really unique way to try and defend.
The problem is for white, no matter which pawn you step forward now, another pawn will drop. And how do you keep those 2 white pawns safe? Maybe he pushed them in the wrong order, Praggnanandhaa, because now they're just lined up like ducks in a row. The black rook now, wherever the white king goes, he can pre-move his rook to the central square, back where it came from.
Well, you could go king g6 maybe and then king h5, but...
But then he blocks his pawns, maybe. It's so tricky. I think black has to now bring his rook back where it came from. What else? Okay, he needs to move Wei Yi. Is he going to bring his rook back to the 4th rank, target those white pawns, or is he going to offer a trade of rooks? Now he changes tactics.
So we're in for another 50 moves, I reckon. Maybe.
I don't know if a queen endgame. If Pragg trades off now, then black queens first. Black makes a new queen first, and black gets the chance to check. I think that would have been a forced draw. If the rooks disappeared, we would have seen 2 queens on the board, but black would be able to remove white's remaining pawns. Now we won't see queens on the board yet, but while the rooks remain, it's still a race. Okay, the black king. The one thing it cannot do is go in front of its own pawn. You don't want to block your own pawn. Go towards the centre.
Is the clocks an issue here at all? I mean, both of them continuously.
Normally it would be, but these guys are so good. They're so fast at calculation.
But is it easy to make that? Could it be like one mistake? Is it?
If Wei Yi makes one mistake, he'll lose.
Yeah.
But he's made it so difficult for Pragg.
Yeah.
Pragg has had to go away from his original plan. Pragg just thought he could push his pawns forward. Wei Yi has not allowed him to do that. Now the black pawn's going to push.
Oh.
It's much quicker than the white pawns. The one thing about rook games is 1 actually runs much faster than 2. So it might look better to have 2 pawns connected. But pushing 1, it's just, you could be single-minded. Pushing 2, you have to coordinate them. It takes a lot longer.
6 seconds for Wei. He has to make a move.
Okay, oh,
Gives
2 seconds. When in doubt, give a check. That's the rule, but
maybe this allows the king to step forward.
So if this game ends in a draw, how will it end in a draw?
It will end in a draw either by everything getting traded off. So, for example, white giving up the white rook for the black pawn, just to stop it, and the black rook managing to give itself up for the 2 white pawns. Jovanka?
No, I'm just thinking about one thing, that Wei Yi's king is on the queening diagonal of the g-pawn.
Okay, the bar reacts.
I don't really understand why he went back.
I don't know what he's doing. Why is he bringing his king over this way? I don't
get it.
Very strange. I mean, he's defended so well, but the king's going. It seems to me like the black king's going the wrong way.
Can White just go after the black pawn now, maybe with his rook? I mean, what is his idea? You're right.
Or can you just push the g-pawn? Why can't you push the g-pawn? Yeah.
Okay.
He just shuffles his king across the mysterious moves from both sides there.
I think he's just trying to create a shelter for his king. He's going to hide it on the h6 square.
He's going to hide behind his own pawns. Okay, a big threat. Black's rook wants to come down to the 1st rank now to block off the control of white's rook, but this is good. Pragg has put his rook. It's not a great square, but at least he's tying down the black rook. Okay, how do you push the white pawns? This is the question. Can you push the white pawns?
The bar is definitely back into saying it's a win for Pragg.
I think here the key move after the black king steps across is at some point you give a check with the white rook. You drive the black king away. You've got to choose the right moment, but okay, Wei Yi, he has to move the black king. Nothing else to move. If you give a check, you only help the white king step out of the way of its own pawn.
But the problem is, like you said, you know, the rook gives a check.
Yeah.
And the black king is, okay.
At least you ask the question here, do you check? And whoa, what a move from Pragg. I think this is the winner. If the black rook now goes and takes the white pawn, then the white rook slides across with a check. Black will lose his rook. Wei Yi leads back.
You can see the body language there as well. That was, and now g7 is made, then king f6, then you check, right?
Yeah, then you always check.
Yeah.
So the black king, after it goes for the white pawn, it does get driven away. This is the key check. And now the 2 white pawns.
Winning. Yeah, the king can go in the corner, or he can just push the h pawn even. I mean,
just harry.
Yeah, this is. He got there in the end. I think
one runs faster than 2, but long term 2 are better if you can get them this far up the board. And
then he moves now.
Well, this is a nice little trick for Wei Yi, you know. Rook takes pawn, threatened.
Yeah. How do you stop this? That's the question.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, worst comes to worst, you just push your pawn 1 square forward. I think that's winning. And some tactics that we will explain a bit later. But now if white makes a new queen, the problem is black's rook comes across, takes a pawn with a check, and you can't keep your queen on the board. Oh, wow, he defends it with his rook.
Is that a good move?
I think so. But you have to calculate. And I think it's a very good move. Now, no matter what happens, I think white is about to make a new queen. You can't stop white making a new queen. Black's pawn, remember, is still covered by the white rook. And Wei Yi, head in his hands.
Yeah, he's going to resign, isn't he? You can tell. Body language there. And
there we go. We have the result.
Wow! After 78 moves and another game lasting more than an hour, Praggnanandhaa wins another one. He is up by 2 points, and in 15 minutes, Game 3 will be a must-win for Wei Yi. Wow, David, the main grinder in the studio. How impressed are you with the way Pragg is winning these games?
I think the title should go to Praggnanandhaa. He is one of the best grinders in world chess right now, as he showed not just with that win, but his win in the previous game equally long. And just to show the final moments, because we were talking about some moves there, it was very complicated. I just want to explain why Wei Yi resigned. And it was here. Wei Yi actually set one of the most cunning traps I've ever seen, trying to take this pawn. He's actually allowing white to make a new queen, but making a new queen is a big mistake. It would have blown the win for Pragg, because after rook takes pawn, check, no matter what happens now, the white king has to move onto a square where it can get skewered, hitting the king, hitting the queen, and after this trade, black is actually just in time. The black king will come down, and this pawn will cost white his rook. This would have been a draw, but Pragg secured the win with a really calm, nice move, defending his pawn, and now there's nothing else to do. A new queen is coming, and if, for example, Wei Yi does take this pawn, then this is a simple win for white. He has an extra rook and will secure the victory. Pragg just spotting all the tactics, avoiding all the tricks, and taking the full point.
Wow, impressive. And that means, actually, we have a bunch of must-win situations here in Game 3s. This is must-win for Arian Tari to take it to a Game 4. Anish Giri, with a draw, will win the match. The bar is slightly over to his side. What do you think after coming in to move 26 here?
Yeah, I mean, firstly, it's a bit hard to get your head around this position. Look at all the knights doing a bit of a dance in the middle of the board. There's 4 knights on very centralized squares. And I slightly prefer white, because if you look next to those knights, black's pawn in the center on the d5 square is isolated. This is something Simon highlighted actually in a match between these two earlier today. Similar pawn structure to a game that Anish Giri won, but everything else is pretty balanced. The rooks kind of balance each other out. The queens, the knights, is just about black's pawn structure slightly inferior. So small advantage for Anish, but a draw is enough. So it should be a good position for him to handle. Yeah, Arian needs to create something out of nothing here. No more bishops on the board. I just don't see how he's ever going to win this one. White's knights, as long as you keep them safe, they control a lot of squares.
Doesn't look too happy, Arian. It's a must-win situation, and so is the situation for Shahryar and Mamedyarov with the white pieces in Game 3 against Ding. Any other result means Ding is ready for the semifinals to play either Magnus Carlsen or David Anton. Also in Game 3, Magnus with a win in that game, and the white pieces will be ready for those semifinals. David Anton, he needs at least a draw, and he has to then win Game 4 to take it to tiebreaks.
And,
or he can win both of them.
Could win both of them. All the rooks have now left the board, so we are heading towards very drawish types of positions. Meanwhile, though, guys, a bit of a quiz for you. So I just took a peek at Magnus's game, and Magnus, if he wins, he does go through to the semi-finals, but he's played d3, c3, h4, among others this tournament. What do you think he played on move 1 in this last game?
Not G.
A3.
It didn't begin with G or A.
B3.
D3?
No.
He's done that. Oh, I don't know.
F4.
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 The bird's opening.
The birds. Good man.
The bird's opening.
The bird's opening, and quite a rare one at top level.
Named after old Henry Bird, an English player. So, yeah.
Incidentally, in the preliminaries, David Anton actually beat Sam Shankland, not with the birds, but with its reverse counterpart, the Dutch.
The Dutch defence.
Okay.
So essentially, the bird's opening by putting the white pawn on f4 and move 1. You're going for the Dutch defence, one of Simon's favourites as well, just with one extra move because you start with white.
Yeah.
So it does have a lot of logic. It's safer than one h4 or one f3. But
I remember a story that Magnus had from the London Classic, and because he beat Kramnik with birds. Yeah. And I think it was, again, the opening ceremony before the event, and they're all having a chat over dinner. I think it was brought up, the topic of the birds opening. And I think Kramnik said, terrible opening, really, really horrible opening, that the birds. And Henry Bird, no, don't ever play the birds. No top player plays the birds. So Magnus was playing against Kramnik in round 1. With the white pieces, so of course he played the birds after Kramnik saying how bad it was, and he went on to beat Kramnik with the birds as well. So it was a little bit of humour there, really.
Simon, maybe your next Chessable course, because it fits your style so well. You beat me with one f4. I remember the British Rapid Play tournament in
one of my only
2000,
times,
maybe.
Yeah, I think I think it's very interesting. way to play. I mean, especially if you play the Dutch, you can transpose to lots of other things
and
as
you
well.
can kind of also, it's really good if you're playing against E4,
E5s.
yeah.
So if I play the birds as white, maybe we can just, well, I don't know if we can, the first move, there's a bit of psychology behind it, because if you know that your opponent is a 1E4 player, for example, they play the king's pawn opening, by playing this move on move 1, the best move is probably to move the queen's pawn 2 squares, and what you've done, you've tricked them into playing the queen's pawn opening with the colours reversed, if that makes sense.
So if you look at this position and then you compare it to 1d4, which they wouldn't normally play, and then you play f5, the Dutch defence, you've basically got the exact same position, just a mirror image. And here, because you're white, you start with 1 extra move. So you've tricked them out of their normal opening, and you've got an extra move.
Yeah, so
bring the knight out, for example.
So it's more of a psychological way to just make your opponent uncomfortable and avoid some theory, but also get in a position that you yourself enjoy. But so
Magnus, I mean, there's plenty of white games left. Will he have played all 20 possible white moves on the board by the end of this tournament? That's the question. There's a few he hasn't played. But, OK, if we catch up with this current game that we're watching, Anish Giri against Tari, this is the current position. Black has just activated his queen. And the reason I'm sceptical about Tari's chances of winning this game is because, for example, if white just steps out of this pin, OK, which he has just done, he's moved his queen back, then how are you ever going to destabilise this white knight? It's on an outpost. It's not just about isolated pawns, it's about the squares in front of them. They don't control the square in front of them, and this knight you can never, ever challenge for this square. It's supported and anchored by a nice pawn there as well. And it's not just that knight. This knight, very safe. I think white has too much stability. White is the one with any winning chances in this game. Black's knights look good, but the comparison here, this black knight can eventually get kicked away by a pawn. That is the difference. White's knights cannot get kicked away by pawns. And that small little kind of detail, that small finesse means that white has full safety in this type of position. Unless we see a big blunder, which is possible with knights on the board. Knights are so tricky, but unless we see something like that, I can't see Tari fighting back in this game. First, he gives some breathing space to the black king, but here, Anish, for example, he can start moving this knight around to attack the queen or to attack this central pawn at some point. Me and my arrows again, this central pawn. But either way, Giri in charge.
And in game 3 between Mamedyarov and Ding, the bar is all the way over to Mamedyarov's side in that must-win situation. So maybe some drama in that one. Yeah.
Very exciting. I mean, it's such a great introduction to the kind of quarterfinals matches to have such explosive games. And Anish, he relocates his knight. And, you know, it's great that we also have a selfie competition where everyone at home has a chance to win some signed goodies by Anish. We have a cushion and a New in Chess magazine. And Lanadan is watching us whilst studying, just like a Praggnanandhaa.
Yeah.
I hope I can push through. Well, good luck in your exams, Lanadan. And Kalengo Simikoko is saying also another selfie, but also entering our quiz of the day, where he says that his chess goal is to be a grandmaster by 2024. Ooh. So far, no active GM in the entire country, which is Zambia.
Oh.
So good luck with that, Kalengo. I mean,
we are rooting for you.
Definitely. And Madiki is watching the Chess Champs Tour since day one. The games are so beautiful, and he's sending us love from Nigeria. So also a big hello from us here in the studio. And if you too want to enter your selfie into our selfie competition, then you can always tweet us using the hashtag ChessChamps. And remember to take selfies in landscape mode.
And I didn't catch the name of that tweeter from Nigeria, but coming up on the final day of the tournament, we do have a very cool story to tell you about a very talented chess player from Nigeria. He is in the Chess in Slums chess program. So looking forward to that.
Yep.
All right, well, Arian, he is spending a lot of time. Is the clock becoming an issue here for him?
It could do a bit later on. I think Arian he's just frustrated.
Yeah.
He's in a must-win situation, and he's not got the type of position where it's easy to create anything at all here. I mean, the queens, the knights, they just balance each other out, and if anything, Black's pawn structure is the worst of the two. So, yeah, it's just sometimes that happens when you're black in a must-win situation, when you play a really, really good player like Anish Giri, who knows how to keep control. It's just, it's like banging your head against a wall somehow. There's no way to break through, no way to create any fun, any complications, any imbalances. And Simon, do you see any chances here for Arian?
No, not really. I mean, White's knights do a great job of controlling all the squares that the black queen can come into. If I was black, I'd like to... OK, if you have to start going backwards, then things are not going well at all. And yeah, the answer is basically no. The only chance I can see is if you can put a knight where the black queen is. So somehow do that. That's what I'd be trying to do here. Try to use your knights to at least target some of your opponent's squares. So if I'd want to move the black queen away,
for example,
then put the knight into that square, because at least that way, that knight can pressurise the base of the pawn structure, which I know David mentioned before, and you can try to put something on the position then, but it looks very slow.
I have a wishful plan. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
OK.
Definitely.
And, OK, it needs a lot of help. But I'm thinking that since there are no access points on the left side, then we should move to the right. And so why not do my favourite thing in the world? Yes, David's getting it. You push the H pawn, you push the G pawn, and you try to coordinate it. So maybe there's some kind of attack on the right side. But yeah, it's wishful thinking, and well, who knows?
I mean, a draw is pretty much the same as a loss here. So at some point, Arian has to start taking risks, and yeah, we might well see a situation. I mean, I'm slightly sceptical, but for example, if White just gives you a lot of time, where this actually does become a bit threatening, the White king at least feels slightly uncomfortable. The downside is your own king feels a bit open, but yeah, you have to take some risks. You have to give in order to take. And that's maybe what Arian is hoping for. I should also mention there is a pawn up for grabs temporarily in the position. This queen can go and take a pawn, but this just results in an exchange. This black queen now is freed and can finally enter the white position. And suddenly, I don't think Anish is going to allow this, because suddenly the black queen does have serious targets. So in the current position, I'm expecting Anish just to pass. OK, he kind of passes and does nothing too much by retreating the white knight. And now the white knight has retreated, the black knight has jumped forward.
You know, on the positive side, at least the material is queen and two knights, and queen and two knights are really tricky. So, you know, they can often suddenly out of nowhere create some nasty threats. So that is the positive. The material that's left on the board is very complicated. If Anish does the smallest of mistakes, then those black pieces will get some chances.
Yeah, the problem is here Anish can kind of bully Arian with the kind of prospect of a draw. He can bring his knight back to the centre where it came from. And if you trade everything off, I mean, this one is going to end in a dead draw, just completely symmetrical pawn structure. So I wouldn't be surprised if Anish just decides, OK, I don't want to have any fun here. No need to play for the win in a situation where a draw is enough, and brings his knight back to blockade. And black, for example, will go back with his knight somewhere if he wants to change the position, and Anish can just continue bringing his knight back, forth, OK, he actually, maybe he's playing for the win, Anish Giri. He just brings, instead of bringing his knight to the centre, he kind of walks into a pin, self pin, a willing pin along this diagonal. But his whole idea is to protect his knight, to free up his queen. So now maybe the white queen is threatening this pawn on the edge of the board.
Yeah,
ambitious.
It is ambitious, but they do say that the best strategy for getting a draw is actually just to play as if you don't need a draw. You just want to play a normal game.
Yeah, I'm still very surprised this move looks a bit risky somehow. It looks like you're walking towards the black queen and towards the black knights, but if there's no concrete reason that it doesn't work, if there's no refutation, then maybe. Giri, maybe he's looking at the rating. Maybe he just wants 2,800 on the tour ratings.
I actually have an update on that from Tari. So if Anish wins this game, he's going to be at 2792. No, 2798.
Wow.
And then obviously he can reach 2,800 tomorrow.
These top players, they do care about these things. It's very important to them. I know all the viewers at home who play online, it's all about the rating, right? You never want to stop when you've lost a few blitz games or bullet games. You need to get a certain rating back.
think that's the mark of a lot of chess players. You know, they're incredibly competitive.
Yeah.
Like yesterday, I was reading about Najdorf, and you know, he was a great guy, a man of extremes, full of personality, but very, very competitive.
Yeah.
You know, he once tied for first, and he's kind of kept saying to the guy who tied alongside him, "We should do tie break. We should do tie break. You should do tie break." And eventually, the guy goes, "Okay, fine, whatever. We'll do a tie break." And Najdorf won. And he won, and he was really happy about that.
Yeah.
But
competitiveness.
Yeah. But and when I was doing research on Taimanov, because he has an amazing story.
Yeah.
I mean, they were saying that he's, you know, got a great personality, very personable, but the criticism was lacks the killer spirit.
And that has been a criticism of Anish as well. You did mention it slightly, Simon, but you thought it was a little bit unfair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, I think it came about where he played one candidates and he drew every single game. So I think it was like 13 games and or 11
14,
games, 14 games, and he literally just drew every game. So he got known as the draw master, and there was lots of jokes about him. You know, he'd rather take a draw than a win, and that was going on for quite a long time. But then, if you actually look at the games he drew, he was playing pretty aggressively, and his play has been, in general, pretty aggressive and interesting since then. He's certainly not a boring player. I mean, I'm not saying the game here is the most exciting, but he doesn't need to be here. He only needs a draw. But in general, I think the reputation's not very fair that he just wants a draw in every game. I mean, that's clearly not true.
That's the thing. If you compare him to pretty much every other top player, you can name other top players who do take quick draws. I can't name a single time Anish Giri's taken a draw in less than 5 minutes, or kind of a forced draw from the opening. He always wants to play.
Yeah.
He just loves chess. He loves sitting at the board and playing things out.
And he said that in the video where he said, you know, he has such a hard working ethic because he loves the game and he loves to discover, he loves to play. And yeah, I mean, you can even see it in this particular small move that he's made with the king. He could have actually just moved his knight back into the centre, but he's like, no, I'm actually going to take some chances, take a little bit of risk and aim to perhaps get greedy and capture the Alice, the A-pawn.
So the question is, can
he do it?
Can he
Greed
take it?
good? Can White go and grab this pawn on the edge of the board? We're going to have a vote. Do you think he's going to do it? Is White going to play queen takes pawn?
The only... I mean, unless d4. I mean, d4 scares me a little bit, so I don't know without...
Now you've lost control over this square.
Scares me a little bit.
Pawn stepping forward down the board, for example. If you remove it now, then Black does get some activity.
I'm going to say no, though. I'm going to say no.
Can you modify it a little bit? So I agree with you. D4 is like super scary, but bearing in mind that draw is good, can we kind of first go queen trade, offer a queen trade, queen c2, and then once you move the queen.
Nowhere to move it. I don't think that's.
Black has to allow the trade here.
Well, the queen can come all the way over, can't it?
Yeah, now I can take.
Yeah.
Or maybe, now it's good.
Ooh, but then knight e4 gets a little bit scary.
Oh, no.
What is it? Knight d3,
Yeah,
then there's a nasty check.
Oh,
See, this is...
Oh, no, I've gone wrong already.
But this is an example how dangerous the knight and queen can be. They can come from nowhere, can't they?
Yeah.
So it's...
It's complicated. Greed here, you do lose a lot of control. You put your queen on a bad square. He's done it.
Okay.
He's going for the win, Anish Giri, but what is his plan after this move? And there we go. And Tari pushes the pawn instantly. He knows this is Black's only hope. Now, you can't allow this pawn to push further forward. This is why I was terrified of walking into this diagonal with the white king. If you want to play it safe here, Anish does have the safety net of trading a set of pawns and dropping his queen back to protect his knight. The problem with this one is, after a trade, Black's queen goes and gives a check, and after White blocks, Black can regain a pawn, and Black's out of trouble here.
Black's out of trouble, but remember, Ariane, a draw is as bad as a loss.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Ariane can play for the win here. It's just about whether Anish Giri will give him chances to. We should mention as well, there is a trap. Black's queen is really active, so if you want to trade it off, dropping the white queen back, I don't think you can do this, because after a trade, suddenly the ultimate. A pawn gives a fork to the two white knights, and this pawn is going to run through and win a piece. So actually, it's really complicated suddenly. Yes, Anish Giri has this safety net of trading pawns and dropping the white queen back, but is he going to play for more? If he does, it might rebound. Let's go back to the players.
Wow, it definitely looks like this round 3 of games in the quarterfinals could be super interesting. It definitely looks like Mamedyarov is making that comeback to have a chance of taking it to tie breaks. And the bar is slightly over to David Anton's side in his game 3 against Magnus. And then Wei Yi and Praggnanandhaa, they just started. And it's a must-win situation for Wei Yi. Oh, and there it is, a result. Mamedyarov has, in fact, won game 3 to take it to a game 4, where he also has to win. He has to win game 4 to take it to tie breaks, but this will give him motivation. It's a quite quick win as well.
Very quick win. And earlier, Ty, our stats guy, he mentioned the Queen's Gambit. It was a Queen's Gambit declined, and Mamedyarov won.
Wow.
It looked like he just out-prepared Ding there. And, OK, meanwhile, White's Queen comes back immediately, but oof, you made a sound there, Jovanka. You're shocked by this decision.
Yeah, I was so thinking it would be pawn takes pawn, and then there's this endgame where I didn't think Anish could even dream about losing it, or Ariane even dream about winning it. And now...
The thing is, that endgame seemed to be a bit of an improvement on the position for black before queen takes a4.
Yeah, that's true.
Excuse me. As in, you know, a little bit of improvement.
Taking big risks now, yeah?
Yeah.
The White King is very open. White is one pawn up, but look at the White pawn structure. The Black Queen is eyeing up an isolated pawn. Maybe you can offer the trade of queens here as White. You can keep doing that, but Ariane's definitely not out of it anymore. I just don't really understand. I mean, yes, the tour ratings, yes, you want to go for a win, but Anish has just lost control. He could have locked it down almost. And if things keep going in this way, often momentum, the trend is so important in chess. If Anish gets a bit scared of the White King being open, then we might see Tari let back in. Meanwhile, White did offer a trade of queens. Black said no. Of course, Black can't trade queens, pawn down and in a must-win situation. And, OK, Anish trying to bully with all these offers of trades. But the Black Knights are coming around. The Black Knights are slowly gravitating towards the White King.
Yes, the White King, which is the problem here, isn't it, for Anish? White's King is now lacking some protection. You can see the Black Queen coming in, and if a Knight comes in next move, then there's certainly there's some checkmate threats all of a sudden.
Serious threats. Yeah.
So I mean, it's probably still okay. It must be okay, but Knights and Queens, very, very complex. I think he should. I mean, if I was Anish, grabbing that pawn, why not try to swap the queens off somehow? You know, just do something normal. Okay.
I didn't know about this move because I was slightly concerned about a knight jumping into the e4 square.
Yep. So Black's knight can actually jump in now to the centre, defended by its fellow knight, and there's a massive threat of a checkmate. The Black Queen wants to sneak in and trap this White King. The Black Queen would be protected by its knight. I think Anish's only defence here, I mean, the only defence I can see is to bring the knight back to cover this key square to defend. Maybe Black has no kind of continuation here. Remember, this is a pin as well. One of the Black Knights is paralysed, is stuck, can't join the attack. Maybe he's kind of got this under control, Anish Giri. Maybe he can drop back and trade off queens later on. And now, actually, we have this position on the board. So a big threat for Anish Giri is to bring his queen forward and trade off. Can Ariane keep things going? Maybe the Black Queen can change direction. The Black Queen can change angle. She tried to get in, but to no avail. Maybe now she can drop back and trying to enter this way. And he does that. And, yeah, still, I don't think Anish Giri is going to be loving his position anymore.
Keeping the game alive, and very clever play from Black to just keep this alive somehow. And Knights and Queens, you've got to watch so many squares, haven't you? I mean, I'm already looking at the Knights and I'm like, God, they could just go so many places. It's easy to blunder in this circumstances. And
especially if Anish gets under 1 minute. You're right, Simon.
Yeah.
It'd be so easy to walk into a Knight fork.
Yeah, it's horrible. I mean, I've been caught out by so many Knight forks. And
me too.
Yeah, he's trying to get the king safe now, but this does allow the Black Queen to come in. One of the problems, though, that Black has is this pin on the knight near his king. You'd love to get your knight in as well, get all your pieces working, but it's still game on, definitely.
Still game on. At some point, Tari might take time out just to move the Black King off the diagonal of the White Queen. Anish, meanwhile, taking a step back. He's doing great on the clock. That's the one good thing for him. He's lost control, but he's still miles ahead on the clock. And, OK, big threat in the position. We talked of Knight forks. If that Black Knight continues its journey to the e2 square, checking the White King and hitting the White Queen, Black will win. So Anish needs to move one of those two pieces.
But he can just move his queen to the e5
draw.
square.
Are they agreed to draw?
Oh,
Have
what?
I think it is a draw.
Wow. Why? The draw is like a loss. This is the best position you've had for a long time. Why?
The game is still alive. There's still chances. You've got knights and queens.
I mean,
There's a threat on the board, right?
Yeah, see what Anish's next move is, at least. You know, he might lose his queen. Unlikely, but you never know.
I think he should be deducted a huge amount of points on the fighting chess index for that one.
Yeah.
Arjan Tari.
Well, we know you've said it before, David. He's a very emotional player, and you can just see it on him. He's very disappointed, Arjan. He wasn't able to put up a fight against Anish today. Anish, after 3 games, 2 wins, is ready for the semi-finals, unbeaten with a bunch of wins. So how impressed then are you with Anish, the play he's showing?
With Anish, yeah, I mean, zero criticism. He's on top form, playing some of the best chess I've ever seen him play in this tournament, especially in the prelims. And the first 2 games here today, very nicely controlled. That last one, a bit nervy from both players, but yeah, I just can't get over that final decision.
Yeah.
Why offer a draw in a must-win situation, knocking yourself out of the tournament? I mean, just play on, have some fun, learn a bit at the very least. Arjan, yeah, I think he'll be having a few words with himself afterwards, after that decision.
And hopefully we get to check with at least Anish if he was surprised by... So obviously there it was an Arjan making a draw offer.
Yeah, a draw offer, but as Jovanka said, just at the moment he created a winning threat. Anish had to spot it. Anish had some serious questions to solve. I don't understand, I've got to say.
Very strange. Do you think it's the emotions for Arjan?
Yeah, he looked totally dejected at the end. You know, he looks very sad, and I think he just thought, well, Anish can probably centralise the queen, and probably I'm going to lose, so why not just offer the draw now and just get it over with? But, you know, you never know in this type of format. We've seen mouse slips happen. We've seen players miss the obvious. I think he could have waited one more move before offering a draw.
All right, well, hopefully we get a comment from Anish very shortly, and then, of course, we will jump into the action in the other matches. Perhaps we can take a look at results so far, because it has been a very explosive day of quarterfinals in Chessable Masters. A bunch of must-wins situations going on. Anish Giri, he is the first one ready for semi-finals, winning 2 games, and then that little odd draw in Game 3. Mamedyarov was able to make a comeback in Game 3, so we will see a Game 4 between himself and Ding. That will also be a must-win for Mamedyarov to take it to tie-breaks. Praggnanandhaa currently playing Game 3, and with a draw he will be ready for semi-finals. Magnus, Carlsen and Anton also playing Game 3, and we're joined by the first player ready for semi-finals. Congratulations, Anish.
Thank you. Thank you.
You must be so happy with the way you're playing in this tournament. It's so impressive.
Yeah, I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled, and I'm just enjoying. I mean, to be fair, I've had experiences in my life that I've been playing well before. So this is not entirely new to me, but still I'm very thrilled.
Of course. And I have to just ask you, because we were a little bit surprised, or very surprised, about the draw offer by Arjan in Game 3 there. Were you surprised when that happened?
No. I mean, realistically, I'm just better, and he can only hope for a perpetual, of course, or some kind of odd fork. So I thought that I'm not gonna, and I also had more time, so I think he was kind of out of it already. But I do think it makes a difference sometimes as to how you feel, because he had a good, very good qualification, like the final day and the day before that. And he doesn't want to leave the tournament with a very bitter feeling of having lost all 3 games. So I perfectly understand that. You just salvage half a point, and you don't have such a bad feeling about today. And just, I wanted to congratulate him on qualifying, but I never had the opportunity, because I thought if I could congratulate him on qualifying, I might have to congratulate him on beating me after that as well. So I thought I'll wait. But now I should congratulate him. He definitely did a great job there. I was really impressed with how he qualified. I don't know, I didn't realize he had so much firepower in him already.
And obviously, great play by you, Anish. And we've been having a lot of fun following your games today. And I have to ask you about one thing. So in Game 1, we could a bunch of times see you sitting with your head in your hands for several seconds. And moves still happen, moves that were not pre-moves. How is it possible?
Are you a Jedi, Anish?
Yeah. We were wondering if it was some technical issues, but it didn't look like the camera was frozen.
There was a technical issue, but I was in game 2. In game 2, I got simply logged out for like a couple of minutes. I don't know if you noticed. In game 1, wait, that was the game where maybe.
Yeah, we see it here now on the screen.
Yes. Show me. So I'm sitting like that, and then.
Yeah, and then many seconds pass, and it's not a pre-move.
Yes.
And
yeah,
then...
but look, I mean, my hand has to go somewhere because.
Yeah.
How did you make that move?
No, but which move?
A Rook F1.
The Rook F1.
Yeah.
Huh?
There's
an
another
action
one.
replay.
Yeah.
Where you? Oh.
This is very strange stuff, and I think there is another one coming.
What the hell? I made it.
Yeah.
It must be a delay on the camera, I
Yeah, it
guess.
must be.
Yeah.
You know, I've seen once in your videos, but it was not at you. That wasn't another
Here now,
broadcast.
Anish. Here now.
Yeah.
Look at this.
I remember making Rook F1. I remember calculating Rook C5, Bishop D4, Queen D4, Queen D4, Rook C8.
How is that possible?
Wow.
Were you moving the pieces with your feet? The mouse?
No, I'm this.
Yeah.
You guys must have a delay or something. I don't know. It's insane.
Yeah.
You start to make me doubt myself that I have some other mechanisms. But no, I stopped clicking and dragging. I only do this mouse. Insane.
It must be.
Yeah, it must
we
be.
were thinking as a Jedi. Yeah.
Must be a delay. What can I say? Must be a delay. I mean, I recollect making Rook F1. I recollect 100% that I made it. I remember why I thought Rook F1. It looks like I'm blunder Rook C5, Bishop D4, but I have Queen D4. So I saw that. Rook is very safe on F1. Nothing can go wrong anymore. I recall all that. So yeah, I don't know what happened. Something must have gone wrong at your end. I mean, frankly, the other, but it's a very different issue. Yeah, this is like camera delay. I don't know. The camera is here. I'm here.
Yeah, probably a sensible, some sort of delay answer to it, but we're going to call you the Jedi for today, Anish. And tomorrow you're going to play the winner of Praggnanandhaa Wei Yi.
Sorry.
Tomorrow
good YouTube content. I mean,
Go ahead, sorry.
No, I just want to say this is very good YouTube content to have me make moves without my hands. I definitely will go well on YouTube. So I'm hoping that goes up on my channel. That's very good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, tomorrow winner of Praggnanandhaa. But yeah, I read somewhere between the games that somebody wrote on Twitter. I was also confused, but I play which one?
You play the winner of... Praggnanandhaa or Wei Yi, but I mean, right now, definitely looking like it's going to be Prag. And if it is, what will that be like? Because you won that match against him in the Oslo Esports Cup, and now another match against him. So what was the success factor giving you that win a couple of weeks ago?
I'm not going to reveal my tricks. Definitely, that was a very memorable one because I was suffering in that tournament, unlike this one. So I was really suffering there, and that win against Prague was something I really welcomed very much. And I'll try to do it again. But first, let's wait and see. Let's first make sure Wei Yi, because it's tricky. These must-win situations, must-not-lose situations. Anything can still happen. Prague is still young, but looks very good. Looks very good for him. Yeah, I'm looking forward. I was not sure because I saw that Chess24 account posted that I played that Ding and me play each other if we both win. But probably that was a mistake because I also thought I'm gonna play Prague against Wei Yi.
I mean, now I'm second doubting myself. No, it is Praggnanandhaa because he was.
You see how I reversed it on you? I mean, after that moving without my mouse, I also make you now doubt your pairing skills.
Jedi mind tricks.
Yeah. Well, final question, Anish. Today we're having a selfie competition, and the prize is a beautiful pillow with your face on it. How do you feel about someone having that on their couch or in their bed? I don't know, sometime soon.
I mean, it's nice excuse. Basically, the Chessable people, they try to get rid of the cursed pillow, probably.
Well, it's a sign. It's a very nice pillow.
Yeah. It is actually remarkable. The fact that there is a pillow with my face on it, like not my face on it lying, but with my face printed on it as well. Yeah. That is really a remarkable fact. I think when I was born, someone would have told me as a child, one day you grow up, there's going to be some kind of office where people are going to print your face on a pillow and then auction it. I would really think like, no.
What?
No, that's not going to be me.
You've come far in life, Anish. There is no doubt about it. All right. Fantastic. Well, we have to jump into the action here in the quarterfinals. So we wish you best of luck in semifinals, Anish.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. That is a very happy Anish Giri, ready for semifinals. And this is game 3 between Magnus Carlsen and David Anton. If Magnus wins it, he will also be ready for semi-finals. And the bar is over to his side.
It is over to his side. I should mention, great drawing chances for David Anton, but Magnus is surely the only one who can win this game. If we do a quick count, White has 1 extra pawn, and everything's defended for now. Magnus is definitely in control. Winning this is going to be hard, though. Black does have a blockade. White's extra pawn is the one on the c5 square, and if you look on the c-file, Black has a nice rook there blockading. Black has also an active rook behind, which is going to check. Going to attack pawns. It's going to create a bit of nuisance. So how would you estimate here Black's drawing chances, Simon?
Against a normal human being, pretty good. Against Magnus, 0. Yeah. So I mean, you know, Magnus a pawn up in an ending. Well, we've seen him do it so many times on the tour. He's just phenomenal at just getting anything out of the position. I mean, you know, at least Black has that 1 active rook and a blockade, so it's not simple. I don't know how it's supposed to be done, but if there is a way, Magnus will find it.
Yeah, I thought Magnus probably has quite good chances of winning this. I mean, okay, he has to find a safe place for his king and just keep an eye on the c6 rook, but you know.
I think Simon's right. We only think he's got good winning chances because it's Magnus. If I was Black here against anyone else in the world, I would think, yeah, I'll draw this one, no problem. But
I mean, you do
Magnus, I wouldn't have no confidence there.
You do have the blockade, and you've got an active rook, so it's like, and he's coming forwards with the king. But yeah,
I wasn't sure this one was possible though, because Black's rook can now slide behind, giving a check. And then when the white rook blocks, the black rook can kind of go to attack white's c-pawn.
Rook e7, I think, is the problem.
Nice.
There, so.
OK, we have to show this, Simon. Yeah, you spotted a tactic there. And Magnus definitely spotted this one. White's king bravely wandering into the centre of the board. King of the hill, as we call it. And now the black rook, if it slides behind with a check. There's only 1 legal move for white here, but it is sufficient. And this has happened on the board. White's rook blocks. And now if the black rook moves away, I thought this might force a draw because you are attacking this pawn. But now a deflection tactic, check. And once the black king moves away, you win this black rook. Suddenly your king breaks free and you win. This pawn will decide the game. But in the end, we did see a trade instead. Black's rook had to capture the white rook. And now this pawn is the one under fire. What is Magnus going to do here? Is he going to step his king back to the centre of the board, maybe, and allow his pawn to drop? But at least now he can push this guy forward with a check.
That looks very good, yeah. I was also thinking maybe you could put the rook on that square and move the king towards Black's pawns, but I like your idea there, David, just trying to use that passed pawn. But
actually, this one, I think yours is better, Simon. I just realised if my moving the king forward, suddenly the black rook can come up 1 square. And look at this, the white king is stuck, the white rook is stuck, no legal moves, the white pawn is pinned.
Oh, wow, you could be worse all of a sudden.
Suddenly, you have to move back with the king and you lose your pawn. So I think my suggestion there would have been a big mistake. I like your one better.
I think this should be winning, because where the black king goes one way, let's see, if the black king goes to the right. Okay.
Nice trick.
Another little trick. Yeah, that's very nice.
Magnus, this is dirty. Pushing the pawn forward. If the pawn is captured, then suddenly a discovered attack. White's pawn stepping forward with a check, hitting the black king, and suddenly the black rook would drop afterwards, unprotected. Yeah, what a move. This is maybe the killer blow, pushing this pawn forward. This pawn is poisoned, as we just showed, and if you can't take it, sad decision. You just have to move back, maybe with your rook.
Yeah. And we were talking about the opening was a bird's opening, but in actual fact, you know, this is the chessable competition, and it follows that course, that kind of opening that he had against Vidit. So this chessable course that myself and Richard Patterson actually made, the British Grand Prix. Yeah. So he's played that a couple of times in this tournament, which is nice to see. It's always nice when you sort of make a course and the world champion plays it. It sort of
stamp of approval.
It is, yeah, certainly.
So maybe now is the time to move forward with the king. Simon also mentioned it's possible to check with the white rook and try to bring the king this way, potentially. A couple of very tempting moves, either king forward or rook checking on this square. It looks like Magnus is finding ways to win. I think you were right, Jovanka. I shouldn't have doubted this position. Very, very good for white now.
All right, and if Magnus wins, he will be ready for the semi-finals to meet either Ding or Mamedyarov. Game 4 has now started, and it is a must-win situation for Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Any other result means that Ding is the player to face Magnus tomorrow, and the bar is over to Praggnanandha's side in Game 3 against Wei Yi, which is a must-win situation for Wei Yi. So it looks good for Praggnanandhaa to meet Giri in semi-finals tomorrow.
Yeah, I took a look at that game. Wei Yi taking some massive risks to try and win, understandably. But Praggnanandhaa has those famous drunk pawns, the tripled pawns. So weird position. So great fighting chess from those two. I would love to see another long battle. Those two have had long, long games.
Yeah.
Those two warriors. But
a sign of young players.
Yeah, fighting it out. And that's one thing I think, I mean, Anish explained why Giri offered the draw. It's understandable. He wanted to get a draw, Tari. But yeah, sometimes you just have to battle things out. You just have to forget the prospect of a loss. It's painful, but you need to just fight every chance. Yeah, it might count eventually. So look at the White King.
I was going to say, I love what Magnus has done. And now there's some... I guess there's some ideas of pushing the c-pawn, but you have to obviously time it. You can't do it just yet, basically.
So White's rook can move now. Got a couple of squares it can choose from. Potentially, the White King could slide across one square.
Maybe you can come into e7. I don't know if tactically that works.
I wasn't sure about that because the rook takes pawn.
Yeah, then I was going to take a pawn. I think he's played it.
Okay.
So this rook now is marauding. It's going for a couple of pawns. If Black tries to distract the White King, taking this guy, hoping for king takes rook, and suddenly Black is winning. Black has this extra pawn. But the problem is, as Simon mentioned, is after this pawn is captured, I'm not sure which one you want to take here, Simon.
It's happened on the board.
We'll find out.
So now we're going to see rook takes a7.
OK, both look good to me, but he's taken this pawn.
And then you threaten checkmate.
Threatening checkmate, also threatening this black rook. And the problem is, where do you put this black rook? If you bring it up to the top of the board, which he has done now, you go the whole way across.
I love your arm movement there.
I know.
I'd love to see you doing this in the game. Just rather than move the pieces, just like swing the arm.
I'm just swing the arm. Yeah, that was the arm movement. Just swing the rook.
Swing it around.
Yeah.
Swing it there, swing it back, swing it across, everywhere.
Yeah.
Checkmate threatened. White's rook, if it steps one square up, that's game over. I think we're in the closing stages now. White is one pawn up, but it's not just about that. It's what Simon mentioned earlier. Active king, active rook. Black's pieces are terribly placed. Magnus can win this game in many ways. Just slide his rook across one square, go after Black's remaining pawn. Slide the rook back one square. The one thing you don't want to do, maybe it's still OK, is to move the White King across, defend your rook, because then Black's rook can come and give some checks. Definitely don't want to go for that one. So move the white rook. Swing it over somewhere. Jovanka, do the arm movement. Swing the white rook.
You're going to swing it to... No, he doesn't.
Well, he kind of swung it just a little bit. It's more of a...
he just kind of nudged it backwards. No. I really wanted that rook to swing across, because then you can stop those type of moves.
Nasty trap here from David Anton. If you get greedy and grab the black pawn, the black rook was about to come down and give a check to the White King. So White's king runs to safety first.
I don't know why Magnus did this. I mean, just...
I think he knows that he's going to win the second pawn, and it's quite an easy, sort of winning position. So it's just
enough.
It's probably a couple of ways to do it. I like your swinging move as well.
Maybe he just did it because he wanted to give some false hope to David Anton.
Cruel, sadistic play. So possibly,
You think it's a draw? No, it's not.
Yeah, and this one is winning. 2 extra pawns now. There are some scenarios, actually, where the white E and G pawns together, 2 extra pawns, they don't win the game. If the black king is well placed or if the white king is badly placed, the black rook can give some checks.
He's resigned.
There we go. 2 pawns are enough. Black gives up.
And that means Magnus Carlsen is ready for the semi-finals after only 3 games here against David Anton. We actually haven't followed too much of the action in this matchup. Has Magnus been dominant from what you have seen, David?
He's looked good, Magnus.
Yeah.
Actually, the second game today, the game that was a draw, was a bit back and forth. Okay. David Anton maybe had his chances, but the first game and the third game, Magnus, he's the world champion for a reason.
Yeah. And let's take a look at this third game with the strange opening.
Yeah, it wasn't just the strange opening that we saw. If we rewind the whole way back, 1 f4, pushing the f-pawn forward. As Simon mentioned, the English Grand Prix, as they call it, pushing these pawns and kind of creating these 2 strongholds in the centre. But it wasn't just this, it was the endgame play. And if we fast forward back to the moment we joined, I just want to highlight this one move again. It looked like Black was about to get active with some counterplay, taking this pawn, checking the white king, but this was the killer blow, pushing the white pawn forward. If it's taken, this is a check, and you win the black rook on the next turn. But now, this is one thing everyone at home should remember. Go active with your king. Even at the cost of this pawn, it's sufficient to go active. The white king marches forward, the pawn drops, and the king marches forward again. As we saw in the game, this white king was just dominant, creating checkmating threats with the opposition, as we say, with the kings. But not just that, the pawns marching as well. Great endgame technique from the world champion.
And a win for Magnus to take him to the semi-finals with that f4 opening. You mentioned another game he had played with this birds opening. Do you think he's now have like 100% score with birds opening?
I think he's done pretty well with it. He beat Kramnik. Kramnik, one of the strongest players of all time. So he used the birds against him, and I'm trying to recall when else he's used it. So he does well every opening. So it doesn't matter what he plays, 1h4, anything at all. He's phenomenal. But it's really nice to see him try things out, because you do get some players who play the same stuff over and over again, and it can get a bit repetitive. So I like that style that he's doing, trying these things out. So it's good.
So does it turn out it's actually a good opening then, you reckon?
Yeah, I think it's a reasonable opening. Yeah. I mean, it's not a bad one, that's for sure. White still probably has a chance of getting a slight advantage. But yeah, like Simon says, it's so refreshing to see a world champion that is willing to try anything, to be honest. So, I mean, it's very rare. Can you imagine in the days gone by, like your Kasparovs, your Karpovs ever opening even a blitz game with the moves 1h4, 1f3, and saying, no, I've worked out some things. I mean, it's unheard of. Yeah. So this is real, like, maverick stuff.
Absolutely. Magnus Carlsen, he is experimenting with some cool stuff, and we are waiting for a comment from him. He is ready for the semi-finals. So let's have a moment to learn some chess. This is the Lisaveta Learning Point.
Today's learning point, we're going to talk about the word Zwischenzug. That means an in-between move. It's a German word, and here in the position, Praggnanandhaa with white against Wei Yi with black. And here Praggnanandhaa showed us the perfect case of a Zwischenzug, an in-between move, not going for maybe the most natural option. It's very complicated. It looks like white can just take the queens off the board, and after queen takes queen, it looks like white's about to win a piece. Knight takes knight, the black bishop jumps out, white takes this knight as well, but suddenly the black bishop comes out, and this pin actually wins for black. Instead, we talked about in-between moves. Before going for this exact line, Praggnanandhaa realized, actually here, instead of trading queens, the white knight is about to fall anyway. The white knight is dropping to the black bishop, so you might as well give it up with check. You might as well take a pawn in the process. So same idea. The white knight, however, takes this pawn before, in between the trade of queens, and after black recaptured. Now this trade of queens is super effective, and at the very end, white is actually doing great because this knight is about to fall. This is a pin, and as we saw later, Praggnanandhaa went on to win. Zwischenzug, an in-between move, look out for them. They happen all the time.
And Praggnanandhaa is currently playing game 3 against Wei Yi. If he plays a draw in that game, he's going to be ready for the semi-finals. So we're going to go into that game very shortly, because we are joined by Magnus Carlsen, ready for semi-finals. Congratulations, Magnus.
Thank you.
So what has today been like? Have you felt in complete control winning both of your white games?
No, I felt like I missed a number of things, actually. I thought the first game was okay. I think he defended really well from a difficult position until he made a mistake at the end. Second game was not good, but I think I actually calculated really well at some point to get a drawn position. Although apparently I blundered a little bit at some point later, but that was not so easy to spot. But I mean, the last game was just silly. I mean, I spent all this time looking at one of his knight jumps, and I completely missed the other. And I think then I was considerably worse at some point. But yeah, fortunately, it didn't last for very long, and gradually I took over the initiative, and it became pretty comfortable.
Okay. And of course, there was, as I understand, the birds opening in that game as well. And Simon has told me that you also won against Kramnik once with that opening. So is that a very successful opening for you?
Yeah, I mean, I beat Mickey Adams in classical chess as well, although I was completely lost in that game. So I think the opening in itself hasn't been a massive success, even against Kramnik. I mean, I completely outplayed him in that game, but I wasn't doing so well like at first. But it seems to bring me good results. But I think it's appropriate that I only wheel it out like once every few years.
And Magnus, tomorrow it's likely you're going to play Ding, although he's still in a tough match against Mamedyarov. Can we expect some of those maybe birds openings, more surprises? I mean, it's going to be a difficult match, right?
Yeah, we'll see. I always seem to end up on the same side of the bracket as Ding, so it's going to be tough. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And in terms of openings, we'll see. Always expect the unexpected seems to be an easy way to go.
Well, at least against you, I have to say.
Yeah, we'll see.
Well, if it is Ding, obviously in preparations for candidates, is it difficult to prepare against players who are obviously in a lot of like opening prep? Do you have to prep more yourself, or is it more about surprising?
Yeah, I think it's always difficult for them to kind of know what openings you're going to play. Like you don't want to play stuff that's like really obviously not your candidate stuff. Sometimes because it may make your opponent like. Opponents know what you're going to play, sometimes by process of elimination, but also you don't want to give too much away. So I think it's kind of harder for them. For me personally, I think my choices are not gonna vary too much based on the fact that they're playing candidates. I mean, I'll prepare mostly for normal stuff, and I mean, if you're surprised, you're surprised.
Well, we definitely look forward to both openings and games tomorrow, Magnus. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. We do have 2 players ready for semifinals, and it's time to decide the other 2. This is a must-win situation for Wei Yi in Game 3 against Praggnanandhaa, who is up by 2 points, and the bar is over to his side.
Yes.
Is it enough?
That is the big question, Kaja. Is this enough for Wei Yi? He's currently in a situation where all the pawns are starting to disappear. OK, he's kept 1 pawn alive, maybe quite a good decision, but 3 pawns against 3 pawns, bishop against knight. I don't know. I think with best play, it should be a draw. It's just about whether Praggnanandhaa gets nervous. He has been quite nervous, I think, in this game. He had a big advantage earlier. He could have turned that into maybe a decisive advantage, Praggnanandhaa. He's just been trying to trade off all the pieces. But when you play for a draw like this, when you're taking kind of negative, passive decisions, it can start to build up and turn against you. And there we go. Again, the black knight dropping back. Understandable. The black knight wants to block the white rook, but step in the wrong direction.
But I was just looking at this position. I was thinking there's a lot of danger actually for Praggnanandhaa because that knight in the middle of the board didn't actually have too many squares.
Yeah.
So I can see why he kind of thought, oh, I have to move it out of the potential eye line of the white
zone.
king. Yeah.
Yeah, as you mentioned there, Jovanka, for example, if you step forward with your pawn, you might find yourself in a situation where this knight is actually completely caught. An octo knight normally in the middle of the board, but no safe squares for those 8. Wow, we're seeing huge changes on the board. The black knight dropping back, the white king stepping forward, and now Praggnanandhaa, he's retreated his knight, hoping that he can jump in with a nasty knight check, a knight fork. But maybe he's forgotten that after rook takes pawn, this knight fork does not work anymore. It is a fork, hitting the king, hitting the rook, but white can counterattack against the black rook, and this trade would leave black a pawn down in a really difficult endgame. So Praggnanandha's actually just lost a pawn And if we rewind to the current position, black's king ended up supporting this knight, and now white's pawn now taking away these squares from the black knight. Oh, it feels like it should still be a draw, but Praggnanandhaa, things have been turning against him, missing some small tricks here.
Yeah. And just kind of like in mind of the flow of the game, you know, I have been keeping my eye on it. Praggnanandhaa was clearly much better. Wei Yi was the one taking risks. And now we have this big turnaround. So I do think Wei Yi now suddenly has good chances to take a victory.
And now the white king wandering into the centre. We saw this actually from Magnus Carlsen in the last game. The king wants to kind of activate itself. And this is the black stronghold, this black knight. If you can kick it away, black's position crumbles. But you have allowed the black rook to sneak behind. And the problem for white is if you go forward this way with your king, you simply get checked away again. And if you move forward in the other direction, then this pawn suddenly kicks you away. How are you going to come forward with the white king? How are you going to save this pawn? I'm not sure I like what Wei Yi's just done on the last move. It's all about this knight, though. Can he kick it away?
Tricky situation. But on the other hand, this does mean that the rook can't actually capture the pawn because that allows the white king to step forward. So I think Wei Yi just has to just do what all endgame grinders are great at, waiting.
Yeah, the problem is how do you wait with white? OK, he goes forward with his king. There was no safe square for the bishop to wait. If the rook had waited, then black could simply get greedy. OK, he goes back to save his pawn with the white king, but this is going to continuously drive the white king back. Pragg now can go back to attack the white pawn in the corner. White's king is going to be forced to a really bad square. I don't know, Jovanka, what do you think? Knight against bishop. Normally the rook and bishop are great in this type of endgame, but the black knight is glorious.
It is. It's on a light square as well, so totally untouchable. Yeah, perfect piece. I just think that, well, Wei Yi's in the best situation he's been in for a long time, you know, so he might as well just march the king back, march the king forward.
Yeah, I agree. Wei Yi, he's kind of already squeezed water out of a stone. Can he do it for a second time? I mean, he's got an endgame where he's a pawn up, no risk for white, but in a must-win situation, it's still maybe not enough. I think Praggnanandhaa, his nerves earlier playing a massive part. Maybe Wei Yi missed an opportunity to try and capitalise on that. Now it feels like Praggnanandhaa is in the flow. Praggnanandhaa gaining time, coordinating his pieces. That black knight still on a great outpost. The white bishop, I think, is just ineffective. The white bishop's just staring at its own pawns. I don't know how to reroute it, though. Where does the white bishop go? And again, another check. If the white king goes to the centre, black goes again after white's h-pawn. Yeah.
And still this...
I think he's going to draw. I think he's going to hold this one, Praggnanandhaa.
OK, the king comes forward.
He's just so good in endgames, 16 years old. So good on the back foot.
He keeps playing them.
Exactly, every game. I mean, this is the third game between these two today. I need to count the moves because I need to count the playing time. Both their previous games went over an hour. And yeah, we've been here 3 hours. They haven't finished 3 games yet. This is incredible.
Yeah, that is very incredible. OK, so the king steps back so far, not much progress, and now finally the king steps forward. But I don't quite like this idea of pushing the pawn to the h4. It's a dark square. It's on the same line as the bishop. I think maybe...
Yeah.
I mean...
And yeah, if we go back here, then what does white's next move if the black rook comes to attack this h-pawn? I don't see it.
Because you see, all those moves ago, I actually wanted to give up that pawn. And, OK, now the bishop comes.
There was no way to give it up earlier. I think now the idea of this bishop move is actually what Wei Yi had to try. Earlier, this square wasn't available to his bishop. And the idea is that if the black knight ever dares to go and trade, then suddenly there's no blockader on this square. The white pawn steps forward. And also, this pawn will drop. So you cannot dare trade your black knight, your beautiful black knight, off the board. What happens if black waits? That's the question. If black's rook just swings across, starts harassing the white king from afar, we call this checking from the side. And, OK, he does this.
Doing this.
Very typical rook endgame manoeuvre. And if the white king, again, steps forward, trying to destabilise the black knight, then no, the door is shut in his face. The black rook just checks the white king away, back where it came from. And, OK, the white bishop has found a good square, a much better square than it previously sat on, but still, same question. What is going to happen after the rook starts checking, driving you away? Also, Jovanka, what do you think would happen if the rooks disappear? Dead draw?
The dead draw. I mean, the double pawns are just basically one big pawn, and they count for nothing extra. I think White's only chance is to... OK, he's done a lot of moving around with the king. It's the rook's turn. Yep. And there you go. He drops it down to the second row.
Where is this rook heading? That's the question. It needs to check this black king somehow, but the only squares it can check this black king from are the d7 square or the h7 square. So the white rook needs to head there. One you can utilize quite quickly. You can check this this way. The other one you might have to go around the whole board and sneak down to this square. It's a bit like that game Snake that I used to play on my phone, where you kind of play around the edges of the board, and eventually you need to find a way to check this black king with the white rook. And wow, Pragg has taken a big risk. He's pushed a pawn forward.
Oh, look at the bar.
Yeah, I don't understand. Why try and trade off these pawns? You had a fortress. Just defend. Bring your rook here. Sit. Do nothing. I think you're fine. But, I mean, pushing this pawn forward, trying to trade off. Wei Yi, of course, says no. No trades here. And suddenly, this is the big moment. Can White just give up Harry the h-pawn, use it as a distraction, and go for that plan I mentioned, trying to bring in the rook, going for the black king? Pragg's lost control.
Yeah, I love the plan that you suggested, because the white king is going to get active, and once that happens, this beautiful defensive construction that Praggnanandhaa has established
falls apart.
Crumbles.
For example, if the rook moves and he's played it, now after the black rook takes the pawn, this is a check. The black king really shouldn't go to the back rank, and now the white king maybe can step in, kicking away this knight. You can't preserve this knight anymore, because if you try and protect it with your king, then e4 is a check. And, OK, let's go back to the current position. Oh, it looks like Pragg didn't find one of the top computer moves. The computer thought he should have moved his knight. Now, the white king can step into the middle. The black knight has to move. I think white has great chances of winning now.
It almost feels like he's in a mating net, actually.
The black king?
The black king.
Yeah, if you go back with your knight, the white... Oh. OK, he's done this. The white rook slides across with a check. I don't think you can quite trap the black king. You're close, but not close enough. Maybe you just get greedy. Maybe you just take this pawn. Or maybe you go attack the black knight. I'm not sure. OK, he gives a check first.
King steps up. Oh, that's you.
Is he going to move across? Is he going to attack this knight? Set up some discover checks against the black king? Oh, Pragg has gone to the edge of the board.
But then this allows rook takes pawn with time.
Losing.
Yeah,
yes.
He's losing now. Look at this white pawn. It's running through. This is a huge threat of bishop to check, hitting the black king, hitting the black knight. Look at Pragg, his camera as well. He's hiding his head. He knows he's about to lose. He's lost his blockade, and with it, he's going to lose the game.
Comeback by Wei Yi. It's game 3, but with a win here, we will see a game 4. And if Wei Yi wins that as well, then we do have tie breaks. Impressive stuff. Praggnanandhaa, it's a little bit falling apart here then in this game.
Yeah, I mean, already in game 2, in the last game, he had a great winning position, maximum domination, if we remember, just a couple of hours ago. He let it slip. He actually ended up winning that game still, but you can tell there were nerves. He was just a bit hasty, a bit impatient, and same with this draw. If he just sat still, locked things down, kept the blockade, I think he would have got that draw. Now, the white king just moves. That was a check. And the white e-pawn is going to cost black his knight.
Yeah, this is going to give Wei Yi a lot of energy as well, isn't it? I mean, you win this game and you're really confident in the next one. So I'd actually put him as favourite in the next game. Pragg's going to be a little bit depressed as well. So we could see some playoffs there, I think.
And it's just a surprise because Pragg is going to take it to a 4th game. We saw last month. He does it in 3. Now it's going to go to game 4.
True. Mm-hmm. And momentum, we've seen it so many times in the tour, how momentum just shifts. Yeah. And Wei Yi winning probably this game then, even with less than minutes on the clock here.
Should be enough. Yeah. Now all you need to do is move the white bishop away. The white bishop, once it moves, that's actually a discover check from the white rook to the black king. And then you can push your central pawn forward. Yeah,
I wonder whether you can actually give a check by putting the bishop in the middle of the board.
Yep.
And then the idea was actually to check the king on, I was thinking on the f4 square.
OK, interesting. Yeah, that looked very good as well, Jovanka. Yeah, he's going for checkmate, though.
He loves his checkmate idea.
Yes, he does.
I mean, you give Wei Yi a chance to checkmate, and he always takes it, you know. And that rook is now threatening to come all the way over with the e-pawn combined. this is too much now, isn't it? So yeah, I mean, it's also when Pragg gets a bit short of time. You know, this is where he starts making mistakes. He doesn't seem to be quite as good as some of the other players when he's really short. You know, he seems to crack a little bit sometimes under the pressure.
15 seconds.
His slight mistake in this game and in the last game was just impatience. I think he's a very patient player in general, but when you're short of time, that's when humans want to do something. It's the urge to do something when you're low on time. And has he moved? Okay, he found a way to keep the game alive. The Black King running away from any potential checks, but it's only running in the wrong direction. And now the Black Knight is kicked away. The White Rook's going to come up. And if that Black Knight moves, the White Rook goes to the corner, up to the top of the board. Checkmate. Yeah. There we go. We have a result. Pragg falling to defeat. Wei Yi taking the win.
Wow, that means we will have a game 4 between these two, starting in 15 minutes. Pragg will have the white pieces, but momentum shifting sides in that one. And this is game 4 between Ding and Mamedyarov. Mamedyarov as well made a comeback in game 3, winning that one. But he is in a must-win situation in this one to take it to tie-breaks. Ding needs a draw or a win to be ready for semi-finals, and the bar is definitely in the middle.
Yes, and I don't see any chances at all for Mamedyarov. He doesn't see any chances. Look at him on the camera. He looks devastated. The problem is you're just running out of material. Black has 2 pawns, but White has 2 pawns as well, and White's pawns are easier to push. I think the Black King needs to step across. Black is the one fighting for the draw here, if anything. Black's F-pawn, if it starts to march forward, can easily be stopped by the White King. Yeah, this one looks like a dead draw.
Totally.
At the best for Mamedyarov.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, this is going to be over, isn't it? I mean, there's nothing you can do. In the body language, it's always when you start slouching, you can tell. They should play a game, shouldn't they? You know, guess the position, the evaluation from how they're sitting in the chair, you know.
They did that to me once, Simon.
Right?
Yeah, at the British Chess magazine. So you see me and I'm literally, I'm like lying back in my chair. I was like,
You're quite an emotional player. I mean, you can see your emotions when you're playing quite often, I guess.
Well, I can't see, but I mean, you've played me, right?
Yeah.
Would you say that you can read me?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I think I'm very easy to read, but I mean, the last time you certainly got a bit more excited when I started to play like a Wally, so that was clear. But yeah, I think it's a normal human reaction to get excited when your position gets better and to slouch when you know you're leaving a tournament, and that's what Mamedyarov is doing now. If he tries to win, he could easily lose this position. It doesn't really make any difference anyway. Yeah. But
White's G-pawn is just running forward, and actually this is the second time we've seen this exact position. Last time we saw the Black King go back to the F5 square, we saw the White Rook give a check, then a repetition, the White Rook moving, the Black King moving, and it's going to be a draw any moment now. Ding knows it as well.
Yeah.
Okay, second time we've seen this position as well. The White Rook just goes with a check, and there we go. It is a draw.
And that means Ding Liren will face Magnus Carlsen in the semi-finals. Heartbreak for Mamedyarov, but as always, he has given us so much entertainment. But it will be Ding against Magnus in the semi-finals. Who's excited for that?
All of us.
Yes, we are.
Magnus against Ding. Yeah, very exciting.
Isn't it?
I mean, especially because the last time they played such high-level chess. Yeah. You know, really, both of them played out of their skin. So beautiful.
Absolutely. What do you think about Ding in this tournament? He is playing super late at night, but he's been playing a lot of chess lately. He is getting ready for candidates. What does he look like?
I just love the fact that he's been fighting in every single game. I think that's great for his form, his fitness, his confidence in the candidates. I think he's going to be definitely one of the best players there. And he's been taking risks, I should say. It hasn't always been smooth in this event so far, but he's doing the right thing. He's playing himself into form. And, I mean, taking all the wins. If he beats Magnus, he's going to be going into those candidates next month full of confidence. He'll be the big favourite. So what a matchup we're going to see tomorrow. And
we could also hear in Magnus's interview, he's also looking forward to this. He loves playing the top players.
He does, yeah. I mean, we mentioned this yesterday, that he would play the World Championships if he's going to play against Firouzja, and he wants to play the best of the best. And he certainly considers Ding to be one of the best of the best. He's said that before, and he's also struggled sometimes against him. So tomorrow's, I think, the matchup we all want, definitely. So it's going to be exciting.
Absolutely. And hopefully we do get a comment from Ding. Obviously, it's very late at night for him. Must be like 3, 4 a.m. maybe. But it would be nice to hear a comment from him after winning today's match and getting ready for semi-finals. We see the clock ticking down, and that is to Game 4 between Praggnanandhaa and Wei Yi. Prag will have the white pieces in that one, and he only needs a draw, but momentum. Shifting sides, what do you expect from that game?
I think it's going to be difficult. It's not just the fact that momentum is on Wei Yi's side, but Prag was actually winning in the last game as well. He messed it up. It went to a drawish position. He messed up the draw. Yeah, he's going to be second-guessing himself now. I think it all depends on the opening. If Prag can get a good opening, a solid opening, he's the big favourite. If it's a chaotic position, I think Wei Yi's going to turn it around.
All right. Well, hopefully we also get a comment from Ding before that happens. But we do have some time now, so we're going to do something very interesting. We're going to deep dive into another opening. And the first move in this opening that we're going to check out in a few seconds is the E4. And this is Anish Giri explaining E4.
1-4, or best by test, as said by Bobby Fischer, who's one of the greatest players of all time. This is the most principled way to fight for the opening advantage. Immediately grab the center, open our bishop, and we intend to follow up by developing the knight, then the bishop, and castle quickly, fighting for the initiative. Almost all great players have played 1e4 at some point in their career. Play 1e4 as well.
E4. I'm correct, right, Jovanka? That is the first move in the Taimanov Sicilian.
Yeah, that is the white's first move in Taimanov. Just white's first. Oh, I'll get there. It's been a very long day.
It has.
So it's the move that white plays, and black responds by pushing the c pawn forward, and play develops in a very creative positional style. Now, the man behind me, Mark Taimanov, he actually came up with 4 different variations. All across the openings. And the one we're talking about is the Taimanov Sicilian, but I'd like to talk a little bit more about Mark Taimanov himself, because he had a really interesting story. Wow. He was multi-talented, a child film star, can you believe that?
Whoa.
And also a concert pianist.
Wow.
He played piano duo with his first wife, rather.
Wow.
And he was also Soviet champion and also an established author. So he was such a kind of creative, multi-talented person. And I really like the way he kind of came to chess, actually.
Oh, how was that?
It's a very, very touching story. So obviously he was a child film star, and this film won awards. So as a thank you, the Soviet authorities actually said, well, you can go to the Pioneers Palace and you can choose a lecture that you can study. And a little voice said, chess. Choose chess. And so he did. And that is how he came to study under the tutelage of a soon-to-be world champion, Mikhail Botvinnik. It's not often that your first teacher is a world champion.
Wow.
And things got better and better for him. And he just, he became Soviet champion twice, and he also qualified to the World Championship cycle twice. And it was in 1971, at the age of 44, when he kind of had a second wind in his sails. And things were going great for him. He qualified for the World Championship candidate cycle. And guess who he was facing? He was facing Bobby Fischer.
Who obviously won that candidate.
Yes, okay, but the story goes that Taimanov actually asked Botvinnik, hey, I'm playing this great American. What can I do? How can I prepare for this? And Botvinnik said to him, okay, you've got to take some extraordinary circumstances. You've got to practice not against one grandmaster, but against 2 grandmasters. And both of these grandmasters should be allowed to use opening books, in-game manuals, and they should be allowed to consult with each other and actually play out the moves on the board. And if you can play against these people, then you are well prepared. So he did this. He lost 2 games. He won 1 game, drew the rest, and guess what? He went very confidently in to play Bobby Fischer. And this is where things get really, really bad, because to the shame and humiliation of the Soviet government, Taimanov lost 6-0. And this meant that punishment was harsh and swift. He was banned from playing chess. He was banned from playing the piano concerts. And he was banned from traveling. His life just fell apart. But, the thing is, Taimanov was a kind of optimist person, and he just said, this is a dramatic, memorable moment in my life. And he's able to do that because actually his story has a happy ending. Because after 2 years, his title was reinstated, his bans were lifted, and he became a celebrated chess author and chess personality. And he had a really colourful life as well. He was married 4 times, had 2 twins at the age of 78.
Oh!
It's not often you do that.
No.
And so let's have a look at this opening that he popularised.
Absolutely.
So it starts
Kaimanov Sicilian.
It starts off with the king's pawn moving 2 squares and black responding with Sicilian defence, which is picking up the c-pawn, putting on c5, and then the white knight develops out. And now this is the key move. It doesn't pick up the d-pawn, but it picks up the e-pawn, 1 square, liberating the dark square bishop. After white challenges in the centre and the standard trade, knight takes, and then the knight comes out, and then things get creative after white develops the knight, and now this is his point, the queen comes to the c7 square. And this is a kind of creative. He wrote a book on this, and it's been a much celebrated line. It's positional, it's safe, it's also quite dynamic, and it's been a favourite of grandmasters such as Alexei Shirov, Judith Polgar, and Hari Krishna wrote a lifetime repertoire course on this, and he actually spent 6 months non-stop working on this opening.
But I can tell you, it's not been very popular on the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. It actually has only, at least before today, been played once. And how interesting. The one time it was played was in a final between Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Magnus, with the black pieces, went on to win this. And that must have been the Air Things Masters.
Yes, that looks like it.
But strange that it's not a more popular opening. Only played once on the tour.
I think it's because the trend has been to play like the Najdorf Sicilian. Everyone is doing that. They like the theory, they like the dynamism. And this one is just fallen out of favour amongst the elite. It still has a good following at the other levels.
All right. Well, you can become an expert in this opening, of course, because the prize in the quiz of today is a Chessable course on the Kaimanov Sicilian Chessable course. So do tweet your answer to the quiz of today for a chance to win that. We are getting ready for Game 4 between Pragg and Wei Yi, but first we have to talk to the winner of another quarterfinal match. Ding, congratulations on being ready for the semi-finals.
Thank you, thank you.
What was this match against Mamedyarov like?
It's a very tense one, and I'm very, very nervous throughout the whole game. Yeah, the first one was not so crazy as the second one and the third one, but somehow a little bit worse at some point. But the position is not so complicated, so I can control it, and my position is getting better slowly and slowly. But second one, of course, the turning point of the whole match. Yeah, he played very risky line in the opening, and I was winning at some point when I checked the engine of the game. But the move bishop g5, I did not see it. After knight g5, bishop f6, suddenly I realized that it's not so easy to mate his king. And then there are many, many up and downs. And I'm very lucky to not only save the position, but also win the games, although with a lot of with his help.
Well, it's been a very, very entertaining match, I have to say. Did you enjoy playing it, even if it was nervous?
Yes. Yes, since I was always leading, and I'm not. I just need to draw in the final one, and I played very dirty, I think, to exchange all the pieces.
Well, it did work out for you. You are ready for semifinals, obviously, to face Magnus Carlsen, and everyone is looking forward to that matchup. Ding, what will it be like?
Yes, it's always be a good pleasure to play against Magnus, especially on the knockout stage. Since I think maybe he takes the preliminary stage very not so serious, like LeBron James plays play something with NBA. Yes, he come out of his best on the knockout stage, so it's going to be a big fight.
Yeah, and when you played each other in the semifinals and the Charity Cup, that was a fantastic match. You came very close also to making it through, playing some great games. So what will be the plan against Magnus to be able to make it to the final?
Yeah, I haven't played against him in the finals since I always lost in the semifinal against everybody. I think I lost so many times in the semifinals that I haven't reached finals at any time. So this time I will try.
It's going to be very entertaining. Ding, I know it's very late where you're sitting, so thank you so much for taking the time to join us, and best of luck tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Ding Liren ready for semifinals against Magnus Carlsen, and who will face Anish Giri in the other semifinal? Praggnanandhaa is in the lead. This is a must-win situation for Wei Yi, making a comeback in Game 3. And it is Pragg with the white pieces. What's going on?
And the game has just started, and we're going to see an opening we very rarely see. What's even the name of this? Is it the Old Indian?
I played. This is the last game I played in a competitive tournament. I played this as black.
Okay.
And I did horribly. It's the Czech Benoni, I think, isn't it?
Czech Benoni? Okay.
Yeah. And it used to be a bit of a joke with this opening in the English circuit. I mean, I know if something went wrong, like, you know, like if you had a bad dinner or something, you'd be going, oh, it's a bit Czech Benoni. Or if, you know, or something didn't, you know, whatever. If something went wrong, it was the Czech Benoni. That's what everyone thought.
Not a good reputation.
Very bad reputation as not been a very good opening for black, actually. And in order to win, it's a strange choice because you block up the centre of all your pawns there. So you don't have many pawn breaks and you give space away. So it's yeah, I wouldn't have expect this in a must-win situation.
Yeah, I guess Wei Yi, his whole concept is that he's keeping as many pawns, as many pieces on the board as possible. He's going to hope that Pragg, who does have a history, a track record of getting low on the clock, he's going to hope that Pragg's nerves come into play, that maybe those will be a factor, time trouble later on in the game. Here we see black is the first to castle, but white doesn't necessarily even need to commit his king. Because the centre is so blocked, as Simon mentioned, there are actually choices here. White's king sometimes goes the other way, or he delays that decision as long as possible. First, the bishops come out. Computers always love these positions for white because white has more space. If you look at that central structure, it's like an arrowhead. White's pawns pointing in the middle of the board. Black's pawns are kind of, yeah, much more reactive. Black later often tries to play on the right half of the board. I'm sure Pragg will try and lock things down, though, as much as possible. He only needs a draw, so he's happy as long as the game is under control. You don't want to allow black to break out. That's what it's all about right now.
Yeah, but the breakout will happen.
Eventually.
Eventually. So a plan that I've just put down my cup of hot water is that, you know, you can do the, what has a name, when you actually fianchetto your king side and then you put your knight on the G7 square.
So, for example, you could start with retreating the black knight, and just to show the route, you put your knight on this G7 square. I'm not sure the name either, Jovanka.
But it has a name?
I think it does.
Stupid.
No, the first time I saw it done, I was like, oh my goodness me, what is this? And then, you know, I think it was a grandmaster who did it. I was like, never seen that before. And then, you know, when I kind of became a bit more familiar with the ideas, I was like, oh, okay. It's an official thing.
I mean, I know Aronian plays this way, Lev Aronian, sometimes the black pieces, but there's not many grandmasters in the world who play the Czech Benoni. I mean, it's really rare. But putting the knight here is the only way you can try to play f5. But I can maybe understand a little bit why Wei Yi is playing this way, because he wants to keep peace on the board. He's going for the stupid knight manoeuvre. So I can understand why he does it. He keeps all the pieces on the board. He's hoping he gets some chances later on. But that's your only break. Your only break is to play that pawn. You have no other breaks. And if white just puts all his pieces to stop that break, I think it's very hard to break out. And the way that Pragg's played this, he can play his pawn to G4 at the right moment to work against that. And it's going to be very hard to break out in this position. Yeah. You think he will get it? You think he will break out here? I mean, I
possibly. I mean, one idea as well in the current position, I'm slightly surprised he started with this pawn push because you're supposed to start with the knight, because here white could actually kick your rook to a bad square, the rook under attack, and now white could push the pawn even further. And how is this knight even getting... I mean, it's a bad square, g7, as we talked about, but how is this knight ever moving? I mean, I'm surprised Pragg didn't take this opportunity. I thought this was quite a well-known pattern, and now the black knight just can't even use this circuit. Instead, he's gone for the same idea, pushing forward this pawn, but at least the black knight, if he really wants, can still reroute around this way, and he does that.
But all white has to do here, surely, is put the bishop, just aim everything at that pawn break. Literally, put everything to stop that pawn break, and then just wait.
Yep.
And there's nothing black can do if you do this. You've got 2 pawn breaks. You've got the one that we talked about, and you've got the other one on the queen side, but they're both covered so well by everything, and you don't have to do anything. But maybe this is where he's thinking, oh, Pragg's going to do something because he's done something in everything else of the game. But, I mean, you can it's really hard to break if you just play this way.
I just think this is the perfect setup with all these pieces. In a block position, they are poised, they're ready to mobilise later. If black does break out at the wrong time, this manoeuvre as well, I've seen this, as you mentioned, from Lev on Aronian, the black knight coming to this square. We're going to see something very weird, potentially. For example, if white just waits, I'm not sure exactly how, but we might see a situation where if white continues waiting, the black knight goes to this square, and then the other black knight goes to this square. It looks so weird. Remember as well that this black knight actually started on the other side of the board, but black is just getting ready everything later for this pawn push. As Simon said, often this pawn push is actually bad, even if you can arrange it, but you just want to scare white with the threat of this pawn push. Actually, often just the idea of it is much kind of scarier than the reality. And in the current position, yeah, especially all of these white pawns, they just lock down the position and Pragg has full control. But let's ignore the evaluation bar for a while. It's still difficult for white to find a plan. Apart from containing black, you need an active plan yourself. And often white will maybe reroute the knight, start throwing pawns forward towards the black king, just from my experience, at least, of these positions. But very tense, very, very tense, very locked up, this position.
And, well, Wei Yi has a specific goal in mind. That is to win this game. Nothing else will suffice. And for our quiz of the day, we're asking, what is your goal in chess? And the prize is a lifetime repertoire of the Taimanov Sicilian. And Fatima says that her goal is to become the first woman to play in the candidates and maybe one day even challenge the world champion. I love that, Fatima. You go for it. Go for the top.
Absolutely, but have
Judith Polgar.
Thank you, Judith Polgar. Played in the candidates before?
She played in a candidates tournament.
Yeah, and she played for the World Championship title when the World Championship was decided in a tournament. Back, was it 2007?
She was certainly strong enough to compete and, you know, for the World Championship title at best. So
2005, 2007, around that time, she was playing in tournaments for the World Championship. So she's been close, but yeah, I mean, to take that final step to become world champion overall, that would be a milestone in chess.
We're all cheering for Fatima.
Yeah, definitely. And Ryan Baker, I like this. It's a very simple goal, but it's a good one. Says that their goal in chess is to simply never stop feeling the thrill I do when I sit down on the board. Yeah, and wow. What do you think? We'll have to go back to the game because White's king has gone to the left.
You're not happy, Simon?
I don't see why you have to commit your king so much, because as soon as you commit your king in such positions, you just give your opponent a target. And he's got, I mean, maybe, you know, the break on the other side of the board is now key. Black should not be trying to play the one near his king, but he should be able to play the B pawn up 2 squares. And, you know, even if you sack a pawn in some position, you just need to open up lines over there. So I don't think Pragg needed to put his king so quickly in that position. He could have been a bit more patient there. And
now look, the queen is coming.
Yeah, it just seems a bit strange to give Wei Yi a target over there. Why give your opponent a target? So
this is the target, the white king, and he's going back where he came from with the white rook. And I think maybe Pragg not so familiar with the ideas here, but if we just backtrack to the moment, that key moment when he castled his king, I know a lot of top players here who would have actually spent 2 moves getting there. He could have had the same position. He would move his king 1 square forward. No matter what black does, he moves his king across. And if you imagine, for example, the black queen coming out, this is the position we have on the board, but here it's white to move. So basically, we've got the position on the board now with black to move, Wei Yi, by doing what Pragg did, by castling queenside and only then pushing his king up the board, only then in this position, bringing his rook back where it started the game. He's lost 1 move. So it's a small kind of trick of the trade, which comes with experience, which comes from studying these types of positions. But he could have had the exact same position, just with his king already on the square, with himself to move.
Actually, talking about that then, is that what, for example, his coach, Ramesh, is sort of looking at? So after this game and after this tournament, maybe that is something they will look at and work on?
Definitely. I mean, they'll go deep on every single move, every single decision. I know Ramesh, he's really one of the best chess coaches in the world. He's really detail-oriented, and he will pick apart even Pragg's wins. He'll say, here you could have won even smoother. Here you could have kept more control. Here you could have had the same thing, just with 1 extra move, like in this situation. I mean, I'm not even saying it's a good plan putting White's king on this side of the board. I'm inclined to agree with Simon. I think it's very risky to put White's king on this side, but if you could have done the same thing with 1 extra move, then it's definitely a better version. So, meanwhile, Wei Yi's rook coming across, black is definitely trying to prepare that scary pawn push at some point. And we will reach boiling point when it's just maximum tension.
Wow. Already, move 16.
Yeah, and all 32 pieces still on the board, and they will likely remain on the board for a while yet. Okay, now the black queen going back, just preparing this black pawn push.
Pragg, he must have fantastic fighting chess index.
Yeah. I think both these players.
Yeah, but putting his king on that side, is that a fighting kind of move?
Yes.
Okay.
Gutsy.
Yeah.
Unnecessarily brave, maybe, when you only need a draw. Kings on opposite flanks always result in some kind of attack. Simon, sorry. Jovanka.
I was just going to say, how realistic is it that Wei Yi actually manages to orchestrate that breakthrough on the left? Because Praggnanandhaa does have full control for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's in the long run. I mean, maybe you can try to put the bishop where the queen was a minute ago, and just you can get your knight, get everything around there. I mean, it's still very hard to do. It's still incredibly hard. So I don't think Pragg's decision is that bad, because the position's so blocked. You can pretty much do anything. You put your king anywhere and you still got to break out. Interesting question as well, just on Chess24 chat, occasionally look at, and this is by our friend Chess in Numbers, and we're just talking about Pragg and who has the most potential in the future to become world champion. And it's really hard to say. There's a lot of pressure on them, but we've mentioned Ali Reza Firouzja and Pragg, and it's very hard to compare them, of course, obvious reasons, but Chess Numbers, and I think it's our friend, thinks that Pragg does have the most potential if we're looking at, say, 4 to 5 years from now. So that's quite interesting, just by the stats. He's a stat guy, just saying that he thinks Pragg is really, really great chance. Obviously, he does. We can see how much he's improving of becoming world champion. But compared to other players, I don't know. It's interesting to see, isn't it? And to debate really who is going to be the world champion in 4 to 5 years.
It's interesting though. Okay, meanwhile we have had a really dramatic pawn push on the board, but if we just see their stats there, Wei Yi and Pragg, and on the tour ratings, Pragg is actually ahead by almost 20 points. But Wei Yi, when he was 15 years old, he was higher rated than Pragg is now at 16. So just having that potential, having the rating, having achieved all those goals, doesn't necessarily mean you take the next step. Wei Yi is still fantastically strong. That's why he's in the quarterfinals now, but he's never made it into the world top 10. He never broke through to challenge the world top players on a consistent basis, despite breaking the 2,700 barrier at only 15. So
it is maybe about those years Praggnanandhaa is entering now.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's all about staying with that love of chess, taking chances, playing as much as you can, being brave against the world's best players. Wei Yi maybe hasn't had the opportunities because in China the situation's been different. COVID, obviously, lots of factors. But
You just have to keep improving, don't you? That's the simple thing. And so many players, they just plateau. And there's not really any reason why they plateau sometimes. They just can't get past a certain point. So you've just got to keep improving at this level. And it's very hard to do that when you get stronger and stronger. It gets harder and harder to improve. So,
and
Sorry.
I was going to say, sometimes it's like David says, you know, sometimes it's just unfortunate that you reach this level, but maybe there are other talents as well, you know, so you don't get the same attention or the opportunities. And, big stuff happening in the Praggnanandhaa game.
A dramatic move, you said.
Yes.
Big moment, because we have seen the first trade of pawns. So all 32 pieces were on the board up until move 18. But now, after this pawn push by white, we have reached boiling point, as mentioned. And now black can no longer avoid any trades. If black just waits and continues manoeuvring, then white will simply push the pawns forward, and this is a pawn storm. White will steamroller black on this side of the board, pushing everything forward. And this black king is not going to survive when things open up. So in the end, Wei Yi had to simply trade. He had to swap off this set of pawns, and now the black knight goes back, because white is the one with breakthroughs. We talked about those pawn breaks. This pawn break for black is controlled for now. White has, I think, 5, if you include pawns and pieces, 5 pieces controlling this square, so black can't break out yet. Instead, it's white's pawn break, which is about to happen, that is the key. So black retreats the knight in anticipation of that. And the question is, does white step forward now? Does white break open the centre? Is he ready? Or is his king a bit too open? For example, we could see a trade. Maybe black will occupy this outpost with his bishop, with his knight. Still looks great to me for white, I must admit. Or will we see Pragg maybe continue to build up, or maybe even throw some pawns down the board towards the black king? So many options, actually.
Definitely. I mean, my first instinct was to initiate the Harry attack. But then I've kind of changed my mind. I think pushing in the centre is just such a harmonious move. Suddenly the knight has a nice square on the e4, and Wei Yi probably has to capture that pawn. You can't let such a fantastic pawn stay on e5. But then the bishop gets that beautiful long diagonal attacking the rook. This looks fantastic. And of course, you have your long-term trump, the protected pass pawn in the middle.
Yeah, white will win any endgames with this this pawn. Yeah,
I mean, it might.
Fantastic.
It does. I mean, I suppose after the exchange, you know, you give away a square, maybe the d6 square that black can put a piece on. And I mean, it could even be quite a clever time to have a look and think, what's black's next move? Because if black moves that knight again, which has just moved towards the queen side, which is not a ridiculous move, trying to support the pawn push, then your idea becomes even stronger. And I'm just thinking, what other move can black play? If black moves the bishop, then I think, you know, to try get on the diagonal, then maybe your pawn push becomes even stronger. What's black's next move? I can't see what black's next move is. So maybe we can do your idea, but just prepare it. Like, you know, just asking black, what are you going to do next? In a better position here. I still think it's very strong. I mean, I'd be tempted to play it straight away as well, but just it's always worth asking what your opponent's going to do next as well, I feel.
Yeah, because if they don't have a move, you improve.
You just improve, yeah, and just, yeah. That's it.
No move.
They don't have a move, improve. Beatbox, do you want the beatbox?
No. I got some criticism from my husband last night when he said, said you should have done a rap.
Okay, well, let's try.
Looking forward
let's
to
try now.
rap.
Let's try now.
The problem is I don't know how to rap. Well, the only rap that I can do is the rap to Wannabe, and that's just not great.
Oh, that's a great one.
Which one's that, then?
I tell you what I want.
What I really, really want.
Don't tell me what you want.
What I really, really want.
I
really, really want a zig-a-zig.
That's a rap.
As it goes, here's a story from A to Z. If you want to get with me, better listen carefully. You got M in your face. Easy free. She doesn't come for free. And as for me, you'll see. There you go.
Have a rap.
It's very nice. Not quite Eminem, but
No.
nice. No, it's good. So,
well, anyway, we do have action on the board. I can't believe I just did that. Okay, the pawn has moved forward to the centre.
Next time, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
very good.
The breakthrough has happened. So Pragg deciding that this was the one moment to pull the trigger and break open the centre.
What?
I don't know. I think he should have prepared it more, but...
I was just wondering what spice scale you'd be. I just wondering.
As for me, you'll see.
What spice girl would you be? What would
Jerry.
Sporty? You'd be Jerry.
Ginger.
Ginger. I know.
Ginger spice.
Ginger spice.
She's
Okay.
the coolest.
Yeah, I thought Simon would be ginger spice. No.
I could try. I could try. Yeah.
Who would we all be? Ginger spice.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know. You already said it, haven't you? So you've already said
but it's clearly you though, Simon.
Yeah, it'd have to be me, wouldn't it? So I don't know. Who's sporty?
None of us.
Kaja's sporty.
I'd love to be Sporty Spice. I know how to do her kick. I've been practicing.
Okay, that's next on the list of things to see.
Okay. Meanwhile, we are seeing,
at the bar,
as Kaja prepares that sporty kick, we're seeing bishops come off the board, knights coming off the board, but is Pragg rushing? He's trading off the pieces, and that goes against conventional wisdom. Your opponent's really cramped. Black had no space. Black had no squares for pieces. Simon mentioned Black had no moves almost, and now he's trading pieces, liberating Black's army. Don't trade pieces when you have extra space. That's how the saying goes. And right now, let's jump in. We did see, we actually predicted up to this point, Black occupying this square with his bishop. And I thought here, okay, maybe just bring your rooks to the center. This rook, just improve your pieces. Nope. Instead, he trades, improving this Black knight in the process. And now he jumps forward. I think he's too hasty here, Pragg. I'm a bit worried about the trend of this game. Now the Black knight goes back. He should not kind of rush and continue trading, exchanging things off, because Black actually gets a really nice knight on an outpost here. Knights are great blockaders, and this knight has influence on both sides of the board. Black is actually almost ready.
He's grabbed a pawn.
Yeah, he's got greedy, though. He's grabbed a pawn, and is this going to backfire? Because actually, suddenly, after this rook move, look at the white king. Look where it stands. It's on the same line as this black rook. Lots of targets. And maybe it's good objectively for white, but you're losing a lot of control, taking massive risks. If this white knight returns, then at some point there will be this pawn break to watch out for, trying to crack open the line towards the towards the white king. And I just got distracted there because we've seen another couple of moves. Instead of going back, he traded off, and he's lost a lot of quality in his position. White is one pawn up now, and he's playing positionally, but it's all about the white king. Maybe he's just got things under control.
Yeah,
somehow I feel that's true, but somehow I feel that Wei Yi will be in his element here. You know, he thrives in these tactical positions, and there are chances for white to go wrong. But it does look like, having said all that, that Praggnanandhaa is, well, his position looks quite solid.
Yeah, he is one pawn up and he's defending everything for now, but those black knights are going to come.
I mean, the thing is with these positions, the computer obviously says that Pragg's better. It has done from move 3. But just look at the white king. The white king's over there. You can that knight maneuver you just mentioned, David, that's coming around to the queen side, and there might be a B pawn break. Just feels a little bit like black has some chances at least.
And on the dark squares, white is really vulnerable. So if the black knights can jump around on dark squares to go for that white king, potential chances. I mean, it's in practical terms, at least, much easier to play for Wei Yi than Pragg, especially compared to 5 moves ago. I still think Pragg is doing great. In a long game, in a classical game, if he had 1 hour, 2 hours, he would win. But wow, OK, he's going for the attack. Yeah, he's not scared at all.
It's not safety first, is it? It's just not safety first at all.
I don't know, I don't like this. And the reason I don't like it is because the rook can go and attack the queen, and suddenly there's another avenue.
Did you see Wei Yi as well? He was a bit slouched in his chair. Suddenly he kind of got up and...
You can maybe even move the queen 2 squares forwards and threaten some immediate ideas of just blasting the position.
I was going to say this move, guys.
Hello.
This is the first move on my radar as soon as the evaluation bar shot. And black is using this pin. Let's jump in and explain. Because it's all about this file. That's where the white king is. That's where black's major pieces are. So break open that file at any costs. This knight jump. What a move. Trying to jump in and give a nasty check. If white continues pushing, for example, this is a royal fork, and white's queen drops off, so you have to remove this knight from the board, stop it getting in. But if you take it with your pawn, the black queen breaks through. This is going to end in disaster. If you take with the knight, then now, OK, again, your king lacks its best defender, and it's all about this file. The black knight about to jump and take this pawn as well.
I think we're going to playoffs.
You think we're going to play?
I reckon. So too.
Oh, wow. You think Wei Yi will actually win this?
Yeah, I mean, I think Praggnanandhaa's lost control. The only thing that I would be doing here is, if I were white, I would be desperately trying to swap off queens. Is this possible? Can I...
Bring your queen to the edge of the board,
maybe? Yeah, to the edge of the board, but I mean...
Try to challenge.
But of course, Wei Yi will say no, having none of that, and step forward 2 squares. And then, what is the white doing?
Just scared.
I know, it's very scary stuff.
This is the dream attacking combo, the queen and knight, and they're coming towards the white king. Yeah, Simon, I mean, I think you might be right. It's just the momentum. We mentioned that, yes, white is still in maximum control. White was still doing well, but things have been slipping in black's favour slowly, and I think this last move, this star move, I'm not sure I would have found it, but as soon as the evaluation bar went that way, it's like, OK, there's something, and it's all to do with the white king.
Time is also not great, another little factor playing against Pragg, but it's just his position's really loosening up now, and it's now getting to a very critical stage. I mean, he's still OK, so he could certainly hold this one, but he's got to find some very accurate moves, and it's very hard to defend, you know, such positions. I mean, computers can do it, but humans finding good defensive moves when your king is getting more and more exposed, very tough. I mean, was this a brilliant opening choice from Wei Yi, who knows that this opening is the check Benoni? Oh, it's a bit dodgy, it's a bit check. But was it just, it's worked out very well at the moment, I think, to give him chances with the black pieces.
Yeah, let's see. Pragg, OK, he's shaking, he's trying to get the energy pumping. But getting energy pumping when you're on the defensive suddenly, I'm not sure it works that well. And, OK, he does decide to trade the knights, but, oh, no, this is not going to end well, surely. Things are opening up towards the white king. White has lost the best defender, the knight. The knight is the king's best friend. And also, pawns are hanging on both sides of the board now. The white A pawn at some point might be nice and juicy. Temporarily, the black knight is under threat. You can just move it, though.
You could just retreat it to go forwards if you want to. Yeah. There could be something more violent. I mean, I might flick in an exchange of pawns here because I want to open up the white king as much as I can. Yep. I mean, that opens up another line, so why not flick it in? But this is the move that at some point is just very worrying. That knight coming to the central square is hitting everything. I mean, it's such a strong knight, that one.
Yeah. And how wild is it if white just goes, I'm going to ignore it, and says, well, carry on.
Yeah. And he hasn't done this. Maybe you're right, Jovanka, maybe he had to try that. But, OK, he's lining up against this pawn, but this is easily defended. I mean, black wants to put his knight in this in the centre anyway. And he not only attacks the queen, attacks everything, but he defends this key pawn. And, Pragg is holding things together here by a thread. I don't know if it's going to work, though. As Simon mentioned, at your will, you can capture a pawn, trade off a set of pawns. Look how open this king is, though. I mean, you don't want to move the knight yet. You don't want to allow a trade of queens, but surely there's something. Just my spidey senses are tingling.
But if his king is a little open and all he needs is a draw, why should he not trade of queens then?
Black shouldn't trade queens here.
Okay, sorry.
So black cannot move the knight, for example, to take the white bishop, because then there will be a trade of queens.
Okay.
And white's king is actually great in the centre if queens disappear. But yeah, black should be the one keeping queens on the board in the current position. If we go back to it, black needs to keep this piece. So yeah, maybe there's a small problem for black because this knight can't move without allowing that queen trade. How do you move the queen while keeping an eye on your knight?
I'm looking at ideas of taking the pawn once and trying to play the other pawn to that square, which I don't think really works, but it's the kind of thing you're naturally looking at, just really violently trying to open things up.
By any means necessary towards the king.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it probably en passant works well there, but it's kind of close because you do open up more lines and your knight drops, but it's you know, that white king, it's just a little bit loose. If Pragg holds this, I'll be very impressed, but saying that, Wei Yi has to find the next step here in the initiative.
What about, for example, moving your queen out of the way just so your rook can stare down on this line? And I'm looking at lines, for example, black's queen threatening to take this pawn because the c-pawn is pinned. If white now attacks this knight, then suddenly the black knight, at the very least, could jump out the way. I know this would result in a queen trade, but maybe you can go for something like this. I mean, it just feels like there's something around this white king. I can't see it yet. Wei Yi can't see it yet. It's getting close, though. It's getting very close.
Well, we can't see anything. Maybe it's just improve.
He rook across. So he defends his knight, as Jovanka says, improve. When you don't know how to move, improve. And now, because the black knight is defended, the black queen is free. So now she can come up the board, or maybe the black rook can start taking this pawn defended by the black queen. It's falling apart for Pragg. He needs to find a way to swap queens or keep control.
3 minutes on the clock, and these two have played some very long games. Right now, they have played chess for 4 hours, so they're going above 4 hours now. Will sort of fatigue become an issue as well? I mean, Wei Yi is sitting, but both of them are actually playing at night.
Yeah, I mean, for Wei Yi, it's, what, 4 a.m. now?
Yeah.
Exactly 4 a.m. And Pragg, it's almost that late. I mean, when you're young, maybe you can adjust.
Yeah.
As the years tick by, oof, it's not so easy. But yeah, I'm sure they'll be full of adrenaline right now, at least. I mean, if it goes to playoffs, if it goes to Blitz, Armageddon, then it's definitely a test of stamina.
Mm-hmm. And I would say Wei Yi has been very calm and you know, seemed to be in control the whole day.
That's a trademark of the Chinese school of chess. Yeah. Always
Maybe that's an advantage now with, you know, clocks ticking, adrenaline running.
Yeah, and he's playing quickly as well. Clearly, Wei Yi's not tired if he's playing this fast in a complicated battle. 7 minutes up on the clock.
I wonder how they train the Chinese players to remain mentally calm, because they do generally, when you see them playing, all the top players, they do seem to remain very calm at the board, very collective, whilst, you know, that's not the case for other countries, particularly.
Yeah,
I mean, I haven't really seen a nervous...
I imagine they play a lot of blitz and fast time controls.
Yeah.
But, you know, Ding Liren has always been famous in the chess world for being relatively expressionless. You know, he's winning, losing, in time trouble, seconds left. It's the same over the board. But online, we've seen Ding Liren be many times be super, you know, emotional. You know, he's been shaking his head. You know, he's been quite
maybe not
upset.
at the level of like Magnus Carlsen.
No.
You know.
No, but you know, it's very nice. Is what I'm trying to get at. It's very nice to see the players give a little bit more, and so we can see, this is really affecting them. And well, Praggnanandhaa moves his rook again.
Yeah, it's very loose now. White's queen is not defended. Again, it just feels like there's some tactics in the position, and Wei Yi trying to look for them. Still trying to work out as well, for example, what happens if Black's rook comes and takes a pawn? Again, your move, Simon. Do you flick in a trade of pawns in front of the white king first? It's hard to work out the differences, right?
Yeah.
It feels like it's a step in the right direction, right, to capture pawns.
Open it up a bit more.
Yeah, the one downside in this current position, maybe behind trading pawns, is that the white bishop can now take back. I'm just slightly scared that at some point the white pawn will push forward and the white bishop is on this diagonal. Just while this pin exists, Black unable to take this bishop because the black queen would fall. So just temporarily, I'm hesitant. But what about this move? Rook takes pawn. Just hoping that after rook takes, this is the only variation I've worked out. Maybe there's a flaw to the plan, but after the white rook now goes and captures the black knight, it looks like white is a whole piece up. But suddenly, after one check, where do you put your king? There's no safe square. No matter where you go, if you go back, forward, the black queen will actually drop down to this square. And if this is a skewer, once the white king moves, the queen will take the white rook. And yeah, here Black would actually, maybe even take with his own rook. Black here is ahead on material, and the white king is not going to survive for too much longer. Yeah, this looks
good.
Very strong for Black.
In fact, I saw this move, but for some bizarre reason, I only thought it worked if the white king went onto the C line, the C3 square. There's a bit of a blindness there, but okay.
That was the variation with the C3 square.
Yeah.
Okay, the black rook moves across, trying to take this pawn. Okay, interesting. Trying to utilise this pin that the black queen has on the white king now, and very logical as well. Centralising all the black pieces. They're all protected, coordinated. These three pieces now. Yeah, lots of open lines about to come. Interesting stuff. Praggnanandhaa, I would hate to be in his shoes. 2 minutes left on the clock as well.
Yeah, and it does seem like Praggnanandhaa is actually struggling to come up with a plan. He's just in complete defensive mode.
Yeah.
Just what to do? I don't know. I mean, push a pawn. I think Harry probably. I mean, I would. Hang on. Is there some tricks? No.
Is Black not threatening White's central pawn?
Yeah. Ooh. I mean, can he not just take the pawn now? I mean, what's the idea behind this last move? I mean, Black's last move seemed to set up a threat. You've got to look at your opponent's last move always, see where it's pointing, and can't that rook just take the pawn now?
Maybe there's some bishop takes.
Okay, we have to jump in. You guys are mentioning a lot of moves there. So if the black rook takes this pawn, utilising this pin, then Jovanka, you think maybe bishop takes pawn, jumping out the way.
I haven't worked it out, but maybe there's something
this black rook.
There.
I'm not 100% sure. I don't see it after the black's rook just captures the white rook. this bishop surely is going to just drop off the board on the next turn.
Yes, it will.
You can give up your bishop for a pawn, but I don't really see the idea behind it. I don't see the idea behind Prag's move. Rook takes pawn, winning a pawn.
I'm not sure White could have done much, though. In the last position, it was actually already looking like it was creaking somewhat.
He plays it.
And he's got his pawn back now, so he's not even a pawn down. Seems like he's got the attack, the safer king. This is going all his way, I think, at the moment. Definitely.
Pragg needs to play for survival now. The white king is on the brink.
I just checked, and it says that you have to make the move that Praggnanandhaa has just played.
Wow,
it's the only move to survive.
Trying to get some counterplay of some sort.
So Pragg is trying to distract Wei Yi. He wants to push his pawn one square further forward, actually cage the black king. For example, if black is a bit slow retreating, then white's queen now wants to snake in and trap this black king. At least now some counterplay forces Wei Yi to think defensively for the first time in this game, really. And, OK, this is the current position. There must be a breakthrough here. Trade a set of pawns, potentially, or, I don't know, double up your rooks. There must be something here for Wei Yi. It looks beautiful for black. This white king, just no man's land.
Yeah, I mean, there's one very sharp line. If you double rooks, I mean, that looks like the most natural to me. You're threatening the bishop on d3. And now I'm wondering, can you play h6 anyway? I don't think you can, but, you know, it's possible. With the idea of just sneaking the queen in with some checkmate ideas. So this is certainly something which is worth calculating now. But you have to be very careful if you're going to play with fire like this. So
yeah, very, very careful, and it all depends on whether this bishop is just going to fall or whether black is in time. It's a race. Suddenly, white's attack is actually quite quick. So I like Pragg's last move a lot. Yeah, going on the counter. As you guys mentioned, maybe this was just necessary, giving away a pawn in the center. It's not intuitive, but going for some attack against the black king.
Can you also plan to go like pawn takes pawn? I don't know whether that has any...
No. And it all depends here on whether the white bishop can take back. If the white bishop can't take back, if the pawn has to recapture, then this black rook is just coming in. Looks like that's winning, but maybe bishop takes pawn. And he's, OK, we're going to find out.
He's opening up.
Yeah, it's opening up. Can black's rook come in behind anyway? Suddenly, at least white has some counterplay against this square. Yeah, I don't like that decision from Wei Yi. Maybe he just couldn't see anything better. He's getting low on the clock as well. Suddenly, white has counterplay against the black king.
Interesting. It is a must-win situation for Wei Yi to take it to tie breaks. These two have played some long battles, and here they are fighting it out again. And is Wei Yi throwing it away, making some mistakes?
I mean, I think both players are just getting nervous at this point. They've done so well, ice cold, to even get this far. But it's understandable if nerves do creep in.
Oh,
OK,
absolutely.
A trade of rooks to start. And the computer hates that one. And will we see white just recapture this rook? If so, which way? Does he take back with a king? Does he take back with a rook? I mean, there's other stuff to work out here, maybe. Which way? OK, he takes back with the king, allowing the queen to give him a check. Suddenly it's level material. White's king, though, the question is it a target? Maybe it's just safe. All the pieces are coming off the board.
Can you go for the earlier plan that you mentioned, where the queen kind of gives a check on the d6 square and then snakes into the a3 square? You know, keeping... Oh, no, but there's a bishop take... Sorry.
OK, yep, just to show your idea, Jovanka. If the queen does give a check, the white king moving, the black queen coming in. This is very relevant, though, because here it does look scary, the black queen coming to give some checks. But we mentioned white's bishop improving enough to cause some chaos of its own destruction. Bishop takes pawn is a check, and if the knight recaptures, then the black rook will fall.
Yeah.
Pragg's surviving well. I mean, I was very
really well.
I was very pessimistic about his position, as in it looked horrible. His king's so weak, but he's finding great moves to. Well, he could go wrong in so many different ways, and he's finding very, very good moves to not allow any tricks to occur to his position. It seems
he's doing it with pins. If you look at this diagonal, that's one pin. If you look on the central file, that's another pin. If you look at the black knight, that's another pin. So it's literally 3 pins here. And somehow he's just, he's been walking a tightrope, Pragg, but he's done it really well. He hasn't fallen off that tightrope yet.
I've been actually working on pins on Chessable. They have some nice move repetition practices with pins. Recommended.
in and win.
Yeah.
And yeah, Prag's definitely been working on those pins, especially in this game. And Wei Yi, look at the clock times as well. He had, what was it, 7-8 minute advantage just a few moves ago. That's disappeared. Wei Yi looking concerned. I think he might have let this one slip.
Yeah, I mean, there still must be some chances here, though, surely, with pieces, so many pieces on the board. But White's starting to get his own threats as well. Yeah. So it's, you know, you have to do something soon. And
yeah, I guess you have to maybe kind of consolidate a little bit because everything is working because of the pins. And I was thinking this move, but I thought maybe it might be a good idea to flick in a check first. And OK, Praggnanandhaa's threat of bishop takes pawn has been covered in some lines that there's bishop takes pawn.
Yeah, I mean, you could go h6 here and maybe threaten it again in a weird, very strange way. If I flick the pawn to trap in the black king, maybe we can show that. I start arranging some very strong threats. I mean, the first one is just bringing the queen in front of the black king to checkmate. But I think bishop takes pawn check is also now again a threat because I've trapped the black king in. So that to me just, well, I love using the h pawn, don't I? But that to me looks just a very useful move to play in the position.
Yeah, I think if he has the time, if he feels he has the luxury, then definitely trap in this black king. And remember, that's the trend nowadays. You push Harry the h pawn, as we've just seen from Pragg, in order to create potential mating nets. You don't necessarily want to open up lines. You just push your pawn here. Firstly, for endgames, this pawn is only 2 squares away from promotion, but also this black king now, there's going to constantly be threats against it. And it might look contradictory here, but black's king is maybe even worse than white's king. White's king, at least it has a lot of air to breathe. It's a target for sure, but it can wander around, it can run away. Black's king, definitely in a cage at the moment.
Pragg doing great here. I mean, really, really impressive so far. I mean, now Wei Yi is under a little bit of pressure. He's got 2 threats he must stop. I think you can check with a queen, for example, to stop both of those threats, but then what do you do next? Because the white king will improve its position.
And then the new threat will be on the board, and that's just sliding the rook across to attack the queen.
That's right, yeah.
And back rank mate is a problem.
Yeah, as well as maybe bishop takes pawn still, actually. So there's, but moving the rook is very strong, isn't it? Yeah. So it's actually, you know, maybe trickier for black all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, if both sides drop under 1 minute, it's just completely random. It's a lottery. Yeah. I think we'll see a checkmate or a checkmating idea on the board against one of the kings. Just not sure which one. A great move from Pragg, locking in the black king. And that back rank checkmate we talked about earlier today, pushing a pawn forward, creating some luft, is one way to deal with it. But Pragg has basically made that idea irrelevant, taking away this key square. So yeah, it's wow, literally both sides on 50-something seconds now.
When Wei Yi obviously knows he has to win this game, desperately looking for a way to do just that, but the clock is ticking.
Ooh. I just spotted another trick that Wei Yi should not move the knight.
No, certainly not. No, that'd be that would be a bit painful. That would say.
If the black knight moves, then the white queen just captures the black queen, and checkmate coming.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's also queen takes pawn.
Oh, even nicer.
Even more brutal.
Okay, I'll go knight d7 just
to show your idea. Here, Jovanka, for example, if the black knight dares to move and capture this bishop, then queen takes queen is winning with a nasty checkmate, back rank checkmate. But Jovanka mentioned something even more brutal. If the black knight, for example,
5 seconds
somewhere else, then queen takes pawn will end in checkmate. Will we see this on the board?
He's got how many seconds did he have left there?
He actually captured the pawn.
Wow, he had 2 seconds left. Unbelievable.
And he's taken this pawn. Now the big question is, what is happening? Oh, I mean, I was going to say a move that might be a mistake here, but I don't know if the queen comes in trying to checkmate. It's so complicated.
It's so risky. Okay, so first of all, we have to work out the checks. You have to be methodical, but you can't.
Okay, he hasn't played it. He's played Simon's idea. Bishop takes pawn check.
This looks very logical as well, just trying to exchange off.
And now he's trying to trade, but is the white king open here? It feels so open.
It does, yeah. Both kings very exposed, but black's to move first.
Black moves first. He can flick the checks in first, but maybe the white king can hide. For example, if the black rook gives a check, the white king, the white king moves towards safety on this side of the board. Okay, it's moved to this corner. Now, the black queen, where does it give check? The white king, maybe it's going to hide. I mean, this is a miracle if Pragg holds this one.
2 seconds. Okay, so he's checked on the A3 square.
But now you can block with a queen if you know, just try to keep everything safe. I mean, that looks all right.
As well?
Yeah, play it safe. Bring back the white queen.
Yeah, I mean, if you can move the king, yeah, okay, he's gone for it.
He's gone for it.
I'm so impressed with absolute lack of fear. It's incredible, isn't it? I mean, Pragg playing this way is remarkable, I think.
The key is that the black rook cannot go across and check the white king now, because the white queen covers any square the black rook wants to check from. So black's queen is the only one which can give check. You have to keep giving check, because if you give the move to white, white is going to checkmate the black king. And here we go. There's no way to continue the attack.
Incredible.
We might see a draw by perpetual check here.
Yeah,
Repetition of moves.
I think this is going to head to draw. I think this is one of the most impressive Pragg games I've seen. Not necessarily from the way he played the opening or the early middle game, but when his position started to look difficult, the way he played so accurately, lots of people would crumble. But he's played this so well from a tricky position.
Going to see a result any moment now. Wei Yi looks resigned to the fact that this game is going to be a draw, and Pragg is going through to the semi-finals. Black has nothing else to do. You have to give checks to avoid checkmate, and there we go. Third time we've seen this position.
It's over. A marathon match between these two ends up with Praggnanandhaa, the 16-year-old, making it through to the semi-finals. He finally stops bopping up and down, Praggnanandhaa. What a marathon this has been. And David, how impressed are you with, well, both of the young players, but first of all, Praggnanandhaa?
Extremely impressed. I know I was a bit critical of some of his moves just after the opening, but as soon as he found himself in a position where he was in trouble, after that, he defended perfectly, like a lion, finding so many tricks, and he deserves to go through in the end. Wei Yi put up a hard fight, but I just want to highlight this one trick as well that secured the draw for Praggnanandhaa. He found it with seconds left on his clock. Black is a pawn up. Black is about to come in with a deadly attack, but he found a counterattack. Bishop takes pawn, checking the black king, opening up the black king. If the knight recaptures, then white's rook comes and takes the undefended black rook. This is not good for black, but instead, in this position, after rook takes bishop, Pragg had calculated that with his queen in the center of the board, the white king is safe enough. The white king, as we saw, started to run away to safety, and it hid safely in the corner. And yeah, beautiful finish by Pragg there, finding this forced draw, finding all those defensive resources, and semi-finalist.
Can you believe it? Praggnanandhaa, 16-year-old. He's going to play Anish Giri now.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely incredible. And I've just been so impressed by Praggnanandhaa's resilience and his ability to fight in whatever position he finds himself in. And I'll be curious to see this match, because I do know. I don't know. Should I tell it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, just after the last tournament, the Oslo Esports, the two were locked in deep conversation. And they literally spent the whole night, just talking about things. And I was like, what's happening here? But okay, just speculation.
What is the speculations about? That
I suspected that maybe Praggnanandhaa was gonna help Anish or perhaps the other. But it's total speculation. I could be like 2 + 2 = 5.
Interesting. Well, and they did play each other as well, right? In that final match.
Yeah.
In the Oslo Esports Cup. That was a win for Anish.
Exactly, and maybe Pragg wants revenge, because if Pragg had beaten Anish in that event, and if he had even just taken it to tiebreaks, Pragg would have won the Oslo Esports Cup. So yeah, maybe Pragg's got revenge on his mind. Despite the fact they might be friends, I think he'll want to win for sure tomorrow.
And we're joined now by young Praggnanandhaa. Congratulations on being in the semi-finals.
Yeah, thank you.
What a marathon match this has been. How are you right now?
Yeah, I'm just very happy. Last game, after I missed knight b5, I didn't really think that I would save that. Because I was like 7 minutes down, and position is very dangerous. So yeah, I'm just very happy to save that.
And, well, Simon was actually saying that is one of the most impressive games he's seen by you, the way you're able to fight back and get that draw in that game. How happy are you about the way you were able to finish that game?
Yeah, I think I defended well there, because it's very hard when your king is weak and you're 7 minutes down. So when I found this h5, h6, I was quite happy, because at least his king is also weak, and I could create some tricks there. I think overall in this match, I played well in the first game, and second game also I played great till a point, and then when I got low on time, I just started to make some mistakes. And in third game, I think, I think I had a great position, but then I started to go for some endgame, which I needed to be accurate, which I didn't, and he played very good in the third game.
Absolutely. Have you felt nervous, especially then with in games 3 and 4?
I didn't feel any nervous in game 3. Definitely in game 4, after knight b5, I was quite nervous. Until that point, I was very confident because I think white is just winning there. If I don't play h4 like anymore, just not allow knight b5, and I'm having a great position. But after I allowed knight b5, I was definitely very nervous.
But you are, of course, then able, even if sort of losing a little bit momentum, losing game 3, able to save the match in game 4. Is that experience that is important for you, that you now know that you can save these matches?
Yeah, it's definitely a great experience for me to play these matches because like there'll be a lot of tournaments like this in knockout stages. So it's a great experience in overall for me.
And tomorrow, Anish Giri in the semi-finals. What will that be like?
Yeah, it's going to be a interesting match. And yeah, let's see how it goes.
Are you eager for a little bit of revenge after losing that final match in the Oslo Esports Cup?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, just looking forward to a great fight.
We are too, Pragg. And we wish you best of luck tomorrow. Congratulations again on reaching the semi-finals.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. How cool is that? He is eager for revenge. I love it when they say it.
Yeah, and if he does win tomorrow, I think we have to ask about those exams as well.
I was going to say.
What a busy time for him.
Yeah. The day after tomorrow will be those exams. So we will ask him about that tomorrow. Let's take a look at the results, you guys. Quarterfinals are finished in Chessable Masters. Anish Giri won it against Tari after only 3 games. And also Magnus Carlsen, after 3 games, won it against David Anton. Dingley Ren winning the match against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, and eventually Praggnanandhaa won the match against Wei Yi. So these are the semi-finals coming up tomorrow. Who will you call as the favorite in the Giri Pragg, Simon?
Well, after that one, I'm really not sure. I mean, it still has to be Giri because he's playing the best, isn't he? He's won the thing. He won his last one very comfortably. But I'm also at the back of my mind thinking, what final would I like to see? And I'm looking at Magnus Carlsen. I'm looking at Pragg, and I'm thinking, yeah, that's what I want to see. Nothing against Anish, but that would be fantastic to see that.
A match between those two.
Yeah, I mean, it's not clear the favourite in either final. I mean, yes, Magnus goes into every match as a favourite, but Ding has been so impressive as well. And Ding has quite a decent score against Magnus on the tour. So 2 really close to exciting matches ahead.
Oh, it's going to be so much fun. And we already know a couple winners because we know the winners to both Question of the Day and Selfies. Who should we do first?
I think we should do the selfie of the day. So we had a selfie challenge, and the winner is Floey, who was meant to be studying, but they couldn't help it, and they instead played chess on top of those swings. So good luck during your exams, and I hope you enjoy the signed Anish cushion and New in Chess article.
Yeah.
Magazine.
Okay,
and the winner of our quiz of the day, that is Elijah Justine L. Deuce. We asked, what is your goal in chess?
Yep.
And they answered, their goal in chess is to get my wife to play it. And we wholeheartedly agree.
Absolutely.
And congratulations, you are the winner of Lifetime Repertoire on the Time Man of Sicilian.
Absolutely, which is a great Chessable course. And I'm being told I need to watch. Oh. Oh, we have Askill as Mel B. Very cool.
That's one scary band, isn't it?
Yeah.
Best performance next month.
Yeah. Get your tickets now. Yeah.
I like it. And Jovanka, Baby Spice. Very nice.
Some strange-looking people.
Who made this?
So you wouldn't want to see them on a dark night. So,
Oh my God, you guys are funny people. And we are very much enjoying having you on the Chessable Masters. Tomorrow the action continues with semi-finals. It's going to be exciting. So let's get a good night's sleep and we'll see you again tomorrow. Bye.